It all started under a crystal blue sky. That was the day everything changed, with a single wyvern circling high above, marking the beginning of the end. And this beast is absolutely terrifying, with details that make your skin crawl. It lets out a roar that probably shook the entire valley, and its eyes have that classic glow that just screams you were on the menu. The narrator tells us this was supposed to be just another day, with wyverns circling the peaks as usual. From way up there, it almost looks peaceful, if you can just ignore the giant monster part. Suddenly, magic is flying everywhere. We see flashes of green and blue energy exploding against the mountainside. And here's our main guy, looking absolutely wrecked. His eyes are shadowed and he's covered in blood, but he doesn't look like he's ready to give up just yet. We cut to a man in a white coat standing tall against the horizon, looking up at swarms of birds or wyverns above. He belongs to the great magical house Declan, and he looks like serious trouble. Focusing in on his bandaged hands, he clenches his fist as a bright blue light starts to surge. You can tell he's charging up for something massive. The whole atmosphere shifts as dark clouds roll in, and black feathers begin to rain down. It's getting real edgy in here. A long shot of the sky reveals a massive flock circling like vultures. A voice rings out, chillingly stating that he's the last one left. And a massive explosion of power as our blue-haired protagonist lifts a man off the ground by his throat using pure mana. Talk about a power move. The guy being choked finally realizes our hero was hiding his true strength the whole time, wheezing out that number one had been hiding his skills. Our boy just gives him this cold, confident smirk while surrounded by magic circles. The captive is shook, saying this kind of power doesn't belong to a mere troubleshooter. He reaches back for something on his belt while telling the guy he'll be the one asking the questions now. The captive spots a book and realizes it must be a magic tome. A close-up on the goods, he's holding a legendary-looking magic tome that's pulsing with golden light. Bound by crackling blue lightning, the captive can only choke out a yes. He looks completely terrified, and honestly, I don't blame him. Zooming out, we see the scale of the destruction around them. Our hero casually asks the million-dollar question, how do you use it? The captive admits he has no clue how the book works. Imagine chasing someone across a mountain for a book you can't even read. Our hero stares at the tome, thinking about how ridiculous it is that they chased him this far for something they don't even know how to use. The irony is real. He goes full cold mode, demanding the guy hand over the tome. He's got that "don't make me ask twice" look in his eyes. The captive tries to bargain, flashing a desperate grin and asking if he can just go back to being a troubleshooter. Nice try, buddy, but I don't think it's that easy. Our protagonist isn't buying it for a second. He asks what kind of power a troubleshooter manager actually has to make that deal happen. He readies his magic, looking down at the man with zero mercy, and asks if he has any last words. Suddenly, the ground starts to glow with a menacing red aura as someone approaches from behind. Our hero senses a massive presence, and it's definitely not a friend. He turns around instantly, his instincts screaming danger. This newcomer isn't just some low-level lackey. A massive swirl of crimson energy erupts behind him, revealing a silhouette standing in the center of the storm. And that's when everything changed. A hand clad in a black glove rests calmly on a cane as the newcomer simply says, "It is a pleasure." Whoever this is, he's got too much style to be a good guy. Meet the big boss, the head of the magical house Declan from the Eastern continent. He looks like he just stepped out of a high-end fashion magazine and into a war zone. The head of Declan looks incredibly pleased with himself, while our hero looks like he's just seen a ghost. He realizes he's been at this troubleshooter game for a decade, but this is a whole different level. We get a quick lore drop. House Declan is the top magical family in the East, and their leader is supposedly the strongest mage alive. That flag is basically a giant "don't mess with us" sign. A close-up of his smiling face, but those eyes are cold as ice. You have to wonder what kind of monster hides behind that polite grin. Our hero is already over it, calling the situation a pain in the ass. He's even got the chibi-style annoyed face to prove he's more bothered than scared. He calls out the head of house for being shameless, trying to swoop in and take loot he worked hard for. He's standing his ground even against the strongest mage. The head of Declan just lets out a short, sharp laugh. He's clearly amused by our hero's guts. The mage starts laughing hysterically, his voice echoing across the mountains. The sheer scale of the power gap is shown as his laughter literally fills the air. Our protagonist knows he's in trouble, sweating as he realizes that aura is the real deal. He's thinking his luck is absolutely terrible today. The head of Declan stops laughing and taps his cane on the ground with a sharp click, saying it is time to cut to the chase. He glows with a red light and offers a deal, telling our hero to come back under Declan's wing, hand over the book, and all is forgiven. Sounds like a trap to me. He gestures widely, complimenting our hero's remarkable talent. He's trying to recruit him, but we know our boy isn't the follow orders type, but fate had other plans. He asks how high our hero could soar with House Declan as his wings. He's laying it on thick, trying to tempt him with power and status. We get a dramatic close-up of our hero's pale blue eyes as he considers the offer. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. The bird is just a tiny silhouette against the massive, looming clouds. This art style is doing the heavy lifting for the mood here. A massive wyvern or dragon silhouette appears in the clouds, reminding us of the real dangers in this world. The choice he makes now determines if he survives. He finally cracks a smirk and says he'll do it. Did he actually just give in that easily? The head of Declan is delighted, looking like he just won the lottery. He says good, and that they should begin with psych. Our hero hits him with the ultimate counteroffer, telling him to give him the head seat and then he'll think about it. Look at that face, he totally got him. He's not waiting for an answer either. He unleashes a massive burst of blue mana, creating multiple complex magic circles around his arm. Absolute chaos. A giant pillar of blue lightning strikes the captive, who lets out a blood-curdling scream. This is some high-level destructive magic. The head of Declan stands there completely unfazed while the lightning crashes around him. He looks more disappointed than anything else. The dust settles, and the captive is down for the count. Our hero faces off against the head, who warns him that he might actually die now. He gulps, admitting to himself that the head isn't wrong. He knows he's picking a fight with a god-tier mage. He shifts his weight and prepares to charge. He repeats that the head isn't wrong, psyching himself up for a suicidal charge. He screams that the head is damn right he's not wrong as he lunges forward, wreathed in blue flames and magic circles. This guy is a literal madman. A massive clash of energies. Blue and red magic collide with a deafening boom, shaking the very ground they stand on. He's screaming through the effort, shouting that you don't know your limits until you try to measure them. He's going all out. The head of Declan is starting to look serious now, his face glowing with red power. He decides it is time to put our hero down a notch. He raises his hand, and an enormous, intricate red magic circle appears in front of him. The sheer detail on this thing tells you it's a world ender. A massive pillar of red energy blasts straight up into the heavens. It's so bright it turns the whole mountain range red. He stands there perfectly calm, raising his cane to finish the job. He looks like a force of nature, completely untouchable. The protagonist is struggling, his clothes torn and his face full of shock. Someone yells out what a crazy bastard, and they're probably talking about the head of Declan. The red energy beam is still raging, shown in a long vertical shot that highlights just how massive this attack is. This decision would change everything. Our hero is sent tumbling back through the air, barely able to keep his eyes open from the sheer pressure. He realizes with horror that there's not a single opening in his defense. This guy is a literal wall of magic. He gets slammed again, a purple energy impact sending him flying. He's just getting tossed around like a rag doll at this point. The head of Declan looks down at him, mocking his earlier words about measuring power. He says there are just some things you know without measuring. Savage. He charges up a final blast in his hand, looking down at his opponent with zero empathy. This is it for our boy. A close-up on the hero's terrified face as the mage tells him the gap between them is just that wide. It's over. A massive explosion rocks the entire area, sending a pillar of fire into the sky. It looks like a direct hit. The smoke clears, and the head of Declan is standing right there. He claims he didn't kill him, just roughed him up a bit, which is hilarious considering he just nuked the place. The protagonist is face down in the dirt, barely moving. Declan towers over him, asking if he's finally ready to talk like a civilized person. He laughs, asking if our hero really thought he'd believe a lie about returning to House Declan's shadow. He saw right through the fake surrender. Our boy is battered, bloody, and shivering on the ground. He looks completely defeated, but wait, is that a smirk? He starts laughing like a maniac, blood dripping down his face. He charges up a bright blue orb of magic in his hand. He's still got one last trick. He roars that he is done eating dog food. He's choosing death over being someone's pet ever again. A massive column of blue light explodes from his body, piercing through the dark clouds above. He's burning through every drop of mana he has left. Little did he know what was coming next. He's gone full crazy eyes, ranting about how a shiny leash is still a leash. He's determined to be free, no matter what it costs him. The head of Declan just looks at him with pure disgust and mutters how pathetic. He's clearly bored of this little rebellion. He counters with a massive wave of red energy, trying to crush the blue light once and for all. It's a literal battle of wills. A huge red magic seal appears in the sky above them, looking like it's about to drop and flatten everything. Declan says he'll show him what overwhelming power actually looks like. He's done playing games. Our hero looks up at the sky, his face full of defiance as he calls Declan a bastard. He knows he's cooked, but he's going out swearing. The lightning continues to rage, illuminating the dark mountains. The scale of this battle is just insane. A close-up on his bloody face. He looks hollowed out, staring into nothing as the light fades from his eyes. We see the silhouette of the dragon in the clouds again. It's like a bad omen that's been watching this whole time. A flashback panel shows someone screaming with glowing red eyes. He wonders about the reason he looked up that day, and we're getting some deep backstory feels now. Back in the present, he's looking at his own blood-covered hand and thinking about power. He's questioning everything he ever knew. He's sitting in a massive crater, completely broken. Declan stands over him and actually admits that he's insanely strong. High praise from the guy who just beat him to a pulp. Our hero asks if he just wants him to be a troubleshooter again. He's still suspicious, even while half dead. The hero's eyes widen in absolute shock when he hears the title, Head of the Bongshin Family. That must be a massive title in this world. The head of Declan glows with an intense red aura, looking more like a demon than a mage. He's revealing his true, terrifying intentions. Our boy activates the magic tome, and it starts glowing with a powerful blue light. He's still got some fight left in those tired arms. Declan says with a smug smile that he wants both him and the tome. He wants it all, and he thinks he's already won. The two of them face off in the middle of a snowy mountain pass. It's a classic standoff between the powerful master and the rebellious student. He holds out the tome, and for a second, it looks like he's giving in. Declan tells him he's made the right choice. The mage reaches out with a greedy laugh, his hand inches away from the book he's wanted all along. Psych. Our hero sets the book on fire with purple flames right in front of him. The look on his face is absolutely legendary. The head of Declan is stunned, while our hero just glares at him with pure hatred, asking if he really thought he'd just give it to him. He tells the mage he'll never get to die easily. Declan is already over the drama, telling him to shut it and listen. He stands there as the book burns, saying he was never in it for the money. He's doing this for something much more personal. Declan looks genuinely angry now. He asks if our hero has heard about the troubleshooter eaten by Declan's young master. That sounds incredibly dark. He mentions forbidden magic and how that bastard devoured his teammates. So this whole thing is a revenge story. The mage asks point blank if this is about revenge, trying to understand why anyone would be this suicidal. A close-up of his cold blue eye. He's hiding a lot of pain behind that cynical attitude, saying he just figured he'd make sure his dead teammates got what they wanted. This dude is a total softy at heart, even if he's covered in blood. He flashes a bloody, wide-eyed grin. He knows he's about to die, and he's perfectly okay with it because he got his revenge. He says he's retired and there's no way he's crawling back into the kennel. He'd rather die free than live as a dog. The mage is done with the talk. He raises his hand and tells him to consider those his last words. It's execution time. He unleashes Declan's prized blue flame, a flame that supposedly never dies out. It surrounds our hero in a swirling vortex of heat and light. Declan tells him to burn and regret his choice with every fiber of his being. He looks absolutely cold and heartless. He screams back from the middle of the fire about regret, saying he'd rather go back to the gray zone than be a dog for Declan. Look at that eye. It's full of pure, unadulterated rage and determination. He's not going down without a fight. And what happens next is hard to believe. He starts laughing like a total maniac in the middle of the blue flames. He's officially lost it. The text dramatically says that the wind begins to converge. It's like the world itself is reacting to his will. He stands in the center of a literal hurricane of magic. The head of Declan looks completely shocked, and for good reason. Suddenly, everything freezes. The blue-haired guy is looking around wondering what is happening while the world around him turns to monochrome. He shouts out, asking if everything stopped. Even the magic swirling around him is turned into weird, squiggly lines of energy. The magic tome, which was supposed to be burning, starts glowing and floating in midair. It's glowing with an ethereal blue light. The book literally dissolves into shards of light and starts being absorbed into his chest. This is definitely a chosen one moment. He's being covered in glowing gold magic circles and ancient symbols, looking like he's becoming a god or something. He wonders what is happening to him. A massive, intricate gold magic circle fills the entire screen, pulsing with unimaginable power. Our hero just got a massive level up. Wait, what? Our hero wakes up staring at a bucket and a single coin being dropped in. He's just as confused as we are, hit with a massive feeling of shock. He's sitting in a dark alleyway, looking totally out of place. He was literally just burning to death a second ago, and now he's chilling in a backstreet. The confusion is real as he stares at his hands, sweating. He mutters that something feels off, and yeah, waking up from a death match will do that to you. He looks up at the architecture and the bright blue sky, trying to get his bearings, asking himself where he is. This doesn't look like a battlefield at all. He stares at the wooden bowl in his small hands again, and a memory starts to trigger. He knows this place. The realization hits him like a truck. He suddenly remembers exactly where and when he is. and it's a total shocker. He looks around at the dirty streets and realizes this is the gray zone. This is the place where he used to beg for scraps before he ever became a legendary troubleshooter. He clutches his chest, completely shook by the impossibility of it. He realizes he must have gone back in time. Talk about a massive reset button. The sun is shining bright over the horizon, mocking his internal crisis. It's a beautiful day for a second chance, I guess. We get a better look at the town, which is full of old-school timber-framed houses. It's definitely a trip down memory lane for our protagonist. He's sitting in a grassy field just outside the city walls, looking completely lost. He wonders what in the world happened, which is a pretty fair question at this point. He looks at his reflection in a puddle and confirms his fears. It's definitely him, but he's back in his younger, scrawnier body. Suddenly, a golden magic circle flares up on his arm, and he realizes it wasn't just a dream. He's back in time, but he brought some souvenirs with him. We see a vision of that legendary magic tome again, glowing with power. He knows that book did something crazy, and he starts thinking about the lady from the Declan family. He's sitting there in the grass, just processing the fact that a book basically rewrote reality. He doesn't know how, but the magic tome definitely did something. Despite the shock, he's starting to look a bit more optimistic. Maybe a fresh start isn't the worst thing that could happen to a guy who just died. He stands up, feeling the fresh air, but then the smell hits him. The stench of sewage from the lecture hall is way too real for this to be a dream. He raises his bandaged hand toward the sun, feeling more alive than ever. This isn't just about survival anymore, it's about what comes next. He's fully psyching himself up now, calling it a strong and mighty morning. He's convinced that in this situation, anything he tries could actually succeed. He clenches his fists tight, asking the big question, what does it mean to succeed? He's done being a victim of fate. He sits back down, reflecting on a dream he once had. Or maybe it wasn't a dream, but a goal he never reached in his first life. A flashback panel shows him with his old comrades during a sunset. They're sitting on a hill, looking like a group of adventurers with a common dream. We get a close-up of his redhead buddy Aster, looking serious. Our hero used to call him number 1, but today he's just Aster. Aster is talking about their origins, how they were born as vagrants in the gray zone with absolutely nothing. No clothes, no food, and zero education, just total survival mode. The two of them look out over the sunset, and Aster admits that if it had just been hunger, they wouldn't have ended up where they are. It was the lack of everything else that hurt more. Aster asks what dragged their lives into the sewer, and our hero casually replies that he's fine with it. He was always the easygoing one. Aster isn't having it, giving him the ultimate stink eye for being so nonchalant. Our hero quickly folds and says he's fine with it, then agrees to talk. Aster gets real deep, saying that not being educated was the most bitter part of their upbringing. It's the one thing that truly held them back. The sun sets over the clouds, a beautiful backdrop for a really sad conversation. Education was the key they never had. Back to the dream. Aster says if he ever retired, he'd want to do something meaningful. He's looking at the horizon, full of hope. He gives a confident, wide smile. He's already imagining the look on people's faces when they see a library in the gray zone. He repeats that he wants to build a library, looking more determined. He wants to change the world, one book at a time. He imagines a place where anyone, regardless of money, status, or gender, can freely read. It's a beautiful vision of equality in a world that has none. But he doesn't want to stop there. He raises his hand, saying he wants to take it one step further. He wants to build a massive tower that reaches for the sky. He doesn't care about the location. He just wants a place to put every kind of book imaginable. He starts laughing like a total villain, saying he'll place Declan's secret manual right at the front entrance of the first floor. He's planning the ultimate flex on the nobility. He imagines vagrants and illegitimate noble children all reading the secret techniques together. He's basically planning to destroy the power balance of the world. He stares at a vision of the book, saying just imagining it makes his mouth water. He's a total agent of chaos. He crosses his arms and smiles, deciding that's a problem for future me. For now, he's just enjoying the idea of causing trouble for House Declan. And then reality hits him in the face in the form of a fist. Someone yells that they finally found him as they catch him off guard. He gets sent flying to the ground. A silver-haired bully towers over him, shouting that he's been looking for him. The bully starts absolutely wailing on him, landing kicks while our hero is down and asking if he wants to die. Our hero is taking a beating, but his internal monologue is hilarious. He's thinking about how he's survived countless battles, but he's never been good at aerial warfare, also known as getting kicked in the head. Suddenly, he catches the bully's foot in midair. The bully is stunned, asking how he blocked him. Our hero looks up with a terrifyingly calm expression. He says that the bully hit him 7 times. He's counting the blows like a total pro. He gets into a low stance, his eyes glowing with a menacing light, and tells the bully to take 70 hits in return. This bully is about to learn a very painful lesson. The bully is starting to sweat, realizing he might have messed with the wrong beggar kid. The tension is shifting fast. A massive body blow lands with a crack that sounds like it broke something. The bully can only gasp out in confusion. Our protagonist looks at his hands, which are starting to glow again. He wonders why they're glowing, surprising even himself. Another bully swoops in and punches him right in the side of the head, screaming about how he hit his big brother. The whole gang starts jumping him, landing multiple hits at once. The main bully screams about a punk like him hitting him, trying to regain his pride. Our hero is getting wrecked, blood dripping from his mouth. He thinks it hurts like hell, but what hurts more than the body is the heart. Deep stuff for a street fight. One of the bullies' feet lands near a puddle as they chase him. Our boy is looking for an escape route. He makes a run for it, and the bullies are genuinely surprised by how fast he is. They shout out in surprise as he gains some distance. He dives headfirst into a river, thinking this is his chance. He's using the environment to his advantage. One of the bullies falls into the water and starts coughing and spitting. He looks absolutely miserable. Our hero is hauling ass away from the scene while the bullies scream after him, asking where he thinks he's running. He looks back over his shoulder with a totally unhinged face, telling them he'll remember their faces and that this is a tactical retreat. Sure, buddy, whatever helps you sleep at night. He justifies the beating to himself, saying those hits are like medals on his chest. He's really leaning into the veteran troubleshooter persona. He ducks into the narrow alleys of the city, the tall wooden buildings blocking out the sun. He's an expert at disappearing in these streets. He finally stops in a quiet alley to catch his breath. He leans against the wall, admitting this is serious. He looks at his swollen purple wrist and can't believe it. He wonders if he really sprained his wrist while punching. His young body is clearly not ready for his high-level skills. He sits on the ground, completely dejected, with blue anime-style sweat drops everywhere. He's trying to forget the shame of getting beaten up by local thugs. Suddenly, a voice asks if he's hungry. He looks up, startled by the random act of kindness. It's a small, well-dressed kid with white hair and big eyes. He's standing there looking curious and innocent. The kid asks if he knows him, and our hero just hits him with a blunt nope. Zero social skills, even as a kid. He stares at the kid, thinking he figured as much. He knows he doesn't run in the same circles as fancy kids like this. The kid looks him up and down, noting that he's a mess, but his clothes look expensive. He guesses our hero is a noble's kid who fell from grace. The kid introduces himself as Damien and mentions his mom's name as Bianca. He's being way too friendly for a stranger in a dark alley. Our hero gets annoyed and asks if Damien is not right in the head. He bluntly states that he doesn't have a mom. Ouch. Damien just smiles and says, "My bad." He's got that weirdly cheerful vibe that's honestly a bit suspicious. Our protagonist waves him off, saying they should go their separate ways. He's thinking it's best not to get involved with a bomb like that. They both just sit there in silence for a second. It's that awkward moment when someone won't take a hint and leave. Our hero asks, visibly annoyed, if he isn't leaving. Damien just looks at him and says he's going with him. The close-up on our hero's face says it all. He's 100% over this conversation. He says no and tells him to piss off, a massive vein popping on his forehead. Damien reaches out a hand anyway, ignoring the rejection. He asks if our hero's injuries hurt, and he's clearly about to do something. Green magic flares up around Damien's hand. He says he'll heal it, surprising the life out of our protagonist. Our hero gasps, recognizing the power level here, and that it's definitely not just a basic magic touch. Damien gives a cute, innocent smile, but the magic coming off him is anything but simple. This kid is hiding some serious heat. Our protagonist is sweating now, staring at Damien with wide eyes. He knows this isn't just magic touch and that he's looking at something legendary. Lord Drop. This is the Light of Healing, a secret technique of the Blandor family. They were a family that supposedly fell because of Declan. He looks at Damien and sees something dirty and dangerous hidden behind that smile. He's starting to connect the dots. He wonders why a Blandor child is in the gray zone in the first place. At this point in time, the Blandor family should still be strong. He realizes the kid's name, Damien. He's heard that name before, and it's always associated with something terrifying. Damien tilts his head with a curious look. He senses our hero is thinking about him, and he's got that creepy, cute head tilt down perfectly. Damien turns around, and we see his eyes. One is yellow-green, and the other is bright red. He asks if he called him. Our hero's face says it all, complete in utter panic. He thinks he's in deep trouble, having just realized who he's sitting next to. A terrifying vision of Damien as an adult shows him laughing in a field of fire and blood. Meet Damien von Blandor, one of the scariest names in history. And then we snap back to the present, where tiny Damien is sitting on his haunches looking at some ants. He says, "Whoa, ants," surrounded by cute flowers. He starts counting them. 1 ant, 2 ants, while our hero just stares at him like he's lost his mind. Our hero wonders seriously how this adorable kid can be the same monster from the history books. Flashback time. Back before the reset, our hero was a professional troubleshooter on the Declan family payroll, sent to deal with some messy business involving the Blandor family. He's moving with a group of hooded mages, who are complaining about why they have to do the Blandor family's dirty work. One of them grumbles that if it's the Blandor family, they should handle it themselves. The tension is rising as they talk about a monster at the soft estate, where dozens of people have supposedly died. This isn't just a standard hunting mission. One of the team members jumps through the trees, wondering if they're up against an ogre or something similar. He's totally unprepared for what's actually waiting for them. And then he saw it. Our protagonist looks absolutely horrified as he peers out from under his red hood. Whatever he saw, it wasn't an ogre. He stands in the middle of a burning courtyard, surrounded by his team, staring at a literal nightmare. It's a bloodbath. We see a person being literally torn apart by a shirtless, blood-soaked maniac. The text just says a person tearing another person apart, which is a total understatement. This is the monster of Blandor, and he's laughing while casting unique healing magic on himself. He's stuck in a loop of endless fighting and healing, which is basically pure madness. They call him the Mad Butcher who wouldn't die even if killed. He's standing on a pile of bodies, completely unhinged and glowing with dark energy. And here's the kicker. That monster is Damien von Blandor. Seeing that crazy, wide-eyed laugh as a kid is 10 times more terrifying now. Back to the present. Little Damien is just crouching there with a happy laugh and literal flowers floating around him. It's hard to believe this is the same guy. Our hero is sweating bullets, looking between the cute kid and his memory of the butcher. He's internally screaming really at the top of his lungs. He sits back and thinks about how a direct descendant of the powerful Blandor family ended up in a dump like this. Something definitely smells fishy, and it's not just the sewage. Damien breaks the silence by shouting food. Our protagonist is just confused, hitting him with a deadpan, "What?" Damien is super hyped, saying his mom told him to eat well to stay healthy. He's got that pure, innocent energy that makes the future stuff feel even darker. The hero stands up and asks the only question that matters, if he's got any money. You can't eat for free, even if you're a future world ender. Damien casually holds out a bucket literally overflowing with gold coins. Our hero's face is blank, probably calculating how many buffets he can buy with that. He immediately puts his arm around Damien like they've been besties for years, calling his name while the kid just gives a confused response. He declares with a thumbs up that they're friends. Damien is justifiably confused by the sudden change in attitude. He explains the logic of friendship. Friends should share what they have. He's basically finessing a future monster for lunch money, which is a bold strategy. It works. They go running off together, with Damien cheering friend at the top of his lungs. This is either the start of a beautiful friendship or a total disaster. The sun sets over the city as the text reflects on the concept of having a friend. It's a surprisingly wholesome moment considering everything we've seen. The moon is out over the rooftops. It's a quiet night in the gray zone, which is a rare thing. Our boy lets out a massive burp after a huge meal, looking totally satisfied with his choice of friend. He's chilling on a bed, feeling refreshed after washing up. He says that was a good meal, finally catching a break from all the stress. He notices Damien looking around the room nervously and asks what he's doing, wondering why the kid is acting so weird. Damien admits he's always slept outside and this is his first time in a real bed. Our hero gives him a flat, "Ah, I see," which is his standard reaction to everything. He pats the bed and says, "Right, it's time for the future monster to learn how to use a mattress." Damien sits on the bed and casually mentions he doesn't have a dad either. He's opening up, and it's getting a little heavy in here. Our hero is having none of it. He insists that he does have a dad, while Damien shouts back that he doesn't. It's like a classic sibling argument. He pivots the conversation, asking if Damien has a mom. He's trying to piece together the kid's family situation. Damien says she's not here, and our protagonist just sighs and puts his hand to his head. He's probably thinking the worst. He asks how long Damien has been alone. The kid counts it out, saying that since he ran away from his family, he slept 10 times. Our hero gets serious, processing that 10 sleeps means 10 days. He wonders if he ran away and is being chased. He knows this kid is a walking target. Damien says he naps a lot too, which completely breaks the tension. Our hero is just confused, looking completely lost. Damien gives a peace sign and laughs, clarifying that he means naps. He says that anyway, he slept 10 times in total. This kid's sense of time is a mess. Our hero calculates that it's only been around 3 or 4 days. Damien flops onto the bed, complaining that the ground was too uncomfortable. He just stares at the kid, probably wondering if every legendary monster started out this weird. He looks at the pillow, deciding to just give in and get some sleep. The kid is a lot to handle. Internally, he's screaming. He thinks a madman really is different from the start. He's beginning to realize that normal doesn't exist for people like Damien. While Damien is passed out, our hero stays awake thinking. He realizes that while the kid is stuck here, he can use this time to his advantage. He watches Damien sleep, thinking about how having this monster by his side will help later when he eventually has to face the Declan family again. He thinks about the 57 grudges etched into his chest. He's got a list of people who messed with him, and he's planning to settle every single one. He tells Damien he's going to lie down and warns him not to bother him, saying if he does, it'll be a big problem. He's still trying to maintain some authority. Damien pops up, asking if he's practicing his breathing. Our hero admits to it and says he'll wait for the kid when he's done. He closes his eyes and focuses, entering a deep, meditative state. This is where the real training begins. He reflects on his past life, remembering how he broke into noble houses and stole spells. He thinks he nearly died many times, showing his desperate path to power. We see visions of the night body techniques he mastered. He wasn't just a mage, he built himself into a living weapon. He learned everything from spirit magic to alchemy and random arts. He was a jack of all trades who mastered whatever he could get his hands on. He remembers the overwhelming power of the head of House Declan. That image is burned into his brain as the ultimate goal to overcome. Lightning flashes in his mind as he taps into his old knowledge. He's reaching for the foundation of all his strength. He opens his eyes, and they are glowing with a brilliant blue light. He's finally tapping into the real stuff. He thinks of it as a root art of all Declan spells. He's going to use their own secret techniques to take them down. He lies there with a calm, confident smile. He's finally got a clear path forward. Red energy explodes around his body. He's using a breathing technique, literally forcing his mana to follow his will. His face turns bright red and he starts sweating profusely. He feels it's hot, like lava flowing through his body. This kind of power comes with a serious price. He's shocked as blue particles start drifting off him, realizing they are impurities. He's literally purging the weakness from his young body. He envisions a technique used only on direct bloodlines. He's breaking the rules of the world right now. He sees a vision of himself as a master of these techniques, surrounded by blue flames and glowing seals. The potential is limitless. He sees a silhouette under a beam of pure light, a mana shower. This is high-level cleansing magic that most mages only dream of. He wakes up with a gasp, his eyes wide with shock. The physical strain of that technique was no joke. He sits up in bed, panting and asking how much time has passed. He's disoriented from the sheer intensity of the experience. He sees Damien curled up next to him, still sleeping soundly. The kid is a literal rock. He looks at his hand and realizes there are no impurities left in his circuit. His mana feels cleaner and more powerful than ever before. He looks out the window, looking way more mature and determined than a kid should. Beating Declan is the mission. He admits to himself that even if he were born 100 times, it might be impossible to beat that man. He's being realistic about the stakes. But he thinks one thing's for sure as he clenches his fist. He's not going to stop trying. His chances just increased, and he knows it. He flashes a confident smirk, reminding himself that he used to be a professional troubleshooter. It's a bright, beautiful day as Damien looks out the window, shouting about how cool something is. Damien is stoked because his hair is brown now. He's posing in front of the mirror with sparkles everywhere. Our hero is getting dressed while Damien plays in the background. He's thinking about how the Blandor family is still around at this point. Damien puts on a little brown hat and asks what they are doing now, his friend. He's ready for an adventure. Our protagonist just stares at him with a deadpan expression. He's probably questioning his life choices again. But then he cracks a small, mischievous smile. He's got a plan, and it's going to be fun. The words hang over a shot of the clear blue sky. They're going to cause some chaos. You love to see it. Back in the alley, the silver-haired bully from before is stretching out. He looks like he's ready for another day of being a nuisance. He's walking through the street, talking about how the weather is nice after his nap. He has no idea his day is about to be ruined. He stops in his tracks, seeing something that definitely doesn't belong there. Our hero and Damien are walking straight toward him. The bully wonders what it is, noticing the youngest but still not realizing the danger. He starts talking trash, asking where our hero was running off to and why he looks like he showered in a sewer. Classic bully dialogue. And then he's hit with a massive gut punch before he can even finish his sentence. Look at that impact. The bully collapses, and our protagonist just stands over him. He says it looks like he found the right place. Revenge is a dish best served with a punch. He's glowing with red rage, clenching his fist. He tells the bully that first, he will get 123 hits. He's literally going to count every single one. Another thug comes running out, screaming Spotty's name and asking what's going on. He's about to find out the hard way. A whole mob of bullies gathers around them. They're confused, wondering if that isn't the youngest, but they're still ready for a fight. Our hero just gives them a chilling smirk. He says all the faces are familiar. He's basically got a target list, and they're all on it. He and Damien stand side by side, looking way more menacing than two kids should. The tables have officially turned. Our hero is absolutely cleaning house. He lands a massive right hook that sends one of the bully's teeth flying. That blue impact frame shows just how much weight he put behind that hit. Next up is a kick to the jaw for the long-haired guy. The red and white action lines make this look like it's straight out of a fighting game. He's not holding back at all. And another one bites the dust. He's raining down punches from above, moving so fast the bullies can barely see him. He's handling this mob like they're level 1 slimes. Look at this alleyway brawl. It's pure chaos. Damien is just chilling at the bottom of the frame, looking absolutely starstruck by the beatdown he's witnessing. The sound effects are basically a drum solo of pain. Check out that glowing fist. He's using mana to reinforce his strikes, clenching his hand tight for maximum damage. He's explaining the mechanics of a perfect beatdown, mana, tight grip, and rapid-fire strikes. Damien is living for this drama. He's got the full, sparkly pink background treatment, shouting with his eyes wide about how amazing it is. He's found a new role model, and it's a terrifying one. He grabs another thug by the collar, looking totally bored while Damien keeps cheering in the background. He tells them that's when they say it's awesome, completely schooling these guys on how cool he is. Damien's admiration levels are off the charts. He's practically vibrating with excitement, screaming again about how amazing it is. If he had a foam finger, he'd be waving it. One bully is face down on the pavement, completely out for the count. Damien just looks confused, like he can't believe how quickly they folded. Damien is actually healing one of the fallen thugs with a glowing magic circle. He tells the guy it won't hurt, and that he'll heal him, but his smile is a little too creepy for a standard doctor visit. The healed guy is shaking like a leaf, stuttering out his thanks while being hauled back up. He probably would have preferred staying unconscious given what's coming next. Oh man, look at our hero's face. He looks like a total demon with those red eyes and that wide, scary grin. He's calmly asking how many times he was hit. He's definitely planning on returning those hits with interest. The sun is setting on a mountain of bodies. Our hero is moving through the fallen bullies like a whirlwind, leaving a trail of blue and white energy behind him. He pins one of the thugs to the floor with zero effort, letting out a sharp grunt as he applies the pressure. This guy is a literal force of nature. The bullies are groaning on the floor, nursing their bruises. One of them admits he forgot how many times he hit our hero, probably because his brain is rattled. Damien is super hyped, asking if it is his turn while our hero watches him from the shadows. The dynamic between these two is getting weirder by the minute. This poor guy looks absolutely traumatized. He's backing away in a cold sweat, begging Damien to stop. Damien is gleefully playing with his healing magic, laughing like a maniac while the energy swirls around him. He's telling them to listen carefully so they don't mess up again. He's basically the scariest doctor ever. Fast forward to the moon being out, and the bullies are actually thanking him for the training. One says, "Thank you for today," looking totally broken and domesticated. It's a whole line of them. They're all bowing in unison and thanking him like he's their sensei. Talk about a total 180 in power dynamics. Our hero is feeling himself, shirtless and shredded, thinking he feels proud. Damien is right there with him, already asking to play again tomorrow. He gives a blank, suspicious stare into the distance. His troubleshooter instincts are tingling. Something is definitely coming for them. The bully is bowing frantically and backing away, desperate to leave. He says he thinks they've had enough. He's probably going to have nightmares about playing with Damien for weeks. He has a final talk with one of the guys in the moonlight. The guy is explaining that this is his house, looking completely exhausted by the day's events. The red-haired guy from the bully gang looks absolutely horrified. He asks if that's a bit difficult, while someone else yells at them to get lost. He walks away from the group, looking cold and detached. He thinks this is not resentment, but we all know he's settling some serious old scores. A close-up on that intense blue eye. He admits that his current path is really difficult. He's pushing his young body to the absolute limit. A long shot of a dark alley shows a blue energy field starting to ripple through the air. The text warns that someone's approaching. The vibes are officially rancid. A shadowy red figure is charging through the streets at insane speeds. The text warns that they are coming. Whoever this is, they aren't here for a friendly chat. He senses the intruder immediately, thinking it's a unique presence, just like a troubleshooter. He's in full combat mode now, eyes sharp and ready. A dramatic close-up of his eye as he confirms his suspicion, it's probably a pursuer. He's caught between a rock and a hard place. Meanwhile, Damien is in the background, waving a happy hello to someone. He is completely oblivious to the elite assassin closing in on them. He readies his hands, mana starting to flow and crackle around his fingers. He thinks that with this much mana, he can prepare for a high-level encounter. He looks incredibly cold and calculating here. He asks himself who he is, reminding himself of his own hidden strength. He stands under the full moon, gathering blue mana in a swirling vortex. He's used to these life or death situations, so he's perfectly calm while preparing his counterattack. A magic circle forms at his fingertips as he concentrates, telling himself to gather all the mana and compress it again and again. He's prepping a massive burst of energy. A huge vertical shot shows the blue mana column piercing the sky. The amount of power he's condensing into such a small space is insane. Look at that determination. His eye is sparking with blue lightning as he stares down his opponent. He's locked and loaded. He slams a magic circle onto the cobblestones, kicking up a huge cloud of dust and magical energy. It's a total power move. He's kneeling on the ground, glowing with residual blue energy. He looks exhausted but satisfied. The trap is set. Suddenly, his eyes widen in surprise as he looks up. Someone just appeared out of thin air, and it's not who he expected. A man in a sharp suit with a massive mustache appears, looking like he's about to have a heart attack. The text cries out Alfredo. Damien is absolutely terrified, his eyes wide and glowing red. He recognizes the newcomer instantly, and he looks like he's just seen a ghost. Alfredo the butler is frantically hugging and scolding Damien at the same time. He's hysterical, asking where the kid has been. Our hero is just watching from the sidelines like, who is this guy? Damien is trying to squirm away, shouting no, and for him to get off. Alfredo is literally crying with relief while holding on to him. It's kind of a pathetic look for a butler of a prestigious family. Our hero watches the scene with a dark look, realizing this is a runaway from the family situation. He's piecing together Damien's backstory in real time. Damien is pouting and making a face, while Alfredo apologizes for making a fuss in front of the guests. He's clearly used to being pampered. Alfredo regains his composure and gives a formal bow, introducing himself as Alfredo, the butler of the Blandor family. Our hero introduces himself simply as Aster. Alfredo gives a polite smile, noting that Damien seems to really like Aster. He extends a formal invitation for Aster to come back to their family estate. Aster's face says it all complete shock. To the Blandor family, this is a massive shortcut to his ultimate goal. He considers the invitation, thinking about how prestigious families usually reject dirty outsiders. He's trying to figure out what Alfredo's real game is. He gives a subtle, dark smirk. This is exactly what he wanted, a direct connection to the Blandor family. He's already planning his next 10 moves. We get a shot of a magnificent castle city under a purple sky. It's the Xenion Academy, home to the best library in the East. This is where he's headed. Aster bows politely to Alfredo in the moonlight. He says he understands and thanks him for his help. He's playing the part of the polite guest perfectly. He grabs his jacket and prepares to leave. He thinks about how he strayed from his original path to build a library, but admits a good thing is a good thing. He's fully dressed and ready for the next chapter. He wonders if they should go see if the Blandor family's food tastes any good. He's got his priorities straight. The full moon shines over a luxury carriage moving toward the horizon. It's a very cinematic transition into the next stage of the story. The carriage arrives at a massive, ornate gate. A voice announces they have arrived and that this is the Blandor family. The sheer scale of the place is intimidating. A pair of polished boots step out onto the expensive stone driveway. The arrival is official now. Aster stares up at the massive mansion, looking very serious. He's wondering if this is his first time here officially, showing that his past life is still weighing on him. A massive vertical shot of the Blandor mansion. It's an absolute architectural marvel, lit up with blue lights against the night sky. This place screams old money. Alfredo introduces Aster to a maid named Lancy. He tells her it's late and asks her to make sure the guest can rest comfortably. Lancy the maid has a super intense, scary glare behind her glasses. Damien is being led away by her and looks absolutely terrified, whispering a shaky Lancy. Alfredo is freaking out in the hallway, screaming about committing a mistake. Damien lets out a blood-curdling scream as Lancy drags him off. It's a total comedy of errors. We get an outside shot of one of the mansion's towers under the moon. The atmosphere is quiet, but we know things are popping off inside. Alfredo is sprinting down a long, blue-lit hallway. He's clearly in a rush to report something to someone important. He stops at a massive double door and gives it a rapid-fire knock. He's visibly nervous. The door creaks open as Alfredo enters a dimly lit room, his face full of concern. He's about to deliver some potentially life-ending news. Alfredo reports to a woman sitting in a chair. He says Damien was in the 7th black and white zone. Just hearing the name of that place is making him sweat. A top-down view of the matron's luxurious study. Alfredo is bowing low, looking like a tiny ant compared to the room's opulence. Suddenly, a massive explosion of orange and red energy rocks the room. The person in the chair is clearly not happy with the news. A woman's hand is trembling with pure rage, a red magic circle crackling around her fingers. She screams about the 7th black and white zone, looking absolutely terrifying. The matron unleashes a massive wave of red mana, her hair flying everywhere. She roars, asking if Damien is okay. She looks like she's about to nuke the entire continent. Alfredo keeps his cool even while being blasted with mana. He tells the matron to please calm down and listen to what he has to say. He's a pro at handling her outbursts. She finally settles back into her chair with a sigh. The immediate danger of the room exploding seems to have passed. She's still glowing with a red magic circle, but her tone is softer. She says it's a relief. She really loves that kid. Alfredo stands tall before her, agreeing that it's a relief. He notes that it's also fortunate for whoever might have harmed the young master, because they'd be dead otherwise. A dramatic long shot reveals the Blood Witch in all her glory. She looks like a high-level boss character from a dark fantasy RPG. And then she just gives a serene, gentle smile. She says that in any case, he's worked hard. The sudden shift from Blood Witch to kind lady is actually kind of scarier. Alfredo bows again, but adds that there is one unusual thing to note. He's got some spicy gossip about Aster. The matron looks intrigued, asking what could be unusual. She's always looking for talented new recruits. Alfredo is talking about the new friend Damien made. She asks if it was Aster, and what about that friend, getting curious. Alfredo's face is half-shadowed, looking very serious. He says he noticed his presence before he even showed himself. He's warning her that Aster is more than he seems. A flashback shows Aster sensing Alfredo hiding in the shadows of the alley. He was ready for a fight before Alfredo even said a word. A close-up on Aster's hands charging a bright blue energy ball. Alfredo reports that it was a mana bullet, and that this beggar kid has elite-level combat skills. The matron puts her chin in her hand, deep in thought. She finds it to be an astonishing talent that a child with that kind of ability is from the black and white zone. She's impressed. A close-up of Alfredo's mouth as he makes a bold move. He's leading up to a massive request. Alfredo looks super intense here, glowing with energy. He asks if he may perhaps ask a favor of her. He's got big plans for our boy Aster. Cut to the next morning. Birds are chirping over the Blandor mansion. A voice calls out, "Boy." Alfredo strikes a super dramatic pose with literal sparkles and a spotlight. He asks him to please become the successor. He's really laying it on thick. Aster is looking at him with the most deadpan, "Are you kidding me" face in history. He is clearly not interested in whatever Alfredo is selling. Alfredo is laughing and blushing, looking way too excited about his idea. He thinks becoming a butler of a prestigious family is a huge favor. Aster hits him with a cold, flat no. Alfredo's face instantly drops into a confused look. It's a total mood killer. A wide shot shows Aster standing his ground, while Alfredo looks like his whole world just collapsed. He asks why, unable to believe someone would refuse him. Aster is posing in the morning light, looking cool as hell with his hand behind his head. He's already thinking 10 steps ahead, and Butler definitely isn't on the list. Alfredo the butler looks like he just saw a ghost, his eyes wide and jaw dropped. He literally can't believe our boy just hit him with a damn it and a cold rejection. His confusion is an understatement for this guy's ego right now. He's still stuck on repeat, stammering out a question like he's trying to reboot his brain. He thought he was offering a golden ticket to a cushy job, but Aster is not about that butler life. Aster looks totally unbothered, though a single sweat drop shows he knows he's playing with fire. He's wondering if the old man's ears are broken since he has to repeat himself. Damien pops into the frame, curious as ever about what Aster meant by, "Damn it." Aster looks like he's already regretting bringing the kid along, hitting him with a side eye that says, "Not now, bro." Our hero literally has to cover Damien's mouth to keep him quiet. He tells Alfredo that while he appreciates the offer, he prefers things exactly the way they are, homeless and free. Alfredo looks like he just had a massive aha moment. He says he sees, probably thinking Aster is some mysterious hidden master who's too deep for a simple job. Aster tries to gaslight Damien, claiming he never said damn it in the first place. Damien is not having it though, pointing out the lie with a cheeky little look. The butler gets all philosophical, looking out the window while telling Aster that the world is vast. Here we go, get ready for the "you're a small fish in a big pond" lecture. Aster looks away, agreeing that the world is indeed not small. It's a bit ironic coming from a guy who's already seen the end of it, but he's playing the part of the humble kid for now. Alfredo keeps preaching, telling Aster he probably feels like he could conquer the world. He thinks he's humbling a cocky child, but he's actually talking to a veteran of a magical world war. Aster hits him with a deadpan. Not really. He knows exactly how many monsters are out there that could squash him like a bug right now. A quick flashback to Aster's previous life shows him covered in blood and grit. The text reminds us that he must endure, and of the hell he's already survived. Alfredo tells a story about a goblin in the canyon who thinks he's the king until a real threat shows up. He's basically calling Aster a bottom-tier mob who got lucky once. Aster imagines himself as a massive wyvern in that canyon instead of a goblin. He knows his own potential, and it's definitely not goblin tier. A crack of red energy appears as the tension in the room hits the boiling point. Something's about to break, and it's probably the floor. Alfredo stomps the ground so hard it shatters like glass. He roars that the boy knows nothing, determined to show Aster the gap between them. The old man is done playing nice, his back muscles literally bulging through his suit. He declares that this butler will personally show him. Talk about a dramatic career counselor. Alfredo looks absolutely terrifying with a red aura bleeding out of his eyes. He's gone from polite butler to raid boss in 0 seconds flat. A shot of the sun setting over the mansion towers sets the mood for the beatdown that's about to happen inside. It's a beautiful evening for some training. Alfredo throws open the double doors to a grand training hall, practically glowing with pride. He's bringing Aster to see the real talents of House Blandor. 3 elite trainees look down at Aster with pure arrogance. They've got those "you can't sit with us" vibes locked down perfectly. A whole squad of trainees bows in unison, greeting the butler master. It's a total show of discipline designed to make Aster feel like an amateur. Alfredo asks Aster what he thinks of these officially recognized talents. He's really laying it on thick, hoping Aster will be intimidated. Aster stares at the trainees with a blank expression, admitting, "House Blandor, they're no joke." He can feel the power levels in the room. The trainees are silhouetted in blue mana, their combined aura filling the entire hall. They're clearly well trained for their age, even if they look like jerks. Our boy gives a sneaky little smirk. He's not scared, he's just realized he's found some new punching bags to play with. He looks at the elite trainees and internally calls them a bunch of goblins. Shots fired. He's using Alfredo's own metaphor against them. Alfredo thinks he's successfully humbled Aster and asks if he'll accept the butler proposal now. He's practically wagging his tail for a yes. Aster just turns and walks away, saying he hates the light. Alfredo is absolutely devastated, clutching his heart and wondering why. One of the trainees, Winstor, raises a hand and calls out to the butler master. He's clearly the leader, and he's not happy about being ignored by a beggar. Winstor steps forward, looking like he's ready to defend his house's honor. He's got that main character of a different manga look going on. Winstor mocks Aster, claiming the kid hasn't truly felt it yet. He thinks our hero is just a lucky vagrant who doesn't understand real power. Aster gives him a cold, dead-eyed stare. He's probably calculating exactly how many seconds it would take to dismantle this guy. Winstor asks if he can give Aster some experience through a fight. Alfredo thinks it's a great idea, probably hoping Aster will get scared into joining them. Alfredo rubs his chin, thinking it's not a bad idea. He's totally fine with Aster getting roughed up if it makes him more manageable. Winstor proposes a simple duel with a smug grin that's just begging to be punched. He has no idea what he's walking into. Aster's eye glows as he realizes exactly how much of a thorn he's about to be in their side. He's already decided to destroy these kids' egos. 3 of the elite students are silhouetted in red, looking like literal demons. This is how the academy kids see our hero as easy prey. Aster asks if he can choose his opponent. Alfredo tells him to give it a try, thinking he'll pick the weakest one. Aster points a finger directly at Winstor. He's going straight for the leader, which is a classic power move. But wait, he's not done. He keeps pointing at each of them. He's picking the whole elite squad. He declares he'll take on all 5 at once. The room goes dead silent. Our hero just went from cocky kid to absolute madman in 1 sentence. He gives a terrifying blue mana aura smile and beckons them with a finger, telling them to go die. That is cold as ice, man. Alfredo is absolutely living for this. He lets out a satisfied grunt through his mustache, hiding a grin. He loves a student with some real balls. A close-up on that legendary mustache, twitching. He's totally on board for the chaos that's about to unfold in his training hall. Alfredo just bursts out laughing. He thinks this kind of crazy spirit is exactly what a Blandor successor needs. He's already sold. He notes that Aster is basically insulting the entire Blandor house, but he'll take responsibility for the outcome. He wants to see the fire. Alfredo sets the challenge, 1 minute. If he lasts just 1 minute, he'll give him a gift. He's turning the survival challenge into a game. Aster sees right through the old man's game. He thinks the old man is trying to rope him in. He knows Alfredo is just trying to tempt him into staying. The regular students are whispering in the background, asking the butler master if this isn't a bit dangerous. They're actually worried for the beggar kid. Alfredo ignores them, saying Winstor's stubbornness needs to be broken so he can grow. He's literally using Aster as a teaching tool for his own students. Winstor is sweating buckets now. He realized that if he accidentally kills a guest, his career as an instructor is totally over. He's in a lose-lose situation. Damien and Lancey, the scary maid, are watching from the sidelines. Damien looks worried, while Lancey is just standing there being ominous as usual. Winstor tries to beg Damien to stop the fight, telling the young master his friend is in real danger. He's desperately looking for a way out. Damien's eyes start sparking with red and green light. He says he's shocked too. He's not worried at all, he's just hyped to see Aster go crazy. Winstor just covers his face in despair. He finally realizes he's the only one who thinks this is a bad idea. Lancey reminds Damien that if he gets involved, Lady Gamo will scold him. Damien just pouts and mutters, "Damn it," staying on the sidelines. Alfredo orders the match to start. Windstor looks like he's walking toward his own execution, while Alfredo just stands there looking smug. Windstor is practically crying, promising to do his best. He's trying to psych himself up for a fight. He's absolutely terrified of winning. Lancey watches the arena with those creepy, glowing yellow eyes. She's definitely scanning Asta's power levels, and she likes what she sees. Windstor tells Damien he'll be back soon and warns him not to get involved. He still thinks he's the big man on campus here. Damien gives a wide, mischievous grin. He says he gets it. He knows exactly how much of a beating the trainees are about to take. The squad surrounds Asta. Alfredo starts to explain the turn-based rules, but he's about to be interrupted by a total madman. Asta says no, and suggests they make it a free-for-all, cutting him off. Windstor is just totally done at this point, grunting in frustration. Windstor reminds Asta that he can stop the match at any time. He's clinging to that instructor authority as his only safety net. Asta looks absolutely cold, his blue eyes showing zero mercy. He's already mapped out exactly how he's going to wreck every single one of them. The elite trainees stand ready, arms crossed like they're still too good for this. They're about to have the worst 1 minute of their lives. Windstor is fuming, calling Asta a damn vagrant brat. He thinks Asta's just arrogant because he has a powerful friend. Big mistake. Windstor lunges forward with a massive punch, covered in a golden light. He's going for a one-shot finish. Asta counters with a massive explosion of blue mana. The speed is so fast the trainees can't even track his movement. Windstor is reeling, spitting out blood and drool after taking a hit he didn't even see. The elite is getting schooled in record time. He looks totally shocked, gasping for air while his world spins. He just realized the beggar kid is actually a monster. A top-down view shows Asta standing casually in the middle of the scattered, groaning trainees. He's completely taken control of the arena in seconds. Asta walks up to the terrified Windstor, looking like a giant in the boy's eyes. The intimidation factor is at 100%. He's surrounded by blue flames and glowing orbs. He gives a chilling smirk and tells them not to underestimate the little guy. Windstor is trembling in fear. He recognizes the magic bullet, the high-level spell Asta just used, and realizes he's totally outmatched. Asta charges up another massive blue mana burst. He says, "Second," basically counting down their destruction like a teacher. A wave of black and blue energy sends the trainees flying. He warns them not to judge people so easily. Absolute carnage, as Asta zips through all 5 students simultaneously like a blue lightning bolt. They're being wrecked from every angle. A close-up of Windstor's battered, bleeding face. Asta says third calmly, "He's not even breaking a sweat yet." Asta is right in Windstor's face, smiling while the kid is paralyzed with fear. He tells him the world is vast and bitter, literally using Alfredo's own words to mock him. A massive blue impact strike slams right into Windstor's gut. He grunts in pain, officially folded like a lawn chair. Our hero looks back with the most cocky, superior face you've ever seen. He's going to inject all these experiences into them through sheer force. Windstor is screaming in agony and confusion, calling him a lunatic and saying this isn't magic. It's way too physical and brutal for his pampered academy brain to handle. Asta lands a heavy stomp, and we see the sheer physical force vibrating through the ground. The impact detail here is insane. He's glowing with combined red and blue power, eyes shining like a demon's as he slams another trainee down. This isn't a duel, it's a systematic ego destruction. Windstor is getting absolutely demolished, yelling in pain as another heavy hit lands. Aster is really making him pay for that earlier attitude. The other trainees can only watch in pure horror as their leader gets wrecked. You can practically hear the thud with every impact. The training hall is a mess of bodies and dust after Aster finishes cleaning house. He stands there totally unfazed while Alfredo watches from the shadows, probably rethinking his life choices. Alfredo is geeking out over Aster's mana bullet, calculating just how many times that thing was compressed. He knows he's looking at some high-level technical skill that shouldn't belong to a kid. We get a quick flashback to the alley fight when Aster first pulled out that bullet. Alfredo realizes that if he'd actually taken that hit head-on, it would have been game over. Alfredo is visibly impressed, thinking about how insane Aster's mana control is. Meanwhile, Damien is just in the background looking proud as if he's the one who did it. An ominous red sky frames the terrifying question, how in the world is a beggar kid this good at beating people up? It's like he was born for it. Aster stands over the pile of elite trainees with the most unsettling grin you've ever seen. Damien is cheering him on, completely oblivious to the fact that his friend looks like a literal demon. Alfredo is caught off guard as someone calls his name from the entrance. He looks like he's about to get scolded big time. The sound of steady footsteps echoes through the hall as the real authority arrives. Alfredo turns around, sweating bullets. Lady Gamo and Lancy make their entrance, looking like they just stepped into a disaster zone. The atmosphere in the room just dropped by about 20 degrees. The trainees are panicking, realizing the head of the house has seen their pathetic defeat. They stammer out that Lady Gamo is here. This poor guy is actually crying, begging the maid Lancy to save them from Aster. Talk about a complete loss of dignity. He's literally sobbing now, thinking Lancy is their guardian angel. Little does he know, she's probably more interested in Aster's potential than his bruises. Lady Gamo asks the obvious question, what exactly is going on here? Alfredo tries to play it off as a simple test, but the wreckage behind him says otherwise. She repeats a test with a look that says she's not buying it for a single second. Her glare is scarier than any magic bullet. A massive shot of the hall shows the extent of the test Aster just put them through. Damien looks surprised to see his mother, while Aster just stands there among his victims. Lady Gamo sighs, clearly done with the nonsense, and orders the trainees to be cleared out. She's taking control of the situation before anyone else gets hurt. Alfredo bows an apology while Damien is told to head back to his room. The party's over, kids. Damien looks super bummed out, scratching his head like he wanted to watch Aster fight some more. He's definitely found his favorite new toy. Aster is also told to head back, looking a bit bored by the whole ordeal. He didn't even get to break a sweat. Lady Gamo turns her attention to Instructor Runfit, the guy who started this whole mess. He tries to explain he was just doing his job, but he's shaking like a leaf. No second chances here. She fires him on the spot. The look on his face is priceless. He just lost everything to a beggar. Later that night, the mansion is lit up as Lady Gamo calls Alfredo for a private talk. The real debrief is about to begin. Alfredo is back in bowing mode, apologizing again for losing his temper in the training hall. He knows he messed up by letting it go that far. Lady Gamo pours some tea, keeping things calm but intense. She's moving on to the more interesting part of the day. She asks for the details on how the beggar kid Aster managed to wreck her elite trainees, wondering if Damien helped him. Alfredo admits it was all Aster's doing. He looks haunted as he tries to describe what he saw. She leans in, curious. What exactly was it that made a kid from the gray zone that dangerous? Alfredo admits that Aster was simply incredibly good at hitting people. We see Aster's demonic grin again, proving he's built different. Alfredo brings up the magic bullet again. He's still trying to process how a kid even knows that level of magic. He explains the insane level of compression Aster used to beef up the spell's power. It's high-level mana management that takes years to master. We see the visualization of those mana bullets swirling around. It's a lot of power packed into a tiny, lethal package. Lady Gamo notes that he has excellent control over his mana. She's starting to realize this kid is a once-in-a-generation talent. He took down 5 elite trainees alone with a single bullet. The visual of the fallen kids really drives home just how lopsided that fight was. She asks about the butler successor proposal, but Alfredo has to give her the bad news. Aster rejected it flat out. He's not interested in the corporate ladder. She sets down her cup with a click, processing the rejection. This kid is getting more interesting by the second. Her eyes glow with interest as she decides she needs to talk to him herself. She orders Alfredo to bring Aster here. Aster is led into the study by Alfredo. He looks perfectly calm, not intimidated by the luxury or the blood witch at all. Lady Gamo welcomes him while Damien is already there, happily munching on some fancy snacks. The contrast is hilarious. Aster keeps it professional, asking why she called for him. He's ready to hear whatever deal she's about to offer. She reaches for a sleek box on the table, teasing a little surprise. She begins by saying before that, she presents the gift Alfredo promised for lasting a minute in the ring. Aster looks a bit skeptical, like he's wondering where the catch is. He suddenly remembers the deal, realizing she's actually following through. We get a quick flashback of Alfredo making that promise. Aster really did earn this one the hard way. She gives him a polite smile and tells him he can open it. The suspense is real. Aster clicks the box open, and the anticipation is high. What could a prestigious family give as a reward for a street fight? The box erupts with a blinding gold light. Whatever is inside, it's definitely not a simple participation trophy. It's an elite mana pill, something only the top brass usually gets. Aster's inner pragmatist thinks it'll be a nice snack, though he's still suspicious. He gives the pill a very suspicious side-eye. He knows from experience that good intentions usually end at a free lunch, not a high-grade treasure. He looks up at her, waiting for the "but" that's definitely coming. He's too smart to think this is just a random act of kindness. Lady Gamo just smiles back, looking very motherly as she pets Damien's head. She's playing her role perfectly. Aster asks point blank if eating this means he's officially signing his life over to House Blandor. She hits him with a simple no. He even asks if it's poisoned. She's clearly amused by his paranoia, chuckling as she reassures him it's safe. She confirms it, absolutely no conditions. It's a pure reward for his performance. Aster finally accepts and thanks her, while Damien tries to reach for more treats. It's almost a cozy family moment if you ignore all the secret agendas. He thinks this is a great unexpected gain, but then she drops the real bomb. She has a proposal for him. He thinks that he knew it. Aster's eyes narrow, and he gets that cold look again. He knew the free pill was just the bait for the real hook. She keeps petting Damien, using the kid as the ultimate emotional bargaining chip. She offers to get him admitted into the prestigious academy. Now that is an offer he can't really ignore. Aster is genuinely shocked by this one. An academy admission is a golden ticket in this world, even for him. She explains that Damien was supposed to go last year but refused because he didn't want to leave home. She's worried he'll run away again if she forces him alone. Damien is just happily munching away, totally oblivious to the high-stakes negotiation happening over his head. She says Damien likes him, and the kid chimes in with a big yup. He's totally on board with the idea of going to school with his new best friend. Aster realizes she's basically asking him to be Damien's babysitter at the academy. It makes perfect sense from her perspective. We see a flashback of Damien running away. She's terrified he'll vanish again without someone he trusts nearby to keep him in line. Aster admits to himself that this is a great opportunity. The academy has resources he desperately needs for his long-term plans. He thinks it does sound good, but feels like he's getting a leash. He hates being tied down, even if the pay is legendary. He tells her he'll sleep on it and give her an answer later. He needs to weigh the freedom versus the power he could gain. Before he leaves, he asks one last question out of pure curiosity. He wants to know something that's been bugging him. He asks why exactly he rejected the offer to become Alfredo's successor. He wants to hear her take on his refusal. Aster looks at Alfredo, who's probably still a bit salty about the rejection. He flashes a tiny, knowing smirk and starts to explain. He's about to drop a real truth bomb. We see Alfredo in a ridiculously dramatic butler pose. Aster bluntly says his knees are precious, you know? He's basically calling the job too humiliating. Lady Gammo is completely dumbfounded. Aster gives her that creepy look again, clearly enjoying the chaos he just caused. A close-up on the butler's legendary mustache twitching. He's not amused by the precious knees excuse. Alfredo is sweating bullets and lets out a shocked gasp. He can't believe the kid just insulted his entire profession to the matron's face. Night falls over the massive Blandor estate. It's quiet and elegant, which usually means some high-stakes political moves are about to happen behind those tall windows. Aster is taking a moment to breathe and center himself. You can see the blue mana particles drifting around him as he focuses on his internal energy. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he's glowing like a neon sign. He realizes he's now within the realm of a top-grade product thanks to that pill he just popped. Check out those intense blue eyes. He notes his physique is changing to that of a Flameborn, which sounds like a massive buff for his combat stats. He clenches his hand as mana crackles through his fingers. Normally, absorbing spirit power is messy and inefficient, but with his past life cheat codes, there are 0 impurities. He looks towards the door, already thinking about his next move. The academy is on his mind, and he's finalizing his decision. He looks out at the purple sunrise, weighing the pros and cons. Enrolling in the academy means better sponsors and resources, even if it's a bit of a detour. Walking down the hallway, he admits to himself that he might be walking right into a trap. But hey, when you've already died once, a little trap is just an afternoon activity. He arrives at a massive set of double doors. It's time to see what's on the other side. Suddenly, a voice calls out, asking if he is the guy called Aster. He turns his head, catching a glimpse of someone watching him. Meet the blonde boy. He's standing there with his arms crossed, looking every bit the arrogant, noble child. Aster stares back with his signature deadpan expression. He's already internally sighing about why this family has to be such a constant hassle. The blonde kid looks shocked as Aster hits him with a flat nope before he can even finish his sentence. Cold as ice, man. The boy rubs his chin, trying to regain his cool, noble vibe. He insults Aster's dingy gray hair, which is a pretty weak comeback if you ask me. Aster is visibly annoyed, a red vein popping on his forehead. He's internally calling the kid out for being an absolute tool. The boy reaches out to touch Aster's hair, commenting on how irritating his hair and eyes are. He's really pushing his luck here. Aster flips the script and goes full innocent orphan mode. Look at those sparkles and that fake cute expression. He's totally playing this kid. The blonde boy is completely dazzled by Aster's sparkling act. This kid is a professional level manipulator, and it's working perfectly. Aster keeps up the act, saying they look kind and apologizing for the misunderstanding. He turns to leave, looking like he's about to cry, which is hilariously fake. Alfredo the butler comes sprinting down the hall in a total panic. He's desperate to clear up the misunderstanding from last night. He literally drops to his knees and starts sobbing. He's terrified that Aster will leave the mansion after the precious niece insult. Aster turns back with wide, watery eyes, looking like he's just seen a miracle. He's leaning so hard into this good boy role. The blonde boy looks back and forth between the crying butler and the sparkling kid, completely lost. He has no idea what he just stumbled into. Aster drops the act in a heartbeat, muttering, "Damn it," his face going totally cold again. The transition is genuinely scary. The blonde boy is pointing and screaming now. He realizes Aster was lying to his face and is acting all brazen about it. Aster just shrugs, giving a casual, yeah, you got me. He doesn't even care that he was caught because he already won the interaction. The boy is fuming, promising to fix Aster's attitude. He's barking at the wrong tree, buddy. Alfredo gives the kid a dark, ominous look from the shadows. He is definitely not on the blonde kid's side right now. The boy storms off, growling about seeing Aster later. Aster just waves him off with a sarcastic, sure, whatever you say. Alfredo asks if something is wrong, and Aster just gives him a polite, closed-eye smile, saying it's nothing serious. Total professional. Aster thinks to himself that since he was already in a bad mood, the timing for that encounter was actually perfect. He's ready to handle business now. The blonde kid stomps away, still muttering threats. He's going to be a recurring problem, isn't he? Alfredo bows to Aster, calling him young master or guest. He's officially treating this kid like royalty now. Aster asks Alfredo if he can meet with Lady Gamo right away. He's ready to sign those papers and get this show on the road. Morning arrives at the mansion, and the birds are chirping. It's a perfect day for a big life decision. Lady Gamo is at her desk, busy with paperwork. She says, "Welcome, Aster," without even looking up. She looks up with a knowing smile. She asks if he has already made up his mind, considering the early morning meeting. Aster stands tall and gives a formal, "Yes, madam. He's not here to play games today." Split panel for the big reveal. Aster drops the news that he'll enroll in the academy. Lady Gamo looks genuinely surprised by his speed. Aster looks incredibly confident standing there. He knows this is the best move for his long-term revenge plan. Lady Gamo watches him closely, her red eyes gleaming. She's probably wondering what this kid is really up to. Aster gives a slight, knowing smirk. He's successfully navigated this meeting and secured his ticket to power. He gives a deep, respectful bow, thanking her for her consideration. Time to exit stage left. He closes the door with a satisfying click. Mission accomplished. Alfredo pops his head into the room, having been eavesdropping the entire time. He's way too invested in this kid's life. He walks in, looking absolutely ecstatic. He's practically vibrating with excitement over the boy. Alfredo is literally on fire with passion. He says, as expected, "That's our boy." This guy has officially become Aster's #1 fan. He's ranting about Aster's passion and the flames in his eyes. Lady Gamo is just sitting there like, "Sir, this is a Wendy's." He points dramatically, saying, "This semester is fine, but what about the next?" He's already planning Aster's entire academic career. He imagines Aster as a poor, shivering vagrant from the gray zone who can't afford tuition. He thinks Aster will get all anxious and scared. In Alfredo's hilariously dramatic imagination, Aster is reaching out for help. And then, Alfredo imagines himself appearing as a golden, winged deity. A helping hand will appear, the sponsorship of Alfredo. This man is absolutely delusional, and I love it. Lady Gamo hits him with the ultimate reality check, telling him he's too loud. Talk about killing the vibe. Lady Gamo closes her eyes and lets out a soft sigh. She's definitely reconsidering his job description right now. She says she gets why, realizing that Aster is playing them like a fiddle. She's starting to see the veteran mind behind those blue eyes. She calls the academy proposal a sloppy plan in that sense. She knows Aster isn't just some desperate kid, he's a player. The reason Alfredo is so confident is probably because he was tricked the same way by the previous head butler. The cycle of bullying and training continues. She shakes her head, feeling a bit sorry for the guy. She mutters, "Poor guy." Alfredo is playing checkers while Aster is playing 4D chess. Alfredo is back in his heroic pose, totally oblivious to being called poor. He really thinks he's the mentor of the century. Aster is walking down the massive stone steps of the mansion. He's got his freedom and a plan. Life is good. He looks toward his next destination. He's got some shopping to do, or maybe some scouting. He arrives at a massive, majestic building called the Mage Hall. It looks like something straight out of a high-end fantasy novel. Aster pushes open the heavy wooden doors with a creak. Time to see what kind of secrets are hidden in here. A hooded figure holding a candle asks what brings him here. The mystery factor is at 100% right now. Aster tries to explain, with a tiny chibi bubble of the blonde boy popping up. He's following the trail of clues he was given earlier. The hooded monk smiles and says he was expecting Aster, telling him to come this way. He's leading him deeper into the dark library. They walk through the dark, towering bookshelves. It's the perfect setting for a secret encounter. The hooded man gestures toward a final door, telling him to go right in. The suspense is building. Aster looks a bit suspicious. He's always on guard for a potential ambush. He pushes the door open slowly. The interior is dim and ominous. Suddenly, a flurry of papers flies toward him. Aster thinks this must be what he meant, unbothered by the sudden movement. Aster stands his ground as a voice from the shadows asks if he is Aster. He's ready for whatever comes next. A man in detailed black and white armor steps forward with a candle. He says nice to meet you, but his smile doesn't reach his eyes. He introduces himself as Wenji von Blandor, giving a creepy, polite grin and asking if Aster came to see his little brother. Aster is completely thrown off, wondering what he means by brother. He realized he's standing in front of Damien's sibling, and he looks like serious trouble. Aster is chilling on a high balcony, looking out over the city at night. He's thinking back on what he knows about magic academies from his past life. Our boy looks super mysterious in that hooded cloak. Even just standing there, he radiates that, "I've seen some things," energy. He reflects on how most mages spend their entire lives buried in books. They study magic like it's a desk job, completely missing the real action. Check out these stressed out nerds. They're called pen holders. They spend so much time cramming that they're literally losing their minds and their hair. Stage 1 of the mage's curse, disheveled hair. They pull it out so much during late night study sessions that it just stops growing back. Talk about academic pressure. Aster is just watching all this go down from his hooded sanctuary. He knows the different stages of this magical burnout all too well. We hit stage 1 officially here. To hide the fact that they're going bald, these mages keep their hoods pulled low over their faces. Denying the truth doesn't make it go away, guys. The text is pretty blunt about it. They're in total denial about their thinning hair, using those robes as a security blanket. Stage 2, acceptance, well, sort of. Eventually, they give up on the hoods and just let the world see their receding hairlines while they keep stressing over spells. Stage 3 is the full commitment. They just shave their heads completely. If you see a bald mage, you know they've put in some serious hours in the library. At this point, they're so desperate they start researching forbidden magic just to make their hair grow back. It's hilarious that the strongest mages are defeated by basic male pattern baldness. But then there's Wenji. He's different. He's got a full head of hair and a sense of style that says, "I'm better than those other nerds." He starts things off by offering an apology. Aster gives him a skeptical look. He's not buying the polite act just yet. He knows anyone this powerful and young has to be a bit unhinged. Wenji is a total prodigy. He's incredibly young and already pulling off high-level magic maneuvers that most veterans can't even touch. Wenji invites Aster to sit down for a drink, asking if he perhaps works at a magic academy himself. He's definitely testing Aster's background. Aster takes a sip of tea, playing it cool. He knows Wenji is the vice dean already, which is a huge deal for someone so young. A prestigious family like the Blandors doesn't hand out those titles for nothing. Wenji just gives this smug, knowing smile. He's enjoying the little interrogation he's running. He tells Aster that he's quite unusual compared to the typical bratty noble sons. He can tell Aster has a different kind of experience under his belt. Aster just laughs it off, saying, "Is that so?" He's been in the game way longer than he looks, but he's not ready to spill his secrets. Wenji thinks to himself that Aster is super compatible with his own way of thinking. He's basically found a kindred spirit in the "I'm way too smart for my age" department. He offers a casual congratulations, likely on Aster's upcoming academy entrance. The fake politeness is thick enough to cut with a knife. Aster narrows his eyes, suspicious of where this conversation is going. He's thinking, why are you suddenly acting like we're best buds from school? Wenji suggests they finally get to the main point of this meeting. He's done with the small talk and ready to make a move. He sets his teacup down with purpose. Before moving forward, there's one more thing he needs to confirm. He leans in with a piercing gaze and asks, "Would you perhaps risk your life for a friend?" That's a heavy question to drop over tea. Aster is caught completely off guard, thinking, what? His face says everything. This guy is getting way too intense, way too fast. Wenji pulls out a glowing, ancient-looking book. He says this is a matter that concerns the very reputation of the Blandor family. The stakes just hit the ceiling. He slides the book over, casually saying he'll give it to him. Aster is stunned. You don't just hand out family secrets like flyers. The book is the core secret of Blandor family. This thing is worth more than most cities, and Wenji is just giving it away. Something is definitely wrong here. We get a peaceful shot of the garden outside. The beautiful day totally contrasts with the insane power move happening inside the room. Lady Gamma is out in the garden, looking elegant in her hat. She seems relaxed, but you know she's probably got eyes everywhere. She's carefully pruning some flowers. Even her hobbies look like she's practicing for an execution. Lady Gamma lets out a relieved sigh. She's glad Damien's academy move went smoothly. That's one less headache for her to deal with. A weight has been lifted from her mind. She's clearly pleased with how things are progressing. She thinks about Aster and calls him a really good friend. It's nice to see she trusts him, even if it's for her own benefit. She notes Aster's talent is good, even if Alfredo thinks he's a bit of a shameless jerk. She seems to like that edge he has. The thing she likes most is Aster's unchanging attitude. He doesn't suck up to her like everyone else, and that's refreshing for someone in her position. We see a vision of Aster and Damien walking together. They make an unlikely pair, but it's exactly what the family needs right now. A close-up on her intense gaze. She knows Aster is a different kind of beast, and that's exactly why she wants him by Damien's side. She describes him as a free bird who won't belong to anyone. The cage visual is a perfect metaphor. He's too wild to be kept, but useful while he's around. She smiles to herself, thinking about her own methods. She's definitely got a plan to keep Aster's interests aligned with hers. Back in the library, Aster is staring at the secret book Wenji just handed him. He's trying to figure out what the catch is. He wonders if it's a trap. He's asking the right questions. Nobody gives away family secrets for free unless there's a giant hook hidden inside. He gives the book a suspicious side-eye. He's seen enough gifts like this turn into death sentences in his previous life. Wenji's eyes are transparent and bright, but they show zero emotion. He's got a poker face that would make a statue jealous. Aster thinks he can't read this guy at all. Every word and expression feels like it's been carefully rehearsed. He compares Wenji to a perfect assassin. No emotion reflected, just a cold, calculating machine behind a polite smile. Wenji's wearing a mask, according to Aster. He's hiding his true self so deeply that even he might have forgotten who he really is. Wenji tells him not to be rash just because there's a big reward on the table. Aster isn't hesitating though, he says he'll answer. Aster flashes a confident smirk and says he hates it. He's not falling for the mysterious benefactor act. He repeats that he hates it. He's calling out the whole weird vibe of this meeting. He prefers things to be straightforward. Aster kicks back and tells Wenji there's no need to be uncomfortable since they're in the same boat. He's taking control of the conversation. He tells Wenji that if a task is doable, he'll do it, but if not, he's under no obligation. He's setting his own terms. Wenji gets serious, warning Aster that just hearing the request might put his life in danger. This isn't just a friendly favor. He gets even darker, telling Aster he might kill him if he hears the secret and then refuses to help. Talk about an aggressive pitch. Aster just gives him the most deadpan look ever, telling him to just kill him, because we only live once, right? He's really leaning into that "I've already died once" confidence. Suddenly, papers start flying as a massive surge of magic fills the room. Aster is done talking and ready for some action. A giant pillar of energy erupts, and Aster is right in the center of it. The whole library is shaking from the sheer force of their magical clash. The teacup is rattling as the room fills with a dark purple glow. This tea party just turned into a high-level boss fight. Wenji is wreathed in magical energy, looking absolutely menacing. He was clearly testing Aster's resolve with that death threat. Aster stands his ground, surrounded by his own swirling blue mana. He's not intimidated by Wenji's power flex at all. Wenji gives a chilling little smirk. He's found what he was looking for in Aster, a kid who doesn't blink when faced with death. The energy dissipates, and Wenji casually tells Aster that he has passed the test. He's back to his calm, polite persona like nothing happened. Aster is completely over it, crossing his arms and looking annoyed. Wenji says he'll speak comfortably now that the testing is over. Wenji points out that Aster was ready to throw a surprise punch with all his might. He's impressed by Aster's combat instincts. He comments that all the wayward sons of the Gray Zone are the same, always ready for a scrap. He's trying to build a bridge based on their shared rough backgrounds. A flashback to Lady Gammo looking concerned and Damien happily munching on snacks. Damien really has no idea about the dangerous games being played around him. Aster calls Wenji out, asking if he used Damien as an excuse to get involved in this conflict. He's seeing right through the family drama. Wenji rubs his mouth, smirking again. He admits that a proper pretext just happened to come up. He's a total opportunist. Aster stares him down. He's wondering why a vice dean of a magic academy would need a younger sibling as an excuse for anything. Shay 811 panel 06, Wenji leans forward and says, "How about this?" He's about to reveal his true objective, and you know it's going to be wild. He admits it was a difficult situation for him to step forward first. He's been waiting for an opening like this for a long time. A close-up on his half-masked face. The shadows make him look more like a villain than a teacher. Wenji drops a bombshell. He's under constant surveillance by the Deculanga family. He's being watched like a hawk. Aster is stunned. Deculanga? That's another powerful family name he knows all too well. He asks Wenji why he's being so frank. Wenji just shrugs and says, since Aster doesn't care if he dies, he might as well be honest. Weird logic, but okay. Wenji reveals his true research topic, the Deculanga family's heavenly origins magic. He's literally studying the core power of his enemies. He reaches his hand out, saying he was able to obtain information through a fortuitous route. He's a master of shady information gathering. Aster thinks it through. If he's researching from the Blandor family's standpoint, he should be looking for a way to destroy that magic. It's a classic counterintelligence move. Wenji says the Deculanga family is a bit out of the way, which is a polite way of saying they're a major pain. He admits that if his research was discovered, even his own family would try to kill him. He stares Aster right in the eye and asks if he can't see. He's basically inviting Aster to join his secret rebellion. We see the vision of the Heavenly Origins magic book. It's the root of the Deculanga family's secret arts, and Wenji is looking for a way to improve it. That is insane level hubris. Wenji has this absolutely unhinged, terrifying smile on his face. He says he can't stop. He's fully obsessed with his dangerous research. Aster looks legitimately horrified. He realizes Wenji isn't just a bit eccentric. He's extremely crazy. He's literally signed up to work with a mad scientist. Henzi leans in close, asking Aster if he can relate to his obsession. Aster is just staring at him, thinking this guy isn't just your run-of-the-mill crazy person, he's a special kind of nutjob. Aster realizes that the timing here is actually perfect. His past life knowledge is finally starting to give him the upper hand in this weird conversation. The scene shifts to a lonely teacup sitting under a glowing suncrest. They start talking about Farron and how he bet the Declan family's entire existence just to get a chance to take out the Blandors. We get a quick shot of the head of the Declan family looking absolutely sinister. He clearly saw a terrifying opportunity in the new Thousand Circle magic. A massive wave of white magical energy erupts across the panel. This is some top-tier destruction magic right here. The mage stands in the center of a giant, glowing magic seal that fills the whole screen. You can practically feel the pressure coming off this ancient spell. Aster is back to his classic, "I'm over this" expression. He's listening to the story but looking totally unimpressed, which is a total power move. A wide shot of the library shows Aster sitting back and cutting to the chase. He asks Henzi why he's really looking for him, since he's clearly a high-value target. Henzi admits he kept his research a secret because the Blandors have spies absolutely everywhere. He's basically a rogue researcher in his own house. Aster suggests that maybe Henzi needs a secretary to handle the shady business. He's already looking for a way to embed himself deeper into Henzi's secrets. Henzi takes a calm sip of tea and says, that's not exactly it. He explains that his real problem is more about how he acquires his research materials. They talk about someone deliberately leaking a security formula to the public. This whole thing is basically one giant magical corporate espionage plot. Aster wonders if the Blandors would welcome a side with Declan, but he keeps his own motives hidden. He's definitely got his own agenda running in the background. Henzi stands up and tells Aster he has a secret mission for him. He's keeping his progress on the joint research a total secret from his family. Suddenly, magic papers are flying through the air as Henzi organizes his files. Even handing over documents has to be a dramatic magical event with this guy. Henzi catches the floating papers and promises Aster a fat reward for his help. He's offering the carrot, and he knows Aster is hungry for power. He hands the papers over, asking Aster to deliver this thesis to a Professor Perun at the academy. Aster's officially Henzi's top secret courier now. Aster just looks at the documents with a deadpan stare, arms crossed. He's probably thinking that delivery boy is a bit of a demotion from his previous life. Suddenly, Aster cracks a wide, cheeky grin. He realized this is the perfect chance to snoop through Henzi's most classified research. He sits back and tells Henzi they're gonna do things his way from now on. He's already flipped the script and is negotiating like a pro. Aster names his price. He wants the Healing Light Grimoire and a copy of the finished Thousand Circle magic. Talk about greedy. He's asking for the most forbidden stuff Henzi has. Henzi looks down at the table, calling Aster shameless. Aster doesn't care, telling him to just say yes or no, or he's walking. Henzi sighs and rubs his head, saying the name of the spell doesn't matter. He reminds Aster that he hasn't even mastered the Thousand Circle yet, but he seems to accept the terms. Henzi gets a dark look in his eye, admitting he has a condition of his own. This friendship is definitely more of a business transaction. Henzi stares him down, saying that once his research is done, he might need Aster's help. That sounds a lot like a permanent job offer for a sidekick. Aster grabs the paper with a smug smirk, saying he'll help as long as it's related to the thesis. He's officially entered a contract with a madman. A wide shot of the dark library as Henzi looks away. The deal is struck, and the tension in the room finally starts to settle. Henzi says just kidding with a shrug, then proceeds to trash talk Professor Perun, calling him boring. He clearly doesn't have much respect for his academic peers. Aster is fixing his collar, looking skeptical. He asks if this professor is actually someone he can trust with Henzi's life's work. Henzi laughs out loud, remembering a former rival he used to fight for the top spots in class. He says the rivalry ended sadly once he had to return to his family. Aster looks down with a cold, intense gaze. He's wondering if Henzi is hinting at something much darker beneath all that laughing. Henzi thinks to himself about how the academy is just a world full of lunatics. It looks like he's actually looking forward to the chaos Aster is going to cause there. We get a cinematic shot of the Blandor gates under a full moon. It's moving day for Aster, and things are about to get real. A stack of books falls onto the desk with a heavy thud. A letter with a red seal is sitting right on top, looking like it's full of bad news. Aster looks at the massive pile of study materials with pure disgust, wondering why he packed so much crap. He's definitely not looking forward to the homework. He spots the letter and lets out a confused sound. It's just sitting there, practically begging to be read. He opens it up, and the header reads, "To my dear Aster." You can tell he already knows who sent this, and he's not happy about it. Aster's face is the definition of done. He thinks, "Dear my ass," clearly not feeling the love from Henzi's overly friendly greeting. Henzi's note tells Aster to devote himself to his studies and cultivate an intellect that matches his talent. He's really trying to act like a mentor now. He even wrote out a specific study order for Aster to follow. Henzi is a total control freak when it comes to magic. The signature reads, "Your friend, Henzi von Blandor." Aster just stands there in silence, probably deciding whether or not to toss the whole letter in the fireplace. He slams another heavy book onto the pile. He knows he has to play the part of the studious student for now. Aster sits down at the desk, surrounded by the mountain of books. He's starting to organize the path from basic magic up to the advanced stuff, just like he was told. He cracks a dark smile and says, "Good." Even though he's annoyed, he knows having all this knowledge at his fingertips is a huge win. Aster picks up his pen and gets to work. You can see how serious he is. He's about to be the most dangerous student the Academy has ever seen. The pen scratches across the paper as he writes out a list of book sponsors. He's keeping score of everyone who's giving him power. Aster counts it up. 132 volumes in total, not counting the forbidden stuff. He thinks about putting them in a tower for everyone to see, which is a major flex. He looks back at Damien, calling their deal a friend's privilege. He knows that being Damien's buddy is his ultimate golden ticket. Aster gives a confident smirk, thinking that these aren't just 132 books. They're the bricks he's going to use to build his new empire. He reads the part of the letter saying that anyone who wants to study can build their own future. He's starting to think about something bigger than just revenge. He thinks that before, he only thought of just stocking the tower with books. But now, no. His plan is evolving, and it's getting way more ambitious than before. A vision of the grand library tower appears in the sky. It's going to be the very identity of his legacy, a place for everyone to learn. The moon shines bright over the clouds. It's a peaceful moment that really highlights the scale of what Aster is planning to do. Cut back to Henzi, who is staring out a window in the dark. He's reflecting on his first impression of Aster and how wrong he was. Henzi muses that Aster is becoming an interesting fellow. He's finally realizing that he might have bitten off more than he can chew with this kid. A close-up on Henzi's wicked grin. He says, and besides, looking like he's already planning his next 5 betrayal moves. A flashback to Aster's terrifying, kill me face. Henzi is thinking about that moment in the library when Aster showed his true colors. Henzi realized Aster actually wanted to be killed in that moment. It wasn't just a tough guy act, it was the absolute truth. Those eyes. Henzi realizes they weren't just for show. Aster's eyes treated death itself like it was just a boring part of the job. Henzi leans against the window, calling Aster different from the other pigs. He's officially fascinated by the little monster he's nurturing. Aster's face is shadowed as the text says he's found a peer on his level. These two are basically the ultimate villain duo in the making. Nah, no way, the text says, dismissing the thought. Even Henzi can't imagine someone that talented being illiterate. Morning at the academy. The sun is shining on the massive towers, and the place looks incredibly expensive and high class. Aster's getting ready, buttoning up his sleek new uniform. He looks like a proper noble now, and he's clearly ready to run the place. He stands in his room with a huge suitcase, ready for the journey. The narrator says it'll just be a simple document registration once he arrives. Easy peasy. Aster looks sharp in his new suit. He's got that "don't mess with me" main character energy turned all the way up. He grabs his bag and starts walking. The journey to Xenion Academy has officially begun, and nothing is going to be the same. A wide shot of a sunlit garden path. We find out that both Aster and Damien are exempt from the entrance exams. Perks of being a special case. Lancy is leading the way down the hall, looking much more professional in her maid uniform. She's officially escorting the boys to their new life. She looks back at Aster with a smug little smile. She's clearly impressed by how much better he looks when he's not covered in gray zone dirt. Aster gives a polite thank you and says, "Let's go." He's ready to leave the past behind and start his new career as a high-tier student. Aster walks through the courtyard, thinking about how easily special admissions are handled in this world. Money and power really do buy everything. Suddenly, someone screams. Friend and Aster looks up, already knowing what's coming. Damien is hanging out of a carriage window, waving his hat like a maniac. He's so excited he looks like he's about to fall out. Lady Gamble stands by the carriage, waving goodbye. Damien is cheering for him to hurry up and come on while Aster approaches them. Lady Gamo gives a serene smile, wishing Aster luck. She tells him she hopes he achieves the results he desires at the academy, if only she knew. Aster gives her a confident smirk back. He knows exactly what he's after, and it's way more than just a passing grade. A close-up on Boots stepping onto the carriage platform. The journey is officially starting right now. Alfredo is standing tall, hyping up Xenion as the greatest academy of the Eastern continent. He warns Aster that countless patrons are waiting there, targets basically. The carriage wheels start turning. Aster thinks to himself that he plans to seize them all. He's going to rule this school. Aster looks out the carriage window with a cold, determined look. He tells his fellow classmates to just wait, because he's coming. Watch out, Xenion, the storm is here. The carriage wheels rumble over the cobblestones as Aster and Damien finally make their way toward the academy, setting a steady rhythm for the journey ahead. A wide shot of the carriage kicking up dust as it speeds toward the massive gates. You can see the excitement radiating from Damien while Aster keeps his cool in the background. Aster is already back at it, tapping on a thick magic book. He mutters, "Indeed," probably finding some useful cheat codes in Henzi's personal library. He looks out the window, reflecting on what a genius scholar Henzi really was. The guy's interpretations of magic principles were basically built different. We get a beautiful metaphor of a water drop creating a perfect ripple in a pool. It's all about perspective. What seems small to some is massive to others. To some, it's just the water of life, shown by a man standing happily in the rain. This art style is really leaning into the philosophical vibes today. But for others, that same water is a disastrous flood that sweeps everything away. This shows how dangerous magic can be depending on who is using it. Aster stares intently at the book, his blue eyes sharp. He's soaking up every bit of knowledge Henzi left behind like a sponge. Henzi's curriculum is no joke. It connects directly to the celestial principles of the Declan family. Aster is literally studying his enemy's playbook before he even sets foot in the school. Damien breaks the silence, pointing out the window and screaming for his friend to look over here. He's got enough energy to power a city. He's practically glowing with sparkles as he realizes they've finally arrived, shouting it at the top of his lungs, looking like the happiest kid on the planet. Behold, Xenion Academy. A massive vertical shot of the towering castle walls and students flocking toward the entrance. This place is huge. Aster sits in the carriage, looking sharp and serious. He's got that, "I'm about to run this place" look in his eyes. Lancy looks back over her shoulder, her glasses gleaming. She tells him that at least on the day of entrance, they follow the old traditions of the first headmaster. She says this is where they part ways with a subtle, professional smile. She's done her job, now it's up to Aster to handle the rest. Damien is already running toward the gates, waving his hat like a maniac. He yells to hurry up while Aster slowly follows behind. Damien grabs Aster's arm and starts dragging him, yelling for his friend to hurry. He's clearly worried about missing the start of the ceremony. He panics, telling Aster that Lancy said if they're late, there might not be any seats left. Aster just looks at him with total confusion. Aster just starts laughing, asking what nonsense that is. An entrance ceremony in a place this big isn't a first-come, first-served village theater, buddy. Aster realizes that Lancy just used the no seats lie as bait to stop Damien from being lazy. Big brain play by the maid, honestly. They walk through the massive stone hallways, the scale of the architecture making them look tiny as their footsteps echo. The main hall is absolutely buzzing with activity. The murmurs of hundreds of students fill the air as they find their spots. Groups of students are already gossiping and sizing each other up. The tension of the first day is real. A huge, wide shot of the lecture hall reveals a massive amphitheater. It's a literal ocean of students in uniforms. Damien is absolutely mesmerized, looking around with stars in his eyes and exclaiming about how many people there are. Damien is getting way too hyped, accidentally grabbing Aster's hair. Aster thinks that's not true, probably regretting his babysitter life already. Aster reaches into his pocket to check their tickets. He's looking for Class M3, seats 11 and 12. He looks around the crowded rows, trying to find their specific section. This place is a total maze. Damien is practically vibrating next to him. He says that if they don't hurry, they might not get seats at all. "Relax, kid, you have a ticket." Aster gives him a deadpan look. He asks seriously if he is the same guy who didn't even want to come to the academy, and why he is so excited now. Suddenly, Damien trips over someone's feet and lets out a loud gasp as he falls flat on his face. This kid is a walking disaster. He's on the ground looking terrified while Aster sighs in the background. Someone is not going to be happy about being tripped over. A shadow looms over Damien. It's an older, very muscular student with a mean look on his face. He growls, asking what it is. A close-up on the big guy's face. He looks absolutely offended that a brat touched him. The vibes are officially ruined. Aster immediately steps in, helping Damien up and asking if he's okay, while the big guy just stands there looming. Damien tries to play it off with a nervous laugh, saying he's fine and that he guesses he wasn't looking ahead properly. He apologizes. The student says, "Hold it," stopping them in their tracks. He's got that "I'm a noble and you're trash" energy. He asks what they just got on his clothes. He's pointing at a tiny stain that you can barely even see. Aster stares back with a blank expression, judging the guy's aura. He realizes that judging by his aura, he must be from a noble family. Damien starts frantically rubbing the guy's sleeve, apologizing and saying he'll clean it for him. It's honestly kind of pathetic to watch. The noble's face is turning red with rage. Damien says he'll make it sparkle more, but the background text warns us, they're definitely going to fight. The noble screams for him to get lost, "You idiot," unleashing a massive burst of purple mana that sends Damien flying, totally unnecessary. He looks down with pure arrogance, calling him classmate, and acting like he didn't just blast a kid into a wall. Aster catches the guy's wrist mid-swing with a loud grunt. He's got a grip like iron, and the noble looks stunned. Aster asks, "How about stopping now?" His eyes glowing with a cold blue light. He's officially done being polite. The noble is fuming, his face shadowed with rage. He asks who he is supposed to be. "Big mistake, buddy." Damien pops up behind Aster, looking super proud. He shouts with a huge grin that he's his friend. The noble lets out a sharp sound as he pulls away. He sees, saying he is a loyal one then, and that not many would take a beating in place of a friend. Aster just cracks a subtle smirk. He tells the noble that he'll regret that choice today, and so much for making friends with classmates on the first day. Aster starts cracking his knuckles and neck, ready for a brawl. He asks if he'd rather settle this with fists than words. He's really in his element now. The crowd around them starts whispering, wondering what's happening over there and that it looks like a fight. Students are leaning in, curious about who the new challengers are. One says that the big guy looks like a descendant of the Dolan Fay family. They wonder who's going to win, probably Dolan Fay. They've heard one of their incoming is powerful, but they haven't seen the rest before. The bets are already being placed. A student screams, asking if they are kidding him, and running over to see the drama. He looks like he's ready for the show. Another student asks what they're doing, just standing around while a fight's breaking out, while others wonder if they should stop them. A student points dramatically, taking charge of the situation and asking if they should just let them fight freely like this. He tells the others to give them some space. The crowd is getting hyped, wondering if that gray-haired kid is a mage. Everyone wants to see some magic action. The students activate their own magic, creating a glowing green and yellow barrier around the fighters. They're literally making an arena in the middle of the hall. The magic circles hum with energy as the stage is set. This is high-level student coordination just to watch a beatdown. The betting is in full swing. One student puts his meal tickets on Hickster, shouting that he's got this. Poor fools, they have no idea. Aster stands there with his arms crossed, looking totally unbothered by the betting. He's already won in his mind. A close-up of Aster's smirk. He thinks these idiots are betting against the odds. He's loving this. His opponent slams his fists together. He says he is Hickster, second son of the proud Dolan Fay family. He's really leaning into the noble title. Hickster asks for his name, surrounded by a menacing purple aura. He looks ready to kill. Aster just adjusts his tie, looking bored. He says that unlike him, he's not from any great lineage, and to just think of him as some passerby. Hickster cracks a wicked grin, saying it doesn't matter, and that for a mage, this small stage should be a handicap. He thinks he's got the upper hand. Aster gives him a cold side-eye, and tells him to step forward. It's a direct challenge, and the tension is insane. Aster's internal monologue is just, "This guy's hilarious." He's treating this elite noble like a warm-up exercise. Aster laughs like a total maniac, grabbing his collar. He says that for someone who hates talking, he sure has a long tongue, and asks what's wrong if he's scared. Hickster is sweating now, his confidence clearly wavering. He tries to repeat the insult, asking what's wrong and if he's scared, but it doesn't have the same bite. He lets out a sharp breath, staring at Aster with wide eyes. He realizes the passerby might actually be a monster. Hickster lunges forward, his foot slamming into the ground with enough force to crack the wood. A massive vertical shot of the clash. Blue and red energy explode as Aster dodges Hickster's heavy strikes with millimetric precision. An impact sends a shockwave through the room as Aster moves like lightning. Hickster is fuming, shouting that there's one more thing. He's trying to regroup, but it's too late. Aster glows with a brilliant blue mana, looking absolutely lethal. He says it's not one opponent he's facing, but two. Oh man, he's revealing his secret tech. Aster charges forward, his fist wreathed in blue energy. He's about to end this man's whole career. A direct hit to the face with a crack. Blood sprays across the panel as Hickster's head is snapped back by the sheer force. Another massive impact. Aster lands a heavy body blow that sends Hickster flying. It's a total shutout. Hickster thinks he's a big deal, but Aster is just standing there looking bored while mana crackles around him. He's basically telling the guy that his elite academy punches feel like a light breeze. A brutal right hook connects straight to Hickster's jaw. You can see the blood spray across the panel as the noble gets a very physical reality check. The impact is so hard it creates a massive shockwave. Aster is going full beast mode while the crowd can only watch in absolute shock. Look at that form. Aster is raining down a flurry of punches so fast that Hickster is just a punching bag at this point. Aster slams his foot down for extra leverage, and Hickster looks like he's just seen a ghost. He struggles to get a word out as his defense completely crumbles. Hickster is sweating buckets, wondering how a brat can hit this heavy. He growls, but he's clearly terrified. Aster is absolutely reaved in blue mana, looking like a total final boss. The power difference here is just embarrassing. Wait, what? Healing magic starts swirling around Hickster's face. Even Hickster is confused as his wounds start closing mid-fight. Damien is in the back with a huge grin, casting his magic touch. It's actually kind of savage. He's healing the guy just so Aster can keep beating him up. Damien is laughing like a total maniac while his hands glow with green energy, wondering why on earth this is happening. This kid is way more chaotic than he looks. Hickster is completely shaken, coughing up blood while he tries to understand why he's being healed. He spits out that a prestigious family shows, recognizing the high-level magic. Aster is just casually bobbing and weaving, even having the leisure to look around while Hickster struggles to stay on his feet. This isn't a duel, it's a systematic dismantle. Aster shatters Hickster's magical barrier with a single palm strike. The sound of noble pride breaking is music to our ears. Hickster gets hit with a mana-reinforced punch straight to the solar plexus, gasping for air as blue impacts light up his torso. The perfect, terrible loop. One of them beats, one of them heals. Aster isn't letting him fall, and Damien isn't letting him die. Damien is having the time of his life, giggling while he keeps the green mana flowing. This kid definitely has a dark side. Aster hits Hickster so hard he sends him airborne, then catches him with another blow before he can even land. These crazy fools are putting on a hell of a show. Hickster's legs are like jelly, barely keeping him upright as he takes another heavy impact. Look at that face. Hickster is officially traumatized. He's realized that his family name doesn't mean a thing against raw, veteran power. The crowd is getting rowdy, screaming not to hold back. They're totally bloodthirsty for this first day showdown. The regular students are loving this, calling him the hope of the warriors, because Hickster was probably a massive jerk to everyone else. The fans are cheering, telling him to end it quickly, but they also don't want the teachers to swoop in and ruin the fun just yet. A close-up of a student's mouth as the chants reach a fever pitch. Hickster is gritting his teeth so hard they might crack. Hickster lets out a primal roar, his purple aura exploding with desperate energy. He's throwing everything he has left into one last push. Aster doesn't even blink, catching Hickster mid-charge with a brutal knee to the gut. The impact frame is absolutely legendary. Aster stands over him, looking down with those dead blue eyes. He says not bad, which is the ultimate. I'm only using 10% of my power, flex. Hickster is lunging one more time, screaming me like a maniac. He's completely lost his mind at this point. A close-up on Hickster's fist, wreathed in green mana. He's pouring every drop of energy he has left into this single strike. He's shouting not to underestimate him into the wind, because Aster has already seen through the move. A massive explosion of light as their energies collide. It looks like a supernova went off in the middle of the entrance ceremony. The students are going wild, exclaiming that Hickster is finally doing as expected. They think the noble finally landed a hit. Hickster is hunched over, his face twisted in pain. He's the one taking the damage from his own collision. He's trembling, his eyes bulging as the physical feedback from Aster's strike kicks in. He looks like he's about to have a heart attack. He thinks he can feel the impact of the punch hitting directly. Yeah, because Aster's techniques don't just hit the surface, they hit your soul. Damien is still at it, green light swirling as he keeps the noble from passing out. Hickster wonders why it feels so light, probably losing his grip on reality. Aster is unleashing a vertical barrage of strikes that looks like a waterfall of blue mana. Hickster is just getting pinballed around. Aster is casually dusting off his sleeves like he just finished a light jog. He says first, totally unfazed. Hickster is standing there like a statue, his mind completely broken. He's gone from proud noble to catatonic mess in under 5 minutes. Suddenly, the noble lets out a blood-curdling scream of pure agony. The mental damage just caught up with him. Hickster charges blindly one last time, but his form is a total mess. Aster is just standing his ground, looking completely over it. Aster gives him a cold, calculating look. He's probably deciding whether to finish him now, or let Damien keep playing for a bit longer. Aster finally realizes what's going on in the background. He thinks that Damien keeps casting healing magic on that guy, and to finish him, he needs a single strike to knock him out. Damien is still beaming, casting magic touch like it's a game of tag. This kid is literally keeping the target alive so his friend can keep hitting him. Aster charges up a massive amount of blue mana in his fist, saying it's a technique he developed with. This is where he stops playing around. A close-up on those glowing blue eyes. Aster has officially entered veteran mode, and the atmosphere in the room just got 100 times heavier. Aster strikes with a blow that looks like it could level a mountain. Hickster is totally eclipsed by the blue mana. A purely technical application of magical properties. This is some high-level technical skill that these pampered academy kids have never seen. Collision style. Another blue impact frame as Aster puts the finishing touches on the noble's ego. The crowd is absolutely losing it. They came for a speech and they got a masterclass in violence. One student looks totally shook, gasping about what this is. They've never seen a magician fight with such brutal physical efficiency. The noble is face down on the ground, completely motionless. He's going to need more than a magic touch after that beatdown. Hickster's head is resting in a crater of shattered floorboards. Talk about a rough first day of school. A wide shot of the devastation as the dust clears. Aster is the only one standing in the center of the carnage. Other students are looking on in a cold sweat, realization hitting them that there's a new alpha in the freshman class. The crowd finally erupts in cheers, calling it awesome. Everyone loves a dark horse victory, especially against an arrogant noble. Someone in the crowd raises their arm and gives a loud grunt of approval. The atmosphere has turned from tense to celebratory. Cheers ring out as Aster takes in the applause. He's already building a reputation, and he hasn't even had his first class yet. Aster looks as cool as ever. He thinks cheers, reaction, response. He's a total pro at managing a crowd's energy. The students are absolutely buzzing with questions and excitement, wondering if he is even a magician and what this sweaty fight is about. Damien comes running over with a massive shout of joy, calling out to his friend. He's clearly proud of his part in the healing loop. Damien is beaming, shouting that they won. Aster just gives a simple, yeah, looking totally done with the drama. Aster looks directly at the remaining noble lackeys with a smug grin, telling them to stop sucking their thumb from now on. Absolute savagery. Other students are watching from a distance, whispering about a Magic Academy student fighting like that. They don't know what to make of him. Aster stands there with his arms crossed, a small smirk on his face. He knows he's caused a scene, but he doesn't care. A voice rings out, cutting through the cheers, calling it truly vulgar. Uh-oh, the fun is about to be over. A crowd of students is being pushed aside by someone with some serious authority, telling them to move, you idiots. A very angry, middle-aged man is screaming his lungs out, asking who starts brawling from the very first day of the entrance ceremony. This must be the Dean of Discipline. Aster looks totally unbothered, though he internally mutters that he caused some trouble. Understatement of the year, buddy. Aster just gives a cool side-eye as the teacher keeps fuming. He thinks that after all, he is a troubleshooter. He's literally built to handle trouble, including angry teachers. Damien is waving his arm around, shouting "Here, here," while everyone else is trying to hide. He is way too honest for his own good. Aster has his eyes closed in a total, "I can't believe this is my life now" expression. He's wondering if it's too late to go back to the gray zone. We get a final shot of poor Hickster, still unconscious and battered on the floor. He's definitely going to have a rough wake-up call in the infirmary. The heavy double doors of the administration office loom large. You just know Aster and Damien are about to get an earful for that brawl in the lobby. A voice calls out their names, and Damien looks like a kicked puppy, while Aster just stands there with his usual, "I'm over this" face. Being the center of attention on day one isn't exactly staying under the radar. The official decides to play it cool, though. He says that honestly, in that case, he'll let it slide this time without any penalty. Talk about a lucky break, but I bet there's a catch. The mood shifts instantly as the official locks eyes with Aster. He's not letting them off that easy, promising to keep a very close eye on them from here on out. We get a wide shot of the Academy Towers as the sun starts to hit. It's a beautiful morning for an entrance ceremony, assuming no one else gets punched in the face. Aster and Damien sneak into the hall, trying to blend in with the rest of the students. Good luck with that after making such a massive scene. The murmur of the crowd fills the massive auditorium as everyone waits for things to kick off. Someone notes that the entrance ceremony hasn't even started yet, which is great because being late and a brawler is a bad combo. The rumors are already spreading like wildfire. They wonder if that's him, and how a skinny magic track student could possibly wreck a martial artist like that. Everyone is staring, and gossip is at an all-time high. They question how he could beat a martial artist with that body. It's official. Aster's low-key life is dead and buried. Damien is loving the fame, waving to the crowd like a literal celebrity. Aster, on the other hand, is internally screaming about how much he hates this. Some students point them out as the boys find their seats. This is basically the all eyes on us walk of shame, except they won. Damien is practically sparkling, probably imagining his own statue being built already. Aster just looks like he wants to dissolve into the floorboards. The ceremony finally begins with a close-up on the headmaster's very impressive head of hair. The headmaster is this tiny dude with a massive mustache and a monocle. He starts droning on about the teachings of the first headmaster, the classic boring speech. Aster is actually impressed by the old man's stamina, giving speeches like this while standing up. Damien, meanwhile, is already halfway to dreamland. While the headmaster talks about the spirit of the sage, Damien is fighting for his life against boredom. Aster's just sitting there like a pro, probably thinking about his next meal. Aster looks over and realizes Damien has officially lost the battle. The kid is out cold and looking absolutely ridiculous. Damien is snoring away, totally oblivious to the prestigious event happening around him. The text screams for him to quit drooling already. Someone save this kid's dignity. Suddenly, someone whispers that there's somewhere urgent they need to be. Aster's instincts kick in. What could possibly be more important than the ceremony? An official leans in to whisper something to the headmaster, and you can see the mood in the room change instantly. Something big is happening behind the scenes. The headmaster looks legitimately rattled, cutting his speech short with a nervous cough. This is definitely not part of the program. He apologizes to the students, saying something urgent has come up. And just like that, the monocle man bails on his own ceremony. Talk about suspicious. As the headmaster hurries off, a tall woman with striking red hair walks onto the stage. She's got that "I'm in charge now" stride. The crowd goes silent as she approaches the man and microphone. Her presence alone is way more intimidating than the little headmaster. Her voice booms through the hall, waking up every sleeping student in a 10-mile radius, demanding their attention. The students are visibly shook, Damien included. This woman isn't playing around, and everyone's suddenly paying very close attention. Even the high-ranked students look stunned by this sudden change in leadership. The atmosphere just went from boring assembly to military briefing. She announces she'll be continuing the ceremony because the headmaster had an unforeseen matter. Yeah, sure, I totally believe that. She introduces the first representative of the magic division, Dahlia de Denai. Time for the top dogs to show their faces. A girl with long, silver hair walks across the stage. The students immediately start losing their minds with gossip. They wonder what the Denai family is doing, taking the entrance exam. Everyone's confused because a family that prestigious usually gets a free pass. The whispers get louder, wondering if she actually had to prove her skills. Some question if that means her skills aren't good enough. Rude. Another student tells him to shut it. She's the third child of the househead. If she's here, she's definitely got the talent to back up that name. Dahlia stands there looking perfectly composed. She starts speaking, explaining that if the Declan family is the foremost mage house in the East, then she will set the stakes for the magic division. We get a quick lore drop. Dahlia grew up to be the future representative mage of the second-ranked Denai family. She's basically a superstar in the making. Aster recognizes her instantly. It turns out he actually received quite a bit of help from her back in his troubleshooter days. Small world. A funny little flashback shows Aster and Dahlia arguing like cats and dogs. He admits they don't get along very well, which usually means they were best friends. The administrator calls up the next rep, the martial arts division's Paul. This guy looks like he's ready for war. Paul steps forward with a simple yes. He's got that stoic, "I only speak with my fists" energy. The students note that he doesn't have a family name, which makes him a bit of an underdog. They even compare him to Aster, since neither comes from a legendary house. Dahlia and Paul stand together, the top of their respective divisions. The power gap between them and the regular students is visible just by looking at them. The red-haired administrator calls the professors to the stage. It's time to meet the people who will actually be teaching this group of lunatics. Aster feels a strange sensation, wondering if it's just him. He looks up, sensing someone's gaze on him. It's Dahlia. She's staring right at him from the stage. Aster thinks it feels like she's making eye contact with him. Does she recognize him already? Aster quickly looks away, deciding that it doesn't matter. He's trying to stay low-key, but fate clearly has other plans. Aster literally trips on his way out of the hall. He looks up and spots a familiar face among the teachers, wondering if that was Professor Perun. The students are also looking for Professor Perun, wondering when he'll actually show up. He's got a bit of a reputation for being elusive. A woman student or teacher stands near the mic, looking just as confused as everyone else. This ceremony is a total mess. Suddenly, a figure steps onto the stage with a calm greetings. The crowd finally goes quiet. Meet Professor Perun, the man in charge of basic principles of Magology. He looks way more put together than the headmaster. Aster is observing him closely. He thinks that he was expecting an atmosphere more like Henzi's, but he's completely different. He's always analyzing the potential threats. Perun walks off after a brief intro. Aster reminds himself not to judge too quickly, since Henzi also wore a gentleman's mask to hide his true self. The red-haired admin finally concludes the ceremony. Time to get these kids into their dorms before they start another fight. The hall clears out, but Damien is still fast asleep and snoring. This kid is a professional at napping through historical events. Aster shakes Damien awake. Damien asks if it's over already, looking like he has no idea what year it is. Aster decides to mess with him. He tells him no, he got caught sleeping and was expelled, so it's time to go home. Savage move, Aster. Damien looks like his whole world just collapsed. He's staring into the distance with pure, unadulterated horror. Damien lets out a scream that probably echoed through the entire campus. Don't worry, kid, you're not expelled yet. Sunset falls over the academy as the students move to their dorms. It looks like a high-end resort, which is fitting for a school of this caliber. Aster walks through the posh hallways, thinking about how Damien overreacted to a little teasing. He's heading to his new home for the semester. He stops at a door and double-checks the number, wondering if this is the place. He's ready to see if the living arrangements match the school's prestige. Aster opens the door with a click, prepared for anything. He's checking his new territory for traps and cameras, naturally. He thinks the academy really is impressive. The room is massive and luxurious, with everything a student could need. It's a far cry from the gray zone. He finds some boxes on his bed labeled living supplies. It looks like the academy provides the essentials for all its students. Aster looks through the gear, noting that they issue the same items to everyone. It's all very standardized and professional. He checks the closet, realizing that in a place like this, even the smallest item can show your status. He's ready to blend in and start his mission. Suddenly, the door opens behind him. Aster spins around, instantly alert. It's Paul, the rep from the martial arts division. Aster wonders if his name was Paul, remembering him from the stage. Paul closes his eyes and says, "Let's just live quietly." He's got that stoic loner vibe that Aster can actually appreciate. Paul walks past without even looking at him. He says he doesn't care what he does. It sounds like they might actually get along after all. Aster gives him a sharp, predatory look. He's sizing up his new roommate, and he's not sure if he's found a friend or a new rival. Paul stops and looks back, demanding an answer. It looks like living quietly might be harder than they both expected. Paul is sticking to his guns, keeping his eyes shut and looking all stoic. He makes it clear that he'd prefer they didn't meddle in each other's affairs. Classic lone wolf roommate vibes. Paul adds a final rule: no talking after this conversation is over. Aster is just staring at him with those intense blue eyes, probably wondering how long he can keep this act up. Paul turns slightly, looming over Aster with a very serious aura. He demands an answer, trying to assert some dominance in their new shared space. Aster just looks at him from the side, totally unimpressed. He thinks, look at this guy, already figuring out that his roommate is going to be a handful. A wide shot of their dorm room as the sun sets. Paul is waiting for a response while the narrator reminds us that Aster entered as the top student. This power dynamic is about to get messy. Paul turns his back on Aster and starts walking away. He's moving with a very deliberate, practiced grace that catches Aster's eye. Aster watches Paul walk off, his hand resting near his waist. You can tell Aster is analyzing every single movement, looking for any signs of hidden strength. Aster is suddenly on high alert. He wonders what he's trying to pull right now as Paul makes a sudden, swift movement. Aster is actually impressed by what he sees, noting that it's not bad. He recognizes the high-level technical skill Paul is displaying. Check out the grip on that sword hilt. Paul is a total pro. He's holding it perfectly to ensure it doesn't bump into anything when he draws it, which is elite-level warrior stuff. Damien pops the door open, calling out to his friend to hurry up and come out. Paul is already fully geared up with his sword, looking ready for a dungeon raid instead of a dorm meeting. Aster cracks a sneaky little smile. He says what else? He's about to head out, clearly planning to get some scouting done while the academy is quiet. Aster taps Paul on the shoulder as he walks past, telling him to do whatever he wants. He's already taken control of the situation and flipped the stoic roommate script. Aster hits him with a parting shot, telling him not to complain if he sings past midnight. He's got that smug main character look that says he's going to be the world's most annoying roommate. Damien is waiting outside in the courtyard, waving his arms and screaming his friend's name. This kid is basically a golden retriever in human form. Damien asks who his roommate is as they walk through the grounds. Aster just casually replies that he doesn't know, like he didn't just have a high-stakes standoff with the guy. Aster looks directly at us with a deadpan stare. He thinks of course he was busy, justifying why he hasn't bothered to learn a name yet. Damien is bouncing around, saying Lancey told him there's a ton to see. He's determined to explore every inch of the academy on their first day. Aster agrees that Xenion Academy is vast. He's using this exploration time to secretly map out the campus and look for any tactical advantages. The sunset view of the academy courtyard is actually stunning. Aster thinks that even he is momentarily distracted by how fancy his new home is. Aster says right, and that it's not a bad idea. He is fully on board with the walk now, mostly because it lets him sense his surroundings better. Suddenly, something catches his attention. He thinks that besides that, there's something bothering him, not as much as in his previous life, but something's brushing against his senses. He knows he's being watched. Night falls over the academy, and those blue flames on the towers look way more menacing in the dark. The vibe has officially shifted from school tour to stealth mission. Look at this. A hooded assassin from House Declan is perched on a rooftop, wreathed in blue mana. The troubleshooters have arrived, and they are definitely not here for classes. Aster gives a wicked grin, his eyes glowing with excitement. He says, let's see just how many there are and for them to go look around. He's not scared, he's hunting. A top-down view of the boys walking through the courtyard. They look like normal students, but they're actually being tracked by elite killers in the shadows. Damien is happily patting Aster's head, completely oblivious to the danger. It's a weirdly wholesome moment considering there are assassins everywhere. Damien spots the massive school lake and lets out a huge shout of excitement. He's practically surrounded by sparkles and little floating flowers. He exclaims, "It's a lake," and that they don't have anything like this back home. Damien is amazed, while Aster just looks at him with a "here we go again" expression. A wide shot of the beautiful lake at sunset. It's a peaceful scene, but we know the troubleshooters are lurking just out of sight. Damien is laughing and pointing at the water. Aster stands behind him, looking way more serious as he scans the perimeter for more hidden mana signatures. Aster realizes why Lancey stuck him with Damien. He's the only one who can keep this future monster focused and out of trouble. Damien gives a confused look as Aster makes a weird suggestion, telling him to ask them to make one for him and treating a massive lake like a simple room service request. Aster gives him a confident smirk. He knows exactly how much power Damien's family has, and he's ready to exploit it for his own goals. Damien is absolutely stoked, eyes wide and sparkles everywhere. He's probably already imagining himself as the king of his own private lake. Cut to Lancey in the academy kitchen, suddenly letting out a massive sneeze. Someone is definitely talking about her. Damien asks what he should name the lake. Aster just sighs and mutters, probably regretting it or bringing it up. He decides on a name: Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Perfect. Aster just looks at him like he's lost his mind. Lancey is walking through the halls, looking around nervously with a "whoa" sound effect. She's definitely sensing some chaotic energy coming from the boys. Damien spots a massive statue and thinks it's the coolest thing ever, telling his friend to look at it and that it's cool, and to ask them to make one of those too. Damien is already imagining a giant dragon statue, screaming nice, awesome, and that he loves it. Aster just stands there in silence, probably calculating the cost. Lancey is back at the kitchen, literally trembling and sweating. She wonders why she feels chills. She knows trouble is coming for her paycheck. The boys start walking back, with Damien still cheering. They're having a blast, but the atmosphere is about to get a lot colder. Aster's face goes completely dark as he identifies the threats. He counted about 7 troubleshooters spotted, and if they add in the ones he hasn't identified, it's roughly 10 in total. He looks toward the second magic hall. He realizes the assassins are calculating their distribution and centering their focus right there. He thinks that just as he thought, their target must be Professor Perun. Aster has correctly guessed the mission. House Declan is moving on Henzi's secret ally. Aster remembers Henzi and Perun together. Declan knows Henzi has allies, and they're starting their cleanup with the professors. Aster gives a chilling side-eye toward the bushes. He can see someone slinking around in the background, thinking they're hidden. He thinks he was wondering why they weren't tailing him yet, but now, they've latched on at just the right time. Aster is actually impressed by their patience. He decides to find out just how much they know. Aster is ready to turn the tables on these troubleshooters and use them for his own info gathering. The academy lamps hum with a low sound. The peaceful evening is just a front for the magical warfare about to break out. An assassin leaps through the night sky, their cloak billowing like a shadow. They're moving fast. They land on the rooftops with a series of sharp sounds. These guys are trained for stealth, and they're converging on the laboratory. The assassin lands in a perfect crouch, their white eyes glowing through their mask. This guy looks like he means business. He meets another hooded figure on the balcony. One of them says, "You're here." The secret meeting has begun. They ask where the others are. They're moving through the academy halls with a rhythmic sound, like robotic soldiers. One of them asks if the target is main or sub. The other confirms it's the sub. They're working their way up the list. One of them says it seems the main target's tail got stepped on, and that they've obtained meaningful intel. They've realized that Aster is more than just a lucky kid. One assassin strokes his chin thoughtfully, thinking, so that's how it is. They're finally starting to realize they're not the only hunters on campus. They mention that Henzi, the main target, has finally made his move. The stakes just hit the ceiling. They look over a dossier of Professor Perun. He's been officially marked as a target for elimination. One assassin looks legitimately freaked out. He says, "Hold on, then what about the single numbers?" He knows they might be outgunned. He wonders if they are seriously telling them to break through those monster professors themselves. He's panicking, realizing that without number 1 or the other top elites, they're in trouble. They confirm that number 1 and the other single-digit assassins aren't coming. The assassin mutters, "Damn it." They realize they've been left to do the dirty work. The assassin is sweating buckets under his hood. Facing a professor alone is basically a death sentence, and he knows it. But then, a game changer, the fire demon, Callahan, will be joining them. Oh man, things just got real. The assassin's eyes go wide with fear and respect. That name alone is enough to chill his blood. Behold the Red Jewel, Callahan, vice leader of Declan's Mage Corps. He looks like a literal demon with that long red hair and cold, hidden gaze. The assassin grinds his teeth. He knows Callahan is a ruthless monster who will sacrifice anyone for the mission. The troubleshooter is sweating profusely now. The pressure of working for a monster like Callahan is starting to crack his composure. He thinks that having a well-known mage from a noble family exposed in such an assignment is also a burden. They're realizing this mission is getting way too public. He tries to steady his nerves, thinking that's how he should think of it, as they prepare to move out. They leap into the air, soaring across the rooftops toward their target. They know that if they don't join up soon, their survival chances will plummet. A lone black bird flies over the silent academy. The peaceful night is about to be shattered by magic and blood. Aster is perched on a balcony, watching them. He says tonight, he's been waiting for this moment. He looks toward the magic hall, his eyes cold. He wonders if it's Callahan, of all people. It looks like our boy just found an old acquaintance he wants to kill. Meet Callahan, the man, the myth, the absolute menace. The narrator tells us this guy was living his absolute best life back in his prime, and honestly, with that look, I believe it. After House Dequlan basically bet the farm to take down House Blandor, Callahan was the one standing tall. He's walking through a luxury estate like he owns the place, which he probably does. Even as his family started to decline, this guy stayed loyal to the end. That red hair and that cold stare tell you everything you need to know about his dedication. But wait, there's more. Callahan's real peak didn't even happen until after the war with Blandor. He's standing in a field of literal fire, looking like a god of destruction. He was known as Deculan's fire demon, a war mage who absolutely nobody could stop on the battlefield. This dude is basically a walking nuke. Back to the present, and Aster's eyes are glowing with that, "I've got a plan," blue light. He knows exactly who he's up against, and he's decided he needs to catch this monster. Callahan's magic is a secret fire-type art from the Deculan family, which makes him a high-value target. Aster thinks he's worth the risk, even though he's a continental-level threat. Aster is lurking on the rooftops at night, thinking this is a pretty sweet, unexpected gain. But he's a professional, so he's already spotting some major red flags in the situation. Here's the puzzle. Henzi's real paper is actually with Aster right now. So why are the assassins targeting Professor Perun to get a delivery that hasn't happened yet? Aster knows his paper is the real deal, so there's no way the target the assassins are chasing is anything else. Something fishy is going on with this fake delivery. Aster realizes that the target being delivered to the professor today has to be a fake. He's side-eyeing the situation, probably wondering who set this trap. Time for a costume change. Aster is buttoning up a sleek, high-collared black stealth suit. You know things are getting serious when the tactical gear comes out. He's standing by his closet in the dark, checking his reflection one last time. He's leaving his student persona behind for the night. He straps a heavy-duty dagger to his waist. He's not going into a nest of assassins empty-handed. His cloak billows behind him as he prepares to move out. He looks way more like a professional killer than a freshman academy student right now. A hooded figure. Aster in his stealth gear silently moves through the shadows of the room. He's a total ghost in the night. A close-up on his masked face as he checks the hallway. He's completely focused, his eyes scanning for any signs of the Deculan troubleshooters. Wait, he makes a totally goofy face for a split second. Even a legendary troubleshooter has his derp moments when he's sneaking around. The Academy Tower stands tall against the night sky, with one solitary window glowing bright. That's definitely where the action is going to be. Inside the room, Professor Perun is working late by candlelight. The scratching of his pen is the only sound in the quiet office. Perun looks exhausted as he continues his research. He has no idea that a literal fire demon and a squad of assassins are closing in on him. He closes his eyes and sighs, calling the Deculan family rat bastards. He clearly knows they're coming, he just doesn't know when. He's annoyed that they're invading his territory so boldly. He's sitting at a massive desk, looking like a man who just wanted a quiet night of studying. Suddenly, his eyes snap open. He mutters that he sees, his senses are top tier, and he's realized he's no longer alone. The door creaks open just a tiny bit. The tension is building. A hooded assassin is standing right there in the doorway. Talk about a knock-knock you really don't want to hear. Parun isn't even looking at him, just identifying them as mercenaries. He's way too calm for a guy with a killer in his office. The assassin, whose name is Pola, looks startled. Parun actually managed to sneak up on him or surprise him with how much he already knows. Parun explains that concealment is the basics of covert operations. He's literally schooling the assassin on how to do his job while sitting in a comfy chair. Pola hands over an envelope, and Parun gives it a skeptical look. He mentions that if there is a next time, they should try harder. Savage. Pola is sweating bullets behind his mask. He realizes he's not dealing with a normal professor. This guy is a monster in his own right. Parun opens the letter and realizes it's from Henzi. He says so. It was you, confirming the connection between the two researchers. He mocks Henzi for getting caught so pathetically while trying to avoid Deculan's eyes. He's holding the paper like it's a piece of trash. But then he rethinks it. He knows Henzi is way too cunning to get caught that easily. He knows this whole thing is a setup. Parun stands up and starts walking, wondering what Henzi is plotting, just as the room starts to glow with a dangerous light. A massive explosion rocks the office. The delivery was a trap after all. Through the smoke, a pair of white boots walks into the room. A voice calls out, "Nice to see you, Professor Parun." It's Callahan. He's standing there laughing with his red hair flowing, asking if a lab rat professor would even recognize his legendary name. Pola the assassin and Parun both look completely shocked. Having Callahan personally show up is like bringing a bazooka to a knife fight. Callahan looks around the room, noting the other guests. He realizes the swordsman, Pola, knows who he is, but he's curious about the professor's reaction. A close-up on Parun's eye. He's clearly heard of Callahan, and none of the stories were good. Parun stands his ground even as the room burns. He tells Callahan to stop the nonsense and get to the point. This guy has nerves of steel. Then he just bursts out laughing. He thinks Parun's attitude is hilarious and says this is the first time he's ever been treated like this. He decides to cut to the chase. He's standing in the middle of the room, looming over the others with pure chaotic energy. He points a finger at Pola, the rookie mercenary. He's already dismissed him as a non-threat. Then he turns his attention back to the professor. He's glowing with a menacing red light, looking like a total psycho. He asks with a terrifying grin if he should leave one eye and one arm. He's planning to torture them before he kills them. Suddenly, a massive burst of blue mana explodes. Parun isn't waiting for an invitation. He's launching a counterattack. The entire room is filled with blinding white light and magical symbols. It's a total chaotic clash of high-level sorcery. Pola gets sent flying by the shockwave, letting out a pained grunt. He's just a fly caught in a battle between two giants. The assassin stares through the fire, looking absolutely terrified. The power being thrown around right now is beyond anything he's ever seen. A vertical shot of the inferno. Blue and red magic are grinding against each other, tearing the office apart. Parun stands stoically in the middle of the flames. He calls out to Pola, probably giving him a last-second order to move. Parun tells Pola that from this moment on, he's a mercenary first and a student second. He basically tells the kid to look out for himself because the kid is on his own now. Pola pulls out a curved blade, his eyes narrowing. He knows he's in the middle of a war zone and it's time to survive, and replies yes. Callahan looks completely bored, noting that no alarms are going off despite the massive explosion. He's totally unfazed by Parun's power. He realizes the Deculan squad must have set up some high-level concealment magic around the tower. They really planned this quiet assassination well. A shot of the academy courtyard. It looks peaceful, but we know there's a magical world war happening just a few floors up. Callahan side-eyes Pola, wondering if he can actually rely on a rookie mercenary for anything useful. He's clearly not a fan of teamwork. He spots the document envelope and knows it's from that Blandor trash. He's zeroing in on the objective while the room continues to burn. Callahan just buttons up his coat calmly. He muses what to do, like he's deciding what to have for dinner instead of how to kill a professor. Then he gives this absolutely unhinged, wide-eyed smile, asking if he should play around a bit. Oh man, he's about to go full fire demon on them. A vertical montage shows the three fighters ready to clash. The hype is real. Pola gets slammed into the ground so hard the stone cracks. He's getting absolutely wrecked by Callahan's opening move. Callahan is laughing like a maniac, surrounded by a swirling vortex of orange flames. He is having way too much fun with this. Pola is barely holding on, his mask half torn as he tries to shield himself from the debris and heat. He is way out of his league. Suddenly, a new presence appears. A hooded figure wreathed in blue mana. It's Aster, and he's finally joined the party. A massive pillar of blue and white light erupts from the academy, piercing the night sky. The power level just doubled. Aster watches the explosion from the rooftops, his cloak fluttering in the wind. He's waiting for the perfect moment to strike. A close-up of Aster under the hood. He looks cold and determined. He's not here as a student tonight. He drops his student ID or mask. The click sound tells us he's officially switching personas. Aster looks out over the burning building. He thinks it's been a while. He's returning to a world he knows all too well. Behold the transformation. He's not Aster anymore. He's wreathed in dark blue energy and looking absolutely lethal. Aster is perched high on a balcony, watching the Academy Tower go up in flames. He's looking cool as hell in his stealth gear, asking, "Well, shall we begin?" Our boy is playing it up, clasping his hands together like he's saying a prayer. He whispers for the moon goddess to please allow him to be a righteous troubleshooter today too. He's standing on the very edge of the building, wreathed in blue moonlight. This guy has a serious flair for the dramatic. A close-up on that icy blue eye. You can tell he's completely locked in and ready to collect some heads. Aster leaps off the building. He's diving straight into the chaos below like a shadow. The Academy Tower takes another massive hit. Fire and debris flying everywhere. This isn't a school anymore, it's a demolition site. Callahan is having way too much fun, laughing like a psychopath while he blasts fire everywhere. He taunts Pola, asking if the mercenary is still holding up. Pola is looking absolutely wrecked, panting for air. He's way out of his league and he knows it. Pola is sweating bullets, muttering a desperate damn it. He's looking for any way out of this firestorm. He looks down at a glowing charm and realizes he got lucky. The captain gave him a protective artifact. That's probably the only reason he isn't a charcoal briquette yet. Pola looks up, sensing a massive pressure approaching. Something big is about to happen. Professor Perun steps forward, looking like an absolute boss wreathed in dark blue mana. He tells Pola to move aside, and you know he means business. Perun unleashes a massive pillar of blue energy that pierces right through the flames. This professor is definitely not just a researcher. Callahan doesn't miss a beat, countering with a massive explosion of fire and ancient runes. The screen is practically screaming with power. Perun stands next to a terrified Pola, admitting it's not bad, and that he can trust him a bit more. High praise from a guy who's currently one-on-one with a fire demon. Look at that sword. Pola is stunned to see ether flowing along the blade. He's wondering if it's enchant magic, but it looks way more advanced than that. Perun stares Callahan down with those glowing red eyes, asking if he can block more. Talk about a cold-blooded challenge. Pola clenches his sword tight. He's done being scared. He's ready to fight even if it means his death. A close-up on Callahan's sadistic grin. He loves it when his prey tries to bite back. Magic circles are clashing everywhere. Runes are overlapping as ice and fire battle for dominance. The detail on these spells is insane. A massive vertical shot of the battlefield shows Callahan raining down fire from above. Pola and Perun look like tiny ants compared to that firestorm. Perun isn't done yet, casting a huge blue magic seal. He notes that the guard is taken care of, staying completely calm in the center of the storm. Perun scans the area, realizing that at this rate, he's just going to get dragged into a war of attrition. His face goes stone cold as he decides that in that case, he needs to make a decisive move. Oh man, he's about to drop the hammer. Callahan is charging up another massive blast, looking like a total demon with that wide, glowing grin. The narrator explains the lore. When mana is limited and two titans fight for control, it becomes a control battle. It's basically a magical tug of war. Lightning crackles between the blue and red mana fields as they fight for control over the environment. This looks like a scene straight out of a boss fight. Perun is gathering lightning in his hands, looking determined to end this right now. Callahan screams fine and asks if they shall compete as a massive, intricate purple and pink magic circle erupts between them. This is high-tier sorcery. Lightning and fire collide as Perun lunges forward. The impact lines are everywhere. Callahan is laughing like a maniac as the purple mana fills the screen. He is absolutely living for this. A sphere of pure magical energy forms in the center of the clash, sucking in everything around it. A colossal explosion levels the entire room, sending debris flying in every direction. Pola is barely holding on, shielding his face from an impact. He's lucky to be alive. Perun is standing in the middle of the rubble, surrounded by flickering blue lightning. He looks a bit worn out, but still dangerous. Pola stares at the destruction with wide eyes, muttering, "Damn, I feel you, buddy." Pola realizes these guys are all monsters. There's absolutely no opening for a normal person to interfere in this fight. Rubble falls everywhere. Pola thinks they should have just fought each other from the start so he wouldn't be stuck in the middle. Suddenly, a massive mana tornado starts forming. This is getting way out of control. The tornado is tearing the building apart. One of the Deculan assassins watches from the side, muttering, "Damn, how brutal." The assassin tells his teammate to catch his breath while he can. They're waiting for the heavy hitters to finish each other off. He asks how many troubleshooters are left. He's trying to keep a head count of his surviving squad. Suddenly, a massive blue energy blast hits them out of nowhere. the entire area is swallowed by a wave of blue mana. Someone just crashed the party. The assassin is panicking as he's sent flying, saying it's an ambush. He didn't see this coming at all. And there he is. Aster appears through the smoke, looking like a total reaper. He says it's an ambush. Yeah, thanks for the update, Captain Obvious. Aster leaps into the air, his blue cloak billowing behind him like wings. He looks absolutely lethal. Callahan and Perun both stop and look over, realizing a third monster has entered the chat. The look on Callahan's face is priceless. A close-up on Aster's mask. He whispers, "I, Cotton, have arrived." He steps out of the smoke with a total main character entrance. A wide shot shows Aster standing on a pile of rubble, looking down at everyone. He's completely taken over the atmosphere of the fight. Callahan is fuming, screaming if he's joking right now. He is not happy about being interrupted by a kid in a mask. Aster moves like a literal shadow. He's too fast for the naked eye. Before Callahan can even react, Aster is right in his face. A close-up on Aster's eyes through the mask. He says this place will be his grave. That is cold as ice, man. Callahan is sweating now, his pupils shrinking in fear. He realized too late that Aster isn't just a random intruder, he's a predator. Aster slams a glowing blue palm strike directly into Callahan's chest. A massive explosion of orange and yellow light follows the impact. Aster just hit him with the force of a freight train. Callahan is sent skidding across the ground, carving a path through the dirt as he tries to stay on his feet. The fire demon is literally coughing up a geyser of blood. He's taken massive internal damage from that one hit. Aster just stands there in the background, perfectly calm, while Callahan struggles to even breathe. This guy is a literal god. Callahan is spitting out blood, his pride completely shattered. He can't believe he's being beaten this badly. Aster doesn't give him a second to recover, zipping through the air for another strike. Callahan realizes he needs to suppress the mana backflow first, or his own magic will kill him before Aster does. Callahan frantically pulls out a mana stabilizer injection. He's desperate to stay in the fight. He looks up with pure rage, wondering, but where on earth did such a guy come from? He has no clue who Aster really is. A close-up on Callahan's blood-splattered face. He's finally getting serious now, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and hatred. Aster is moving so fast he's just a blue blur, leaving after images all over the battlefield. Aster's technique is extremely efficient, with not an inch of wasted movement. He's a total pro at this. Callahan starts questioning himself, wondering if he is admiring this. Talk about an identity crisis in the middle of a fight. Aster is surrounded by massive, glowing red and white magic circles. He's about to drop a world ender. Callahan gets back into a fighting stance, his face twisting with rage as lightning crackles around him. A colossal pillar of fire and electricity shoots straight into the heavens. This is some god-tier destruction magic. The explosion creates a massive, blinding orb of light in the center of the academy. A close-up on the new masked Aster. He looks absolutely terrifying with those glowing eyes and that dark hood. Troubleshooter number 1 is officially in the building. The final panel shows a spectacular vertical shot of the massive explosion rocking the academy tower. The war has truly begun. The entire area is swallowed by a series of massive explosions. You can practically hear the tower crumbling under the weight of all that raw mana. A giant phoenix-like shape emerges from the fire, lighting up the night sky. Callahan is definitely not holding anything back at this point. Callahan is looking pretty rough himself, bleeding from the mouth and gasping for air. He reaches out through the smoke, desperately wondering if he got him. He cracks a sinister grin, admitting he doesn't care if the other troubleshooters got roasted in the crossfire. For him, completing the mission is the only thing that matters. What a total jerk. Callahan looks up at the rising smoke, realizing that the masked intruder is now his primary target. He's officially marked Aster for death. The fire demon lets out a laugh, admitting he got a bit too excited, which isn't like him. He reaches for another mana injector to get back into the game. He tosses the empty vial to the ground. You can see his boots standing firmly on the scorched earth as he preps for round 2. Wait, Callahan's eyes go wide as he senses something shifting in the air. He realized way too late that the fight isn't over yet. Aster steps out from the smoke like a total boss, telling Callahan he knew about the plan to blow everyone up from the start. He's seeing through all the villain's dirty tricks. Aster points a finger forward, and a glowing blue magic circle instantly forms at the tip. He's done talking and ready to deliver the final blow. Aster is glowing with intense blue mana, looking absolutely lethal as he asks Callahan if he realizes this is the cause of his defeat. Talk about a cold-blooded line before an execution. Aster unleashes a concentrated beam of blue energy that tears through the air. The precision is insane compared to Callahan's wild fire blasts. Callahan can barely track the movement, his eyes widening in pure shock. He starts to say so fast, but the attack is already on top of him. The blue beam pierces straight through Callahan's defense and past his head. He didn't even have time to blink. A sudden splatter of blood fills the air as the impact hits home. Callahan is frozen in place, paralyzed by the sheer speed of the strike. Callahan collapses backward, a bloody hole visible right in the center of his forehead. The fire demon has been snuffed out by a single, perfect shot. Aster's boots hit the ground with a heavy thud. He's walking over to the body, ready to collect his loot. Our hero was actually panting a bit, admitting Callahan was a tough nut to crack. Even with his cheat code knowledge, that fight was no walk in the park. We get a quick flashback to the scale of Callahan's war magic. Aster notes that any other mage would have been toasted by that surprise attack, but Callahan's instincts were top tier. Aster admits that Callahan's final spell actually helped clear the field. He thinks to himself that if Callahan had actually teamed up with the other troubleshooters, he might have actually lost. Aster casually strolls toward Callahan's corpse, looking completely unfazed by the carnage. He's moving with the confidence of a man who's done this 1,000 times. Time to loot the body. Aster starts rummaging through Callahan's clothes, knowing a combat mage would keep his most precious items on him. Just as he thought, Aster finds a small pouch. He knows combat mages are paranoid and don't trust anyone, which makes them perfect targets for a post-battle robbery. He pulls out a subspace pocket, noting it has a basic owner recognition spell. He's already planning to slowly break the seal and see what goodies are hidden inside. Aster suddenly senses a presence behind him and stays perfectly still. He says now, "You're late to the newcomer in the shadows." Professor Perun finally arrives on the scene, wreathed in his own blue mana. He walks into the clearing with a heavy step, looking every bit the high-level mage. Perun looks cold and detached as he explains he was busy freezing the rats. He's clearly not happy about the mess in his academy. Perun charges up a glowing blue orb in his hand, looking ready for another round. He points it at Aster and asks if he is a rat too. Aster just stands there in silence, surrounded by the corpses of Deculan's men. The tension between him and the professor is thick enough to cut with a knife. Perun dismisses the mana orb, deciding not to attack. He says he's not a fighting cock looking for unnecessary trouble, which is a lucky break for Aster. Aster gives him a skeptical look from under his hood. He's wondering why the professor is trusting a masked intruder so easily after all this chaos. Perun asks about the mercenary who approached him earlier, trying to piece together the chain of events. Aster is already 10 steps ahead, thinking about Henzi's secret plan. Aster wonders if Henzi deliberately split the thesis into 2 parts to create this exact situation. He's starting to realize just how cunning his sponsor really is. Aster explains that the delivery today was almost certainly a fake bait planned by Henzi. He's looking at Perun, waiting to see if the professor reaches the same conclusion. We get a flashback of Henzi's sinister smile. The plan was to lure the rats out into the open so the academy could identify the intruders and heighten security talk about a high-stakes gambit. Aster notes that it makes no sense that the Imperial Knights haven't arrived yet, even if the report was late. He's always questioning the logic of the situation. Perun looks Aster in the eye and asks if he's the real messenger. He's finally ready to get down to business. Aster pulls out a bundle of documents and hands them over, saying, "Here's the thesis." He's delivering the item everyone was willing to die for. Perun takes the papers and starts flipping through them, his face unreadable. The sound of the pages turning is the only noise in the quiet ruins. Perun stares at the documents with his piercing red eyes. He's analyzing the data at an incredible speed, looking for any signs of another fake. Aster smirks under his mask, asking the professor if he actually understands the contents, or if he just knows what they're supposed to be. He's testing Perun's knowledge. Perun just says, "I see." He looks incredibly serious now that he has the real research in his hands. Aster warns the professor to be careful, as he'd rather not lose such a reliable and powerful ally. He's already thinking about their future cooperation. Perun tucks the papers away, agreeing that he doesn't want to lose an ally either. He decides to let this slide, officially ending their confrontation for the night. The professor asks if there's anything Aster wants in return for his help. He knows that in the world of troubleshooters, nothing is ever free. Perun notes that they both have clear desires that align. He wants to give Aster something to secure their trust for future missions. Aster puts a hand to his chin and thinks it over. He's already got something very specific in mind. Aster answers simply, "A book." Perun looks a bit surprised, repeating the word like it's a weird request for a mercenary. He explains his vision of a library filled with books that anyone can read. He wants Perun to contribute his own unique perspective on magic to the collection. Perun cracks a small, genuine smirk. He thinks writing a book might actually be fun, and he seems genuinely intrigued by Aster's ambition. Aster decides it's time to head out before things get even messier. Perun stops him, asking how they're going to stay in contact for future business. There's a long, awkward silence as Aster realizes he really doesn't want another man's contact info. He's got this totally blank expression that is just hilarious. He pulls out a string of purple glowing beads, suggesting they use this communication crystal. It's a magical solution to his social awkwardness. He explains that the crystals are linked. If one breaks, the other one does too. It's a simple and effective way to send a signal without having to exchange phone numbers. Parun catches the crystal. He says he won't bother looking for Aster unless it's important, which sounds like a perfect deal for our secretive hero. Parun makes a disgusted face, clarifying that he doesn't like men either. These two are basically the same person, and it's great. A quiet shot of the snowy trees around the academy. The battle is over, but the cold winter night is still lingering. We see Aster in the distance, having already ditched his mask and stealth gear. He's walking back toward the dorms like a normal student. A squad of knights in full plate armor arrives at the smoking ruins of the tower. They look ready for a fight, but all the hard work has already been done. Professor Parun watches them arrive with a stoic look. He's already tucked away the evidence and is ready to give his official version of events. Knights are helping students and staff away from the building. It's a full-scale emergency response now. More shots of the knights patrolling the grounds under the moonlight. They're making sure no more rats are lurking in the shadows. A crowd of confused students is gathered outside, guarded by the Imperial Knights. Everyone is buzzing with rumors about the explosion. Aster is back in his regular clothes, looking totally innocent. Damien is right there with him, wearing a goofy nightcap and looking sleepy. Damien asks where his friend has been. Aster just deadpans that he had to drop a big one, the ultimate excuse to cover his absence. Damien looks genuinely concerned, asking if Aster is constipated and even offering to heal him. Aster's face is just pure regret right now. Aster ignores the bathroom talk and thinks about the battle. He knows the Deculan family will have to lie low after losing such a big player like Callahan. He reflects on how he blocked Callahan's spell. He realized the force field didn't just get stronger, it felt like it reacted specifically to the elemental magic. He remembers Callahan spawning fire magic like a madman. It's a high-level technique where the caster takes no self-damage, and Aster is trying to figure out how he countered it. Damien is literally trying to pull Aster's pants down to heal him. Aster is frantically shaking his head, screaming internally about the situation. Aster tells Damien to stop the madness. He's got more important things to worry about, like why his mana reacted so strangely during the fight. He looks toward Lapidar, the Academy's massive library. He's convinced he can find some clues about his new powers hidden in its archives. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him, asking if he's Aster. Aster turns around, instantly on guard. Meet Chenbi, a new student with messy hair and freckles. She gives a friendly wave, looking way too cheerful for someone who just survived a terrorist attack. Chenbi gives a wide grin and tells Aster he's a pretty good fighter. She's making a lot of noise for someone who just met our secret troubleshooter. Aster's heart sinks. He wonders if this girl saw him fighting earlier. He thinks it'll be a problem if his identity is exposed, already planning how to silence a witness. Meet Chenbi, the first normal kid we've seen in a while. She's all smiles, but she catches Aster off guard by calling him a pretty good fighter. Aster's inner alarm bells are screaming. He's sweating, wondering if this random girl saw him doing high-level troubleshooter business during the explosion. Turns out, Chenbi just saw the lobby beat down on the first day. She's genuinely impressed and wants to know the secret behind that collision-style fighting. Aster lets out a breath he didn't know he was holding. He hits Chenbi with a smirk, glad his secret identity as the world's deadliest mercenary is still safe. Chenbi laughs it off while Aster goes back to his brooding protagonist vibe. He mutters that he sees, probably already planning how to use this girl. The two of them walk through the academy halls while other students whisper in the shadows. The social hierarchy is already forming, and Aster is right in the middle of it. Chenbi admits she just wanted to hang out because she hasn't made any friends yet. She's scratching her head, looking like the relatable sidekick archetype. Aster looks away, actually understanding the struggle. He knows exactly how hard it is to fit into a place full of ego-driven nobles. Lore drop. The Academy claims to treat everyone equally regardless of status, but Aster knows the truth. The students themselves are the ones who bring the baggage of noble ranks into the classroom. Aster says fine, whatever, playing hard to get. Chenbi is just relieved she wasn't rejected on the spot. Aster cracks a small, genuine smile. He realizes being alone during a terrorist attack is definitely unsettling, even for a guy with a second life. They keep walking, and Aster wonders if this is what people call a normal conversation. It's a nice change of pace from the usual life or death situations. But the thought doesn't last long. He reflects on how he's only met absolute maniacs since his regression. Case in point, Paul, Henzi, Alfredo, and Damien. He's surrounded by such monsters that he's actually forgotten what normal people act like. A close-up on that smirk. Aster is fully embracing the chaos, but he's going to try this being normal thing for a bit. Morning hits the academy towers. It's a beautiful day for some high-stakes magic classes, and definitely not another explosion. A bird's-eye view of the campus shows just how massive this place is. It's the perfect playground for a veteran troubleshooter with a plan. Inside the lecture hall, the murmurs of students fill the air. Everyone is tense after yesterday's events, waiting for their first official lesson. Damien is already struggling, letting out a massive yawn. This kid could sleep through an earthquake if it meant avoiding a lecture. He's looking at Aster with sleepy eyes, already done with the day before it even starts. Chenbi waves to them as they find their seats. She's looking way too energetic for someone in a morning class. Aster just gives a dry well, yeah. He's used to working through disasters, so a little tower explosion is just another Tuesday for him. Chenbi is fading fast, muttering about being sleepy. Aster notes that she doesn't seem to have the noble aura, making her a rare breed in this school. Aster decides that Chenbi is a decent friend for now. He's building his own little squad of misfits. Chenbi drops a rumor about their homeroom teacher, Zara. The hype is building. Apparently, she's famous for slaughtering a bunch of trolls in a single strike. Just as the rumors reach a peak, she walks through the door. Aster recognizes her immediately. She's the same fierce professor who took over the podium during the entrance ceremony. She has this intense, predator-like gaze that shuts everyone up instantly. Zara introduces herself and tells everyone to focus on studies despite yesterday's commotion. She wants them focused on their studies, which sounds like a threat coming from her. First order of business, mana measurement. Zara isn't wasting any time getting to the power scaling. She points at a student and demands their name. The pressure in the room just spiked. A student named Arzan stands up, looking nervous but ready. Zara hits her with a trick question. Why is mana quality more important than quantity? Arzan correctly identifies that higher quality mana gives you the edge in a fight against mages of the same level. Aster thinks to himself that the logic is sound. Mana quality affects everything from accuracy to the sheer force of a spell. Zara just lets out an annoyed sound. She's clearly not satisfied with the textbook answer. Arzan is visibly shaken. Zara's disappointment is scarier than a troll's rampage. She looks at the class, asking if anyone from the Marquis of Perime has a better answer. Zara lets out a long sigh, clearly bored by the elite student's lack of insight. She mutters, "No wonder," looking completely disgusted with the state of the class. One student looks like they're on the verge of a breakdown. Zara's classroom management style is basically psychological warfare. The lecture hall is so quiet you could hear a pin drop. No one wants to be the next target of her glare. Zara scans the rows of students with those piercing golden eyes. A blonde kid jumps in his seat, stammering out a confused yes. The student tries to argue that mana quantity is better for large-scale warfare. He's shaking, but he's making a decent point. Aster reflects that both quantity and quality are vital depending on the battlefield variables. He's analyzing the class like a veteran strategist. Zara looks like she's about to explode from boredom. She is not impressed. Aster wonders what she's actually looking for. He knows she's testing their mindset, not just their knowledge. She moves on to the next student, who suggests casting speed is the key. She barks, asking for their house. She's demanding their lineage like it's part of the answer. Aster watches as she tears through the students, ignoring their answers. He can see she's trying to ruin the class's confidence. She stops, stating she's heard enough. The tension is at an all-time high. Zara drops a bombshell. There was never a correct answer. One student is literally crying in the background. Aster is sweating now, thinking hard. He realizes this is a test of character, not theory. She asks if their answers were their own thoughts or just what they thought she wanted to hear. She's calling them out for being puppets of the system. A true mage must never lose their subjectivity. They have to be independent thinkers. A close-up on those golden eyes. Zara is looking for leaders, not followers. She asks the whole class if that is the mindset of a true mage. Zara stands tall at the front, looking like the ultimate authority figure. You can practically hear the students' hearts pounding. This class is way more intense than any of them expected. Aster thinks to himself, finally understanding her method. He's starting to respect this crazy teacher. Zara calls Arzan back to the front for the mana measurement. Arzan is startled but responds with a loud yes. She's recovered her spirit. Zara gives her a rare compliment, saying her first answer was impressive. Arzan sprints down to the center. The mood in the room has shifted from fear to anticipation. Aster watches her go, thinking so, this is how she trains them. It's a break them to build them strategy. Chenbi is crying and complaining about being jealous. Aster just deadpans, asking of what exactly. Zara nods to an assistant professor to bring out the goods. He pulls a purple cloth off a mysterious object. The reveal is here. It's a mana measuring device, a massive glowing blue crystal ball. Zara places her hand on it, and the device thrums with energy. She gives a wicked grin, telling the class it's time to see where they really stand. The students whisper in awe as the device lights up the whole room. A number appears, 9,107. That is an insane power level for a student. Damien is up next, standing before the device with a blank look. Zira starts the class off by explaining that using the measuring orb is simple. She's got that stern teacher vibe that makes you feel like you're about to fail a test you didn't study for. Arzen is the first one up, stepping toward the glowing pedestal. She looks a bit nervous, but Zira isn't giving her any room to hesitate. A close-up on the handoff. As soon as her palm touches the crystal, the mana starts to swirl. Arzen focuses, pouring her mana into the device. It reacts with a massive burst of light in complex magic circles, showing she's definitely got some kick to her. The reading stabilizes, revealing an intricate blue seal floating inside the crystal. It looks like the scan is complete. The whole class lets out a collective gasp as the results light up the room. Arzen looks pretty surprised herself by the scale of the reaction. Zira points out that there are various indicators, but the center one is the most important. She's breaking down the stats like a pro gamer explaining a character sheet. The center number represents mana quality on a scale from 1 to 10. For Arzen, she's sitting at level 4, which is apparently the average for last year's incoming class. Look at this chibi cutie. Arzen is absolutely beaming with joy after getting a passing grade. She's all sparkles and happy energy now. Zira tells her to keep pouring it in for the secondary measurement. The orb flares up with a golden light as Arzen gives it everything she's got. The final number pops up, 17. That's her mana capacity, and for a first year, that is seriously impressive. Zira actually cracks a small smile, telling Arzen she can tell how diligent she's been. Getting a compliment from this lady is probably harder than the actual magic. Arzen is blushing like crazy, feeling super proud. She's definitely the teacher's pet for today. Meanwhile, Chenbi is watching from the back, sweating buckets. She's looking at Aster and realizing that the bar has been set way higher than she expected. Zira tells Arzen she can leave and instructs the assistant professor to handle the rest. She's done with the pleasantries and ready to move on. The students start whispering and buzzing with anxiety. Everyone is worried about their own breathing methods and refinement levels now. Chenbi tries to drag Aster along, saying they should get theirs measured now. Aster is just sitting there looking totally bored, asking if they should, like he doesn't have a care in the world. The crowd goes wild again, someone yelling about how crazy it is as a new set of numbers hits the screen. Check out those stats, refinement 6 and capacity 20. That's huge. The other students are already getting jealous of whoever just stepped up. The assistant professor asks for a name, and we see a very cool-looking student with sleek white hair. He simply says, Furion. Reveal of the man himself. Furion looks incredibly smug and composed. He's got that "I know I'm better than you" face down to a science. Aster watches from his seat, thinking Furion is a total show-off. He's already judging the guy for the way he stated his full name like a dramatic reveal. The assistant professor is gushing, saying those are excellent numbers for a prestigious family member. Furion just stands there looking like he expected nothing less. Furion says he sees with a tiny, arrogant smirk. He's definitely going to be a rival for our protagonist. Suddenly, Damien wakes up with a massive yawn. He's asking what's going on and why it's so noisy. This kid literally slept through the elite noble's reveal. He looks over at the orb, finally realizing they're doing mana measurements. He looks way too interested for someone who is just napping. Damien shouts that he wants to do it too, bolting toward the front. He's got zero chill. Aster is dying of embarrassment, covering his face in his hands. He mutters for him not to just bolt like that, wondering why he's the one who feels ashamed. The students start gossiping as Damien approaches. They recognize him as the young master of the Blandor family and note that he looks way younger than the others. Aster thinks to himself that he really didn't want to become famous for brawling. He's trying to stay under the radar, but his associations are making that impossible. The assistant asks if Damien wants his measured, and Damien just gives a confident "alright then, I'll give it a try." He looks like he's about to play a carnival game. Damien stands before the crystal, asking if he just needs to channel his mana into it. He looks so innocent, but we know the power he's hiding. He touches the orb, and it immediately erupts with a massive sound. The blue light is so intense, it's practically blinding. The crowd is in total shock, wondering if that's even possible. The sheer pressure coming off the device is making everyone sweat. Even Furion looks like he's about to have a heart attack. He gasps, probably about to say, "Monster." The stats are revealed, refinement level 9 and capacity level 67. That isn't just a high score, it's a world-breaking anomaly. The room goes dead silent. This is how ordinary people react when they see a once-in-a-century genius. The text says it all, incomprehensible by the common sense of an ordinary person. Damien is literally in a league of his own. Damien just looks at the orb and asks if this is high. He is completely oblivious to the fact that he just shattered everyone's ego. Aster watches him, thinking he can see exactly how the monster of the Blandor family came to be. He realizes Damien was just born different. Aster thinks to himself that if Damien had put in effort in his past life, he could have changed the entire continent. He's determined to do things differently this time around. His goal is clear: make sure the Blandor family remains a permanent thorn in House Declan's side. He's going to nurture Damien into a weapon. We get a vision of a future, powerful Damien. Aster is committed to making sure this kid rises far above the ordinary. The assistant professor is wiping sweat from his face, telling Damien he truly lives up to the Blandor name. He's terrified and impressed at the same time. He warns Damien not to let his guard down though, because a mage's level isn't determined by mana alone. Damien just gives a bright, sparkly yes. Damien turns back to Aster, spinning around happily. He asks if his friend has had his measured yet. Aster stares at the orb, thinking. He knows the spotlight is on him now because he's the commoner hanging out with the Blandos. The students are definitely curious. They want to see what kind of power the guy who beat up Hickster actually has. Aster steps up to the pedestal, looking cool and collected. He says, "All right then, I'll give it a try." The assistant asks for his name. He replies, "It's Aster," with a hand still in his pocket. Such a rebel. He reaches out his hand, mana starting to flow. He's carefully adjusting the properties of his mana to look average. He starts channeling what he thinks is a suitable amount. You can see the blue energy beginning to pulse into the crystal. Wait, something's wrong? Aster looks shocked as the orb starts ticking and glowing red. He wonders why they set the baseline this low. The machine starts to scream and spark. At this rate, the energy is overflowing. The screen shows refinement level 10, but the orb is vibrating violently. Aster realized he accidentally measured way higher than he intended. The orb erupts in a massive pillar of red and white light. He literally broke the measuring device. The alarm is going off. Limit exceeded. Please reset the baseline. The entire room is glowing red and the crowd is in total shock, wondering what the... Damien is absolutely living for this, cheering how amazing it is. He's so proud of his friend for breaking the school equipment. The assistant professor is totally rattled, suggesting they have to measure it again because of an error. Aster just gives a nervous, "I suppose so." Aster looks like he's about to die of embarrassment. He's gritting his teeth and telling Damien to shut up while the kid looks on with a blank face. Damien gives him this absolutely terrifying "I said shut up" face. This kid's mood swings are enough to give anyone whiplash. The professor resets the machine, telling him he reset it and to please try again. Aster just gives a flat okay, determined to get it right this time. Second try. The numbers stabilize at refinement level 3 and total capacity 15. That is much more middle of the road. The students start whispering, relieved that it was just a machine error after all. Aster thinks to himself that it worked this time since he was more careful. Aster cracks a sneaky, satisfied smirk. He's successfully hidden his true power from the school, and he's feeling pretty good about it. He gives a curious look as someone approaches. It's Damien. He leans in and asks where Damien learned a word like that. Aster is caught off guard. Damien looks at him with pure, unadulterated disgust, saying what a load of bullshit. He's calling out Aster's fake score. Aster just looks away, sweating. He realizes he can't speak carelessly around him anymore. Damien's instincts are way too sharp. Sunset falls over the beautiful architecture of Xenion Academy. It's the end of an eventful first day of classes. A close-up of the first Magic Hall sign as the student chatter echoes in the background. Zira is standing by a window in the Magic Hall, looking out over the campus. She looks very deep in thought. She notes that the second Magic Hall is being repaired smoothly after the explosion. But then she gets to the big question, why would a mage named Callahan attack? She watches the repair work, thinking about the danger House Declan poses. She realizes the school's security needs to be tightened. She sighs, deciding that Professor Perun was famous in his day and can probably handle things himself. She's trusting her colleague's strength. Assistant Professor Yorby enters her office with a polite professor. It's Yorby. He tells her he's brought the data from today's mana level tests. He looks way more formal in this setting. She flips through the pages, noting that the talent level is quite high this semester. She stops on a specific page, thinking Furion, a bit disappointing for a deny. She moves to Damien's file, thinking Damien, a score befitting the greatest talent in the history of the Blandor family. She notes he'll require careful guidance. Wait, she sees something else. Her eye narrows, and she lets out a sharp sound of surprise. She's looking at Aster's file. It mentions he was retested due to an error on the first attempt. The note says he originally exceeded the set baseline. Zira looks absolutely intrigued. She gets this sharp, intense look in her golden eyes. She knows she's found someone very interesting. She decides she'll have to keep an eye on him. Meanwhile, in a tiny bottom panel, Aster and Damien are still bickering. It looks like Aster's low-key life is already over. Damien is flexing his crazy mana control by manifesting a literal glowing blue dragon. He casually asks Aster what he thinks of his new pet project. Check out those odd eyes glowing with intensity. Damien's looking for some validation, asking if this high-level mana construct is good enough for their practice. Aster is just standing there with his usual "I've seen better" face. He gives a reluctant "that should work," while the blue mana ripples around them. The boys are chilling in the lounge, and Damien is making the little blue dragon dance on the table. He wants to make it more dynamic, like it's about to leap forward and roar. Chenbi is losing her mind in the background. She's shocked that Damien can pull off such high-level manipulation so easily, comparing it to the famous lion statue back home. Damien is treating a complex mana control test like a simple toy, making the dragon roar. Even Furion could only manage a basic shape, but Damien is on another level. Poor Chenbi has officially hit rock bottom. She's crying and laughing at the same time, admitting that the world is vast and she's just trash compared to these monsters. Aster just watches the drama unfold with a deadpan stare. He acknowledges Chenbi's feelings, but basically tells her there's nothing he can do about being born a side character. Damien stops his playing and turns toward Aster with a much softer look. He calls out to his friend, catching Aster off guard for a second. Look at that wholesome, sparkly smile. Damien is genuinely happy, saying he's had a great time today and is glad he chose to come to this academy after all. Aster is momentarily stunned into silence. He didn't expect the future Mad Butcher to be this capable of genuine friendship, and it's clearly making him rethink his plans. Aster cracks a small, mysterious smirk. He's starting to enjoy this rehabilitation project more than he expected. Night falls over the academy towers, and the mood shifts instantly. It's time for some secret business while everyone else is dreaming of magic dragons. Back in his dark stealth suit, Aster is rummaging through his loot. He's finally ready to see what kind of treasures he snatched from the dead fire demon. Aster pulls out Callahan's subspace pouch, noting that it has a high-level lock. He's a veteran troubleshooter though, so a bit of security magic isn't going to stop him. He reflects on how it took him a whole month to crack this thing open in his personal training room. Without the proper equipment, even a genius has to take his time. The first find is a beautiful, glowing pearl sitting in an ornate box. This is an elixir from the Blandor family that Aster managed to dissolve and absorb into his own mana. Aster notes that he's picked up a ton of useful knowledge at the academy so far. He's building his power base brick by brick while pretending to be a student. He goes back to the pouch, wondering what to look at. Lightning crackles as he breaks the final seal. It's Christmas morning for assassins, Aster mutters as he peers into the void. You can see his eyes scanning for anything that can give him a tactical edge in the coming war. He pulls out a mysterious potion vial first. It looks high grade, likely something meant for emergency mana recovery or a temporary power boost. Next up is a red cloak that he immediately rejects. He decides he can't use this, probably because walking around in the clothes of the guy you killed is a bad way to keep a secret. Finally, he pulls out a braided metal protection artifact. This is the kind of high-tier gear that can save your life when things go south. Aster tests the defensive power of the artifact, and it reacts with a crackle of blue electricity. He notes it's not bad. He's officially got a magic shield now. He keeps digging and lets out a satisfied shout when he finds it. This is the real prize he was looking for all along. Behold, Deculan's Secret Grimoire, RED Fire. This book is basically a manual on how to become a human flamethrower, and Aster just stole it. We get a vision of a spell so powerful it can burn through a force field. This is the lesser secret art Callahan used, and now it belongs to our boy Aster. Aster sits on the floor, organizing his new gear. He knows he can't learn these spells overnight, but he's patient enough to master them one by one. He looks up with a sharp, calculating gaze, wondering if it isn't today. The student part of his life is about to get a lot more stressful. The academy courtyard is packed with students standing on massive magic circles. The atmosphere is tense, like a gladiator arena right before the gates open. Damien is super hyped, waving his arms and shouting about how many people are there. Aster and Chenbi just look at him like he's lost his mind. Chenbi leans in to whisper a rumor to Aster. She's got that classic, I have gossip face, and Aster is actually interested enough to listen. Chenbi claims she overheard the staff talking about the evaluation being a canyon breakthrough. She's already trying to strategize based on hearsay. Aster just gives a thoughtful sound. He knows the midterm is a practical exam and that there are usually 3 possible variants. The first possibility is the trial of the ordeal, a disgusting race through a maze-like sewer pipe. Nobody wants to spend their afternoon in the academy's plumbing. Then there's the canyon breakthrough, a first-come, first-served race to a finish line. This is the one Chenbi is betting on. The third option is a straight-up monster hunt against holograms or actual beasts. This is basically just a combat test for the magic division. Aster's internal monologue is cold as usual. He thinks that it doesn't matter what the event is, he just needs to get through it without any complications. Chenbi is overthinking everything, muttering about using defensive magic to push ahead early. She's surrounded by a rainbow of anxiety sparkles. A massive, booming silence echoes across the courtyard. The big boss has arrived to start the show. Flowing black hair and a dark cloak. You already know who it is. The vibe just got 10 times heavier. Professor Perun makes his entrance, looking like he just stepped out of a goth music video. He's the supervising professor for today's evaluation. Aster gives him a mental wave and "It's been a while, Professor." He notes that Perun's dark circles are looking even worse than usual. The man needs a nap. Perun stands before the crowd, his presence alone shutting down all the student gossip. He's ready to drop the hammer. A close-up on that terrifying face. Perun begins to announce the event for this performance evaluation, the suspense killing everyone. It's the trial of the ordeal. Chenbi's face completely collapses into a purple void of despair. Her canyon rumor was a total lie. Chenbi is shaking Aster, screaming no way, and that her whole plan is ruined. Aster just stares at her and calls her a liar with zero sympathy. Chenbi is literally wilting as her strategic house of cards falls apart. Aster's deadpan delivery of a gasp is the ultimate vibe check. Perrin orders everyone to line up by class. He looks like he'd rather be anywhere else, but he's still doing his job with lethal efficiency. Perun snaps his fingers and the magic starts to happen. This is some high-tier teleportation or summoning magic. A massive hologram of a maze-like sewer pipe appears. Navigate through it, reach the final gate, and don't worry about which path you take. Eventually, they all lead to the exit. Aster and Chenbi stand together. Aster has his hands in his pockets, looking bored because he knows the other shoe is about to drop. Perun says, however, as he snaps his fingers again, that one word just ruined everyone's day. A massive, glowing blue mana golem manifests right behind the professor, vibrating with power. The students are losing their minds, asking what and if there are golems in a performance evaluation. The difficulty level just spiked from sewer walk to survival horror. Aster tells Damien to watch his mouth as Chenbi literally spits out blood from the shock. These golems are no joke. Perun calls the golem a slow, clunky combat machine, but admits it might be a bit tough for freshmen. He points out that they've exposed its core as a weakness. The students are panicking about the narrow spaces. They realize that in a narrow space like that, they'll get caught instantly. They're realizing this is an ambush simulator. Perun notes that these mages in training are not very composed. He's judging their character just as much as their magical ability. He thinks back to a cloaked assassin, probably a memory of the real world. He knows that in the end, a mage's greatest weakness is often just the environment they're in. Perun's eyes narrow as he scans the crowd. He thinks still, there are a few students who seem quite capable. He's looking for the wolves among the sheep. He spots Arzin, who looks nervous but determined. Her eyes haven't lost their fire, which is a good sign for her survival. Next up is the white-haired Furion, looking smug, followed by Damien, who is picking his nose. Perun decides to cancel that thought for Damien. He looks like he doesn't have a single care in the world. A close-up on the mouth as Perun lets out a sharp enough. It's time to stop the talking and start the screaming. The golems power up, towering over the terrified students. The trial of the ordeal has officially begun. Perun explains the golems will act as gatekeepers. He tells them whether they defeat them or avoid them is their choice. Basically, figure it out or die trying. Perun says furthermore, each of them will be issued a test bracelet. He holds up a sleek black band that looks way more expensive than a regular school supply. The bracelet has a protective power similar to a force field. Once it breaks, the golems stop targeting you because you've already failed the exam. A blue-haired student is sweating bullets. The reality that his grade and his safety depends on a tiny bracelet is finally hitting home. Perun looks out over the crowd, noting their passive attitude. He decides to make an offer that's too good to refuse. He says to show him something impressive with a creepy, red-eyed grin. He says, "It doesn't matter how they do it, just don't be boring." Aster responds with a wicked, matching smirk. He thinks about a reward he won't be disappointed with. He's ready to tear this exam apart for some high-tier loot. Aster is taking us on a tour of Lapider, the biggest library on the whole eastern continent. This place is massive, and you just know it's filled with top-tier magic secrets. Seriously, the scale of this library is insane. It's the dream destination for any mage, but getting in is a whole different story. The library is split into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. Naturally, the good stuff isn't just sitting out on the coffee table for everyone to see. He's hunting for clues about the stigma, but he realized there isn't a single decent grimoire down here. It's all basic theory and no real power. The problem is, those floors are strictly reserved for the imperial family and high-ranking noble houses. It's a literal gated community for knowledge. If you aren't a royal, you need recommendations from at least 3 professors just to step foot up there. Aster's trying to stay low-key, but the school system won't leave him alone. Look at that smirk. He's already decided to ace this evaluation to get those passes. He's going to use the expulsion reward to bypass the library security. Professor Perun wraps up the briefing and tells everyone to go grab their gear. It's like the final moments before a battle royale starts. The supply line is a total disaster zone. This kid is begging for bomb flowers and ignition stones, but the assistant professor just shuts him down because his attribute is already fire-based. Denied. Another student is trying to score a golem controller to cheat his way through. Shortcut denied. No easy wins today, buddy. The crowd is screaming for the assistant professor's attention. Aster is the only one standing there perfectly calm, probably judging everyone's lack of professional discipline. Someone yells out, "Sir," and Aster turns around with a look that says, "Who's bothering me now?" It's Damien. He's asking for vine seeds, and Aster has to remind him that he's not a teacher. He still agrees to help the kid out, though. Damien is super hyped, showing off that he can use plant magic even without a specific attribute. Look at that little sprout. He's way too wholesome for this school. Damien runs off with his bag of seeds like it's a bag of candy. Chenbi is watching from the side, looking like she's not sure what to make of this duo. A close-up on the nerves. Someone looks like Chenbi is sweating and gritting her teeth. The pressure of the exam is starting to set in. Aster is impressed that even Damien is actually preparing for once. He's wondering if Chenbi will finally manage to break out of her shell during this test. The announcer starts assigning starting points, and the students check the screens. It's go time for the trial of the ordeal. Everyone starts heading to their designated zones. You can feel the tension in the hallway as the group split up. Aster checks the map and realizes he's assigned to starting point 3. The layout looks like a massive, confusing maze. The squad says their goodbyes as they head to different entrances. Damien's still cheering, but Aster knows it's about to get real. Aster arrives at his point and finds himself with a group of 6 total strangers. The vibe is awkward and stiff, to say the least. He looks around at his temporary teammates, thinking this reminds him of his mercenary days. Going on missions with people you don't know is always a recipe for drama. A guy with a main character haircut approaches Aster and asks if he is Aster. Uh-oh, here we go. The newcomer is backed up by his own squad of arrogant-looking nobles. You can tell just by their faces that they think they own the place. The guy says he heard Aster is skilled and wants to make a deal. Aster just gives him a cold speak, not even blinking. This guy has some serious nerve. He offers to buy the bracelets of anyone who fails for 30 gold each. He's literally trying to turn the exam into a business transaction. The other students are listening in while the guy explains that the offer doesn't apply to Aster or his own elite friends. He's trying to bribe the potential losers. Aster is actually doing the math. 30 gold is a decent amount for one of these bracelets, but he knows there's a catch. The noble mocks Aster, calling him a vagrant and saying Damien won't be around to protect him forever. Big mistake, buddy. You don't insult a legendary troubleshooter to his face. Aster admits to himself that the guy isn't wrong about using whatever tools you have. He's surprisingly chill about the insult, mostly because he's already planning his countermove. These rich kids are standing there looking all menacing with a powerful aura. They think their money and status are going to carry them through the trial. The guy asks why 30 gold isn't enough, and offers 35 instead. He thinks Aster is just haggling for a better price. Aster points at the group and tells the young masters they need to go back to math class. He's about to school them in more ways than one. He counts them off. 3 regular students plus the 2 nobles make 6 people at the starting point. Aster's aura starts to flare up as he asks why they forgot to put a price on their own heads. He's basically telling them their targets now too. The rich kids are absolutely speechless. They didn't think a peasant would have the guts to threaten them like this. A close-up on the noble fuming with rage. He's thinking, does this low-born peasant not know his place? Yeah, stay mad, buddy. Aster just smirks and raises the stakes himself. He says, fine, I'll raise it to 40 gold, no more than that. He's officially extorting the bullies. The noble, Faken, thinks Aster is just a greedy brat trying to use the situation to make a quick buck. He's completely misjudging who he's dealing with. He imagines Aster surrounded by gold, thinking that greed will eventually be his downfall. Irony at its finest. Faken views Aster as nothing more than a hunting dog for Damien. He's already dismissed him as a serious threat. He tells Aster the negotiation is over and tries to walk away. Aster stops him, reminding him he still has to pay up for his own bracelet. Faken is losing it. Aster uses a hilarious metaphor about paying passenger fares even if you're carrying cargo. He's literally making them pay for the privilege of failing around him. Aster demands 120 gold total, 40 per head for the 3 of them. This guy is absolutely savage for this. A visual of a snap. Someone just reached their breaking point and it's about to get violent. One of the lackeys, Dive, starts screaming about how Aster is a filthy lowlife and a market thug. The noble pride is hurting. He's shaking with rage, bringing up an ancestor who was a baron. Aster just stands there looking completely unimpressed by the family tree. Facon tells Dive to back down for a second. He wants to be the one to teach this bastard a lesson he won't forget. Aster gives them the most legendary deadpan face in history. He really doesn't care about their barren ancestors. Fakin is glowing red with embarrassment and rage. He knows he's losing face in front of the other students. Surprisingly, Fakin reaches for his gold bag. He tells Devi to endure it because the young lady's orders, Damien's family, matter more than their pride right now. He starts counting out the gold. Aster keeps the pressure on, mockingly saying he didn't realize he was dealing with such distinguished people. Since they're so noble, Aster decides to double the rate to 160 gold total. This guy is a professional troll. The gold coins drop into Aster's hand with a satisfying clink. He's officially rich before the test even begins. Fakin gives a terrifying look, telling Aster he better look forward to what's coming. That is the face of someone planning a serious revenge plot. The force field only activates when direct magic hits the body. We see a large, glowing red magic seal illustrating the point. A close-up on a student adjusting the bracelet. It's the only thing standing between them and a failing grade. The students are listening intently as they hear that the field only survives one hit. You have to make it count. Damien is actually paying attention for once. He looks surprisingly intense when it comes to the safety rules. Dahlia stares at the screen with a serious look. The teleportation feature means no one gets hurt, but their academic pride is definitely on the line. Arzin gulps, realizing the test is about to start. Her face is a mix of terror and determination. Aster is stretching and cracking his neck. He's in full combat mode now, ready to show these nobles what a real troubleshooter can do. Fakon and his squad are glaring daggers at Aster's back. They are 100% planning to jump him the second they enter the maze. In the control room, the staff is ready. You can see the rows of monitors displaying different sections of the sewer pipe maze. Professor Perun takes a calm sip of his coffee and gives the final order. Begin. A massive pillar of blue mana erupts. The warp process is sending all the students into their starting positions. The monitors flash warp complete and displaying internal video feed. The evaluation is officially underway. Perun sits in his chair, watching the screens with a bored expression. He's seen 1,000 of these tests before. The professor watches as the magic circles hum in the room. He's waiting for someone to do something interesting. Suddenly, the screens go dark. The staff screams, wondering what's going on. The technical glitch is causing total panic. Perun slams his cup on the table. He looks livid that the magic eyes he inspected himself are failing. An assistant frantically reports that starting point 3 is the one that's gone dark. That's exactly where Aster and the noble squad are. A close-up on the monitor for point 3, it's just black. Someone has intentionally cut the feed to cover their tracks. We get one last shot of Aster's face as the screen glitches out. It looks like things are about to get very, very violent in the shadows. Zira's voice echoes through the arena, reminding everyone of the stakes. If that bracelet on your wrist stops working, you're officially out of the game. She breaks down the tech. The force field only triggers upon a direct hit from magic or a mana-infused strike. Basically, the school doesn't want any lawsuits if a student gets flattened. Aster is looking as edgy as ever while listening to the teleportation rules. If you fail, you get warped outside immediately to avoid any real injuries, though your pride might not survive the trip. The noble bullies are giving Aster the ultimate stinky eye. They're definitely planning to test that no-injury rule the second the gates open. Professor Perun takes one last sip of his coffee, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. He gives the final command, "You may begin." The warp magic kicks in, and everyone is sent into the maze in pillars of blue light. Talk about a dramatic way to start a midterm. The students arrive in the sewer-like maze, looking a bit disoriented. Aster is already leading the pack, moving before the dust even settles. Aster snaps his fingers, mana swirling around his hand. He refers to the noble bullies as his valued customers. This dude is literally treating this ambush like a business transaction. A massive surge of mana erupts as the fight begins. Aster can feel their hateful stares drilling into the back of his head, but he couldn't care less. Aster looks back with a chilling expression, telling them they're short on time. He's ready to wrap this negotiation up with his fists. Action montage time. Magic circles are flashing everywhere as the noble squad tries to jump our boy. It's a total cluster of elemental energy. The leader, Fakin, is laughing like a total loon while wreathed in fire. He calls Aster an arrogant brat, completely unaware that he's about to have a very bad day. A massive explosion of orange mana fills the corridor. These rich kids are really throwing everything they've got at a single target. Aster's eyes narrow as he analyzes the situation with veteran precision. He knows getting hit once is game over, so he's turning his dodge stat up to maximum. Aster zips through the flames like a shadow. He's moving so fast the fire doesn't even singe his uniform. The text highlights Aster's simple but lethal strategy. Just dodge and strike. He's navigating through the magic spam like it's a tutorial level. Aster is literally cleaning house, taking down lackeys left and right. He's even using a high-level trick of withdrawing his mana right before a hit to bypass the safety systems. He's explaining his mana withdrawal technique. It's a move that only someone who has survived 100 battlefields would even think of. Aster delivers a devastating blow right to the noble leader's solar plexus. That painful grunt tells you everything you need to know about Faken's current lung capacity. Aster is a one-man army, pinballing between the students and taking them down in record time. He's actually having fun testing out this new way of fighting. Another impact rocks the maze. Aster thinks it's sweet as he realizes his theory about the mana withdrawal is working perfectly. Aster stands victorious over a literal mountain of unconscious nobles. He mocks them for being loaded enough to recruit this many people just to fail this miserably. Aster's aura is looking super menacing now. He decides to charge them a 320 gold arrogance. Fine talk about an expensive lesson. The dark halls of the maze fall silent for a moment. It's the calm before the next storm of Aster's trolling. Fakon is trembling with pure, unadulterated rage, gritting his teeth so hard they might snap. He whimpers, calling him a bastard. Fakon tries to lunge one more time with a swollen, bruised face. Aster just tells him to shut up and prepares to end it. Fakon lets out a pained scream as Aster delivers another quick reminder of who the boss is. Aster looks at his own bracelet, doing some quick math. He's deducting 10 gold for every 100 hits. This man is a menace to the noble economy. Aster casually swipes the noble's bracelet. He's even got the audacity to claim he's the victim in this situation. With 6 bracelets secured, Aster wonders what's next on the agenda. He's already made a fortune, and the test has barely started. He takes a breather on a ledge, thinking about Perun's reward. He realizes he needs even more professor recommendations to get what he really wants. Aster gets that calculating look again. He's trying to figure out what kind of impressive display will catch the eyes of the faculty. Suddenly, a low rumbling sound echoes through the stone walls. Something big is moving nearby. Aster looks up at the high, arched ceiling of the maze. His veteran instincts are tingling. Something is definitely off with the exam. Aster clutches his head, realizing that if he keeps going like this, he might make an enemy of the entire continent. He mutters, "Hell no, he can't do that," though we all know he probably will anyway. Deciding that overthinking is a waste of time, he decides to just run his feet off and find the exit. Aster stops in his tracks, sensing something weird ahead. His eyes are sharp as he scans the shadows. Distant shouting echoes through the tunnels. Someone is screaming about cheating, and they sound absolutely terrified. A group of students is cowering in a corner, begging the young master to stop. They look like they've just seen a ghost. There he is. Damien is laughing like a maniac while a massive golem covered in glowing vines looms behind him. He says nope, with a crazy look in his eye. The golem, completely under Damien's control, is absolutely wrecking the other students. It's using vines to block their magic while it prepares to smash them. We hear the sound of footsteps sprinting through the dark. Someone is trying to make a run for it before the golem notices them. One of the bullies gets slammed face first into the dirt. Damien is really not playing around today. Chenbi is looking up in pure shock as the ground begins to shake. She realizes that Damien has completely taken over the local golem population. The vine golem lets out an ear-piercing roar. It looks like a final boss from a high-level dungeon. Damien looks strangely serious here. He bluntly states he just wants to pass the test, which is kind of scary considering he's using a war machine to do it. Damien yells at the noble kids to stop attacking him while a fire spell explodes against the wall. He's basically telling them to surrender their bracelets quietly. 2 girls are panicking in the background, arguing about who has to go out and face the monster kid. One asks, "What if you stabbed me in the back? Talk about great teamwork." Damien senses an opening and shouts now. He's ready to make his move while they're distracted. Legs moving in a blur. Damien is hauling ass down the tunnel with a rhythmic sound. He's thinking to himself that all he needs to do is pass. He doesn't want any more trouble, but we know trouble always finds him. He thinks this is fine while sprinting away. He's finally feeling confident about his progress through the maze. Suddenly, Damien freezes, sensing something wrong with his own equipment. His bracelet is sparking with red electricity. He wonders what's wrong with his bracelet, looking genuinely confused. Damien starts sweating and laughing nervously. He realizes with horror that he might have been hit by a stray spell without even noticing. Damien slumps against the wall, looking completely dejected. His genius run just ended because of a technicality. He sees a weird icon floating over his head. The atmosphere in the sewer just changed from exam to horror movie. An ominous, distorted voice booms through the intercom system, asking if they can hear him. Damien looks up with wide, terrified eyes. Chenbi hears the voice too and realizes it's definitely not one of the academy professors. The sinister vibe is off the charts. We see a student being literally choked by a massive mechanical golem hand. The intruder voice chillingly states they have no demands. Damien stares up at his vine golem, which is now acting very creepy. The intruders have hacked the school's security system. A golem's eye glowed yellow with a blink. The voice says there is only the price to be paid for displeasing the Great One. In the control room, the screens are flickering with the message. All of you students will die. The entire magic eye system is offline. The red system text commands them to die in despair. This isn't a test anymore, it's a mass execution. Professor Perun slams his hands on the desk, shouting enough. He is absolutely done with these terrorists messing up his workday. Parun orders his assistant to bring Professor Felina immediately. The assistant is sweating bullets, stammering out a "yes, sir." Total chaos in the command center as they scream for the dean and more professors. The staff is realizing they've been completely bypassed. A close-up on the desk as it cracks under Parun's hand. He mutters, "These damn bugs, how dare they?" Parun looks like a literal demon with those glowing red eyes. Whoever is behind this is about to find out why he was famous back in his day. Back in the maze, a massive crash echoes as a ceiling collapses. A new type of golem, sparking with blue electricity, steps through the dust. It looks way more lethal than the training versions. Aster is looking up with an expression of pure, unadulterated annoyance. He mutters, "Shit." He just wanted a quiet afternoon of library passes. Multiple golems with glowing red eyes emerge from the shadows with a heavy thud. It's an ambush from every direction. A wide shot shows Aster standing alone against an entire army of mechanical killers. The scale of the threat is just insane. Mana is flying everywhere as Aster tries to navigate this sudden difficulty spike. He's dodging high-level magical impacts that definitely shouldn't be part of a freshman evaluation. It's been 10 minutes since the intruders hijacked the test, and Aster notices the golems are suddenly moving with insane agility. They aren't the slow, clunky machines they were supposed to be. Aster is being surrounded by these things, and he can tell the internal security system has been completely rewritten. These golems are agile, fast, and 100% out for blood. Aster realizes they're pinpointing his exact location and swarming him. It's clear the intruders have a specific interest in taking him out first. It looks like someone emptied the entire storage room of golems just to deal with him. The sheer number of units flooding the maze is basically a death sentence for any normal student. But our boy just cracks a wicked smirk, reminding us that he's troubleshooter number 1. He survived everything except an aerial dogfight, so a few malfunctioning golems aren't going to stop him. Aster leaps into action, blue mana swirling around his hands like a hurricane. He's not just defending, he's looking for an opening to take control of the situation. Deeper in the maze, someone is running for their life, panting heavily. The walls of the maze are turning into a literal cage. It's Chenbi, and she looks absolutely terrified. She's thinking to herself that if she'd known it would turn into a horror movie, she would have just let herself get eliminated during the first minute. Chenbi stops in her tracks as she hears footsteps approaching. In a place like this, a survivor could be a friend or another trap. She peers into the darkness, hoping for a survivor. She wonders who it is, her heart pounding against her ribs. Aster appears out of the shadows, looking way too calm for someone in the middle of a terrorist attack. He's immediately on high alert, his eyes scanning for enemies behind her. Chenbi is so relieved she almost starts crying, waving and shouting his name. She thinks she's finally safe now that she's found him. Her voice trails off as she sees the literal army of golems chasing him. Talk about jumping from the frying pan and straight into the fire. Aster doesn't even stop to chat, just shouting "run" as he grabs her. He's bringing the entire party with him, and it's a party Chenbi definitely wasn't invited to. A massive golem lets out a roar right behind them. It's absolute chaos as they sprint through the corridors with death on their heels. Chenbi is struggling to keep up, huffing and puffing. Aster looks back with a judging side-eye, internally calling out her pathetic stamina. Aster suddenly stops and demands for Chenbi to give him the bracelet. She's too confused to argue, just letting out a bewildered sound. Aster explains that the golem's detection range shouldn't be this wide. He knows they shouldn't be able to track them this persistently through the maze walls. The realization hits. The bracelets are connected to the control system. They're acting like literal alarm bells, constantly broadcasting their location to every golem in the building. Chenbi asks what about him, worried. He tells her he's already been identified as a priority target, so her odds of survival are higher if he acts as the decoy. Aster hits her with some cold logic. Those who can live should live. He's basically sacrificing his own safety to give her a path out of the maze. Chenbi looks stunned, her eyes wide with shock. She can't believe this arrogant kid is actually willing to risk everything for her. Her breathing hitches as she stares at him. This moment is clearly triggering some deep-seated trauma or memory for her. Flashback time. We see a younger Chenbi running through a dark forest while her mother's voice echoes in her head, telling her to just focus on her magic. Present-day Chenbi grits her teeth, sweat dripping down her face. The guilt of her past is clearly weighing on her more than the golems. She grabs the bracelet tight, shouting that he has to survive and that they have to meet again. She's finally showing some real fire in her eyes. Aster just gives her a confident smirk and says, "Yeah, I know. This guy's ego is bulletproof, even when facing a mechanical army." Chenbi turns and runs, crying out that she has no choice but to live. She's determined to not let Aster's sacrifice go to waste. We get another vision of her family, her parents and a little sister. Her sister was forced to quit school just so Chenbi could have a chance at a better life. The text says, "The rights my family should have been able to enjoy," as we see a silhouette of them falling. The pressure to succeed is literal life and death for her. Her mother's smiling face appears in her mind, calling her Chenbi, their pride and joy. That's a heavy title to carry when you feel like you're failing everyone. Present-day Chenbi looks like she's about to have a mental breakdown. The weight of her family's expectations is crushing her. She asks herself if she is someone to be proud of. She's reaching a breaking point where the fear of failure is finally being overtaken by her own will to fight. She gasps as she stops running. She's finally found the courage she's been missing this whole time. She asks if she is someone to be proud of for abandoning a friend. She screams no as a massive explosion of mana rocks the corridor. She stops and stands her ground. She can't let herself be crushed by guilt anymore. It's time for the sidekick to have her main character moment. A close-up on her hands as she starts weaving a complex spell. You can see the mana starting to spark and crackle around her fingers. Chenbi looks like a literal god of war right now, wreathed in golden flames and determination, declaring she will never give up. She prepares to use the greatest magic she knows. She knows she has to bet everything on this one single strike. A flashback to an old, mysterious witch in a forest. She looks like a mentor from Chenbi's past who taught her the forbidden stuff. Chenbi is screaming please as she pours every drop of her mana into the spell. The sheer effort is making her veins pop. Chenbi stands in the middle of a massive, glowing magic seal. She asks what he thinks, and if the name's pretty grand, sounding like a total boss. The old witch smirks in the memory, telling her to take a good look. This spell is clearly a masterpiece of destruction. A massive, armored figure appears in the magic. Its majesty, like that of a cavalry spear that pierces through everything. Aster looks on in absolute shock as the massive earthen spear manifests. He didn't expect Chenbi to be hiding this kind of firepower. Even the noble bullies are shaking in their boots. Faken looks like he's just seen a ghost as the ground begins to shatter. The spear lunges forward with an ear-splitting sound effect. It's moving so fast it's basically a blur of brown and gold energy. A vertical shot of the spear's trajectory. It's tearing through the maze walls like they're made of wet paper. A colossal explosion of earth and dust levels the entire hallway. This isn't magic, it's a geological disaster. Aster is shielded by the rubble, thinking to himself that this magic is insane. He thinks it didn't just change the rock, but its very substance. The dust starts to settle, revealing the total wreckage of the maze. Changing both form and substance is master-level magic that should be impossible for a student. A close-up on someone looks like Chenbi coughing up a literal geyser of blood. The cost of using that spell was way too high for her young body. Chenbi is standing in the smoke with glowing red eyes, looking like a demonic version of herself. This is a level of magic she shouldn't even be able to handle. She staggers and begins to fall, her body completely broken by the mana backflow. She's officially out of gas. Aster catches her just before she hits the ground. He's got that "I'm impressed but also annoyed" look on his face. Aster says her name softly. He realizes she really did bet her life to help him out. Chenbi gives a bloody, weak smile, telling him her master gave her that Spear of the Earth spell a long time ago. She's proud she finally got to use it. They're sitting in the middle of a crater. Aster admits it's not that grand of a name, but Chenbi just laughs it off. Typical Aster. Aster looks at her, realizing that whether a name is grand or not all depends on the person using it. He's starting to respect her as a fellow warrior. Chenbi closes her eyes, whispering Aster's name as she starts to drift off. She's totally spent. Aster pulls out a high-grade potion and starts pouring it into her mouth. He insists that she's not going to die from that, though she complains it stings and itches. Chenbi looks way better after a few seconds, asking if this is the power of the potion. Aster just stands there looking cool, but he's already thinking about his next move. Aster looks off into the distance. He knows he can't take her with him into a war zone, but he also can't just leave her behind in a maze full of golems. He mutters, "Let's see," as he taps into his past-like senses. He's scanning the mana flow of the entire building. A visualization of the maze map appears. Aster is sensing for a presence, looking for the source of the control signal. Aster gives Chenbi directions to a safe exit where she'll run into other students. He's sending her away so he can handle the real trouble alone. A close-up on those icy blue eyes. Aster has officially switched back into troubleshooter mode. Aster notes that the flow of mana toward the control room is strange. He can see the corruption spreading through the Academy's internal networks. Aster heads off into the shadows of the maze. He thinks there's something he has to do, and he has to go find out. Watch out, villains, because the professional is coming for you. Aster is moving fast, his internal alarm bells ringing. He's thinking, where have I felt this before? This dude's veteran instincts are already picking up on the trap. Aster ducks behind a stone pillar, analyzing the atmosphere. He knows it's not House Declan magic, but something that feels like utter crap to his refined mana senses. Aster's eyes go wide in realization. He stops dead in his tracks as a familiar dark memory begins to surface. We get a terrifying visualization of the demonic realm. Dark purple energy is pulsing everywhere with shadow monsters lurking in the background. Definitely not your average school project. Aster cracks a wicked grin. He recognizes that disgusting demonic stench and says there's no forgetting it. Looks like the real fun is finally starting. A shot of the maze ceiling shows dark, throbbing vines beginning to consume the stone. The environment is literally being corrupted by demonic influence. A vertical shot of the demonic realm in full effect. It's a hellscape of glowing red eyes and shadows, and our boy is right in the middle of it. Aster looks absolutely unhinged with glowing blue eyes and a wide grin. He's calling out, "Frizen?" It sounds like he's found an old acquaintance he's ready to kill. Meet Frizen, and yeah, he's a total psycho. He's laughing like a maniac with wide, empty eyes, looking like he's having the time of his life in this nightmare. A mysterious person in a white cloak stands before a giant, throbbing purple crystal. The room is filled with glowing blue holographic data as the hijacking continues. Frizen is practically vibrating with joy because the demonic realm is functioning properly. He's stoked that what started as a half-success has finally become a perfect disaster. Frizen shows off a gauntlet wreathed in dark mana. He's crediting this ancient artifact for the total control he now has over the Academy's systems. A close-up on the gauntlet as purple sparks fly. He's using demonic energy erosion to seize the control room. Talk about a high-level hack. A newcomer with green hair and a mask smirks at Frizen's excitement. He's mocking him for going ahead with a plan he wasn't even sure about. Even among villains, Frizen gets no respect. The green-haired guy reminds Frizen that their contract is fulfilled just by generating the energy. He tells him that once the target professor is tainted, his whole family will fall into ruin. A tall warrior in blue armor and a striped mask stands behind them. This guy looks like the serious muscle of the group, and he's clearly bored with Frizen's yapping. The masked warrior doesn't care about the methods as long as Xenion Academy is disgraced. He turns and starts walking away, done with the meeting. Frizen bows mockingly while the warrior warns him not to utter his family name with his filthy mouth. The tension in this villain group is hilarious. Frizen is visibly annoyed, thinking that the guy is just a vassal under House Declan. He's only tolerating this because he's being promised a place for his experimentation later. A close-up on Frizen's wicked grin as he thinks about his forbidden sect. He's getting a spine-tingling joy from the successful manifestation. Frizen is laughing again, thinking about how the old geezers will support him now. He's a total agent of chaos with zero empathy. The masked warrior suddenly stops and senses something. He notes that a student is approaching, his voice stone cold. He starts walking toward the monitor, laughing about their first test subject. He's ready to turn some poor kid into a monster. Frizen leans into the screen with a creepy look, asking if the warrior is curious about demonic exposure. He's got that mad scientist energy turned up to 11. A shot of the corridor showing the thick, purple demonic mist. Frizen explains that normal people die instantly from this level of contamination. He points out that those with mana or ether react differently to the energy. This guy really loves hearing himself talk. A horrifying visualization of human beastification appears. It shows a person being consumed by shadows and turning into a feral monster. A beast driven insane by demonic energy. Only madness remains. Frizen is basically describing a fate worse than death for any student caught in his web. Frizen turns back to the monitor, asking now then, what will you do? He's watching the live feed of Aster like it's a reality TV show. The golems in the maze are now wreathed in dark, crackling energy. They look way more menacing than the training versions. Aster is standing right in the middle of the dark mana, looking totally bored. He thinks it works great for him. Talk about being built different. Aster stares directly into the magic eye camera, and it looks like he's looking right at Frizen. Those glowing blue eyes are genuinely scary. Frizen is caught off guard, letting out a confused sound. He realizes the prey is actually staring him down through the screen. A close-up on Aster's mouth as he mouths a single word. The suspense is real. He continues, 4. He's building up to a legendary threat here. Aster mouths me, Frizen's name, and finishes with a chilling smirk. He's officially marked these guys for death. Frizen is hyperventilating, asking the masked warrior if he's seen the boy before. The warrior just gives a flat no, wondering why Frizen is so shook. Frizen stares at the screen in pure disbelief. Aster is casually collecting bracelets while walking through demonic energy like it's a light drizzle. Frizen is sweating bullets now, shouting what the hell is. He realizes his first test subject might be a literal monster. Aster holds up the test bracelet on camera, looking right at Frizen. He knows exactly how the tracking system works and he's about to break it. Frizen screams, "Don't tell me," as Aster prepares to move. He realizes Aster isn't just surviving the demonic realm, he's hunting in it. Aster bolts forward, his legs moving in a blur of speed. He's navigating the maze like a professional speedrunner. He weaves through a group of shadow monsters with pure precision. They can't even touch him. Aster delivers a massive barrage of mana-reinforced strikes. He's literally tearing through the corrupted enemies with zero effort. A corrupted student with glowing red eyes asks what as Aster approaches. Even the monsters are getting bullied by our boy. Aster is surrounded by shadow beasts, but he's already mapped out their destruction. This isn't a fight, it's a cleanup job. A vertical shot of shadow monsters being sliced into pieces. Aster is leaving a trail of KO'd enemies behind him. Aster looks back with a cold blue gaze, commanding them to kill each other. He's basically turned the demonic energy against itself. Frizen is clutching his head and screaming as his control over the demonic realm crumbles. Aster is literally breaking his mental link with the maze. Frizen is wide-eyed with terror, asking, "Wait, the boy." He's finally realized that his target is much more than a student. On the monitor, a blue light is tearing through the darkness. Frizen wonders what and how he is that fast. He's watching his life's work get dismantled in real time. The monitor shows a blue mana beam piercing through a magic circle. Frizen is desperately screaming at his golems to stop Aster. The blue light fills the whole monitor as the magic eye is destroyed. It looks like a supernova is going off inside the control center. A massive explosion of mana rocks the room, sending Frizen and the masked warrior flying. The door has been kicked wide open. A hand clutching a purple glowing artifact is shown in the smoke. The demonic control over the maze has been shattered. Frizen is on the ground, terrified, while the masked warrior stands guard. A voice calls out, "Long time no see, Frizen." Aster steps out of the smoke, looking like a total final boss. He asks if they finally meet. The predator has found his prey. A terrified Frizen can only stutter out, "Yeah, we finally meet." He knows he's cooked. Damien is surrounded by his vine-covered Cerberus golems. He explains he was busy protecting his friends, giving a totally innocent, "Yep," a close-up on the vine golems. Damien proudly calls them Cerberus Units 1, 2, and 3. This kid is adorable and terrifying at the same time. Chenbi is sweating bullets, looking at Damien's monster squad. She says, "Oh, cool, real cool." She's trying her best to be supportive, but she's clearly freaked out. Dahlia looks at Damien with a mix of suspicion and intensity, asking how he got here alone. She knows a regular student shouldn't have survived this massacre. Damien looks down at his bracelet and lets out a confused, "Oh." He's finally realizing something is wrong with his gear. A close-up on Damien's hand near the bracelet. Dahlia's presence is making the atmosphere way more serious. The internal monologue asks the big question, didn't they throw away their bracelets? Every student in the maze is still a sitting duck. He repeats the warning that the golems are tracking the bracelets. The other students are starting to murmur in confusion and panic. One of the noble kids just laughs it off, saying, "Don't be ridiculous." He starts walking away, completely ignoring the beggar kid's advice. A girl with short black hair stops him. She asks why they should trust him and throw away the bracelets. The academic rules are still blinding them to the real danger. Damien is at a loss for words, stammering out that he doesn't know how to explain demonic hacking to these people. The black-haired girl looks super intense, accusing Damien of trying to collect everyone's bracelets for himself. She thinks it's a scam to get more exam points. Damien looks completely exhausted by their lack of common sense. His eyes are shadowed and his freckles are popping. This genius business is clearly stressful. Damien looks like he's about to have a mental breakdown, wondering if he is really trying to collect everyone's bracelets. Honestly, he probably wishes he'd stayed in bed today. The argument in the maze continues, with the noble students still refusing to believe Damien. They're standing their ground, completely clueless that their bracelets are basically homing beacons for the golems. Damien is getting desperate, shouting that bracelets don't matter when your life is on the line. He's trying to explain that the control system has been hijacked, but these kids are too obsessed with their grades to listen. The long-haired noble girl isn't buying it for a second. She hits Damien with a skeptical, "And you figured that out?" as if a beggar kid couldn't possibly understand high-level magic security. Damien tries to give Aster the credit, saying he was the one who realized the trap, but mentioning Aster just seems to make the nobles even more suspicious. A close-up on the girl's mocking smirk. She says of course he did, her tone dripping with sarcasm. She's already decided that Aster and Damien are just trying to trick everyone into failing. She doubles down on the insults, calling them birds of a feather. She's convinced that one vagrant from the black and white zone is just helping another to deceive the rest of the class. The crowd of students starts murmuring in agreement. Even the ones who usually pay attention in class are starting to think Damien has been tainted by hanging out with someone like Aster. Damien looks absolutely crushed, his eyes wide with shock and hurt. He can't believe that even in a life-or-death situation, these people would rather cling to their prejudices than survive. Damien's expression shifts from hurt to pure rage, gritting his teeth so hard they might crack. He growls for them to stop running their mouth when they don't know anything. A memory of the demonic realm flashes in Damien's mind. He remembers the scale of the threat and realizes that Aster is the only one who actually knows what he's doing. He reflects on the moment he first met Aster. Even back then, there was an intensity and a competence to the guy that made Damien want to follow him. Damien remembers asking Aster what he had, what made him so confident. He walks forward with a new sense of purpose, his vine golem towering behind him. Damien recalls Aster's answer and repeats it to himself. I have a friend. That trust is exactly why he's decided to stop caring about what the other students think. Damien casually tosses his own bracelet to the ground. He's officially choosing survival over the exam, telling the others to take as many as they want. Damien turns his back on the crowd with a huge, carefree grin. He says, "Let's go, Chenbi," leaving the dumbfounded nobles behind. Chenbi is left staring at Damien's back in total disbelief. She realizes that Damien isn't acting like himself at all. He's acting like Aster. The title card drops for the series, The Return of the Back Alley Mage. The stakes are higher than ever as the focus shifts back to the control room, back in the heart of the crisis. Aster is facing down Friesen and the masked warrior. The red demonic energy is swirling everywhere, making the room look like the set of a horror movie. Aster is looking as smug as ever, admitting that he once went into the demonic realm just to kill Friesen. He didn't expect to run into the rat bastard here, but he's not complaining about the opportunity. Friesen is having a total meltdown, screaming, "You lunatic." He's terrified because Aster knows things about the demonic realm that should be impossible for a student to know. The masked warrior looks between the two of them, asking if this is really the first time they've met. Aster just gives him a chilling, "I told you it is," while Friesen trembles in the corner. The warrior sighs and adjusts his gear. He says, "Boy, this is a contract. He has no choice. He's a professional, and even if Aster is impressive, he has a job to finish." A close-up on the warrior's arm, which is wrapped in heavy iron chains. He's gripping a black baton or weapon handle, looking ready to unleash some serious pain. The warrior looms over the room, wreathed in a dark purple aura. He says he'll just have to kill him without leaving a trace. This guy is the definition of bad news. A visual of a three-clawed slash through the air. The Weimar's Hound isn't just a name. His combat style is literal animalistic aggression. Aster's eyes narrow as he identifies his opponent, wondering if it's Weimar, one of the vassal houses under Declan. He's already mapped out the entire political connection. A vertical shot shows the Weimar family banner, a green flag with a stylized bird or arrow crest. They're a prestigious house known for speed and piercing power, much like high-level archers. And then there's the Hound. We see a vision of a demonic, red-eyed pit bull. He's the cast-off child they raised separately to be their ultimate killing machine. The Hound is a being who acts like a literal hunting dog on the front lines. We see a silhouette of a hunter with his dog, emphasizing how this guy has been dehumanized for war. Aster asks the big question, why is a Weimar Hound sticking to a rat bastard like Friesen? He's basically calling out the warrior's dignity. The Hound tilts his head, wondering if Aster knows who they actually are. The mystery of Aster's knowledge is starting to eat at him. Aster screams, asking him again. He's really leaning into the arrogant brat persona to bait his opponent. Aster is practically barking at the Hound, asking why he's associated with such trash. He's totally ignoring the fact that he's currently at sword point. The Hound is sweating under his mask, wondering if Aster has actually gone insane facing death. He asks what Aster plans to do with that information anyway. Aster keeps screaming for an answer, his face twisted with a mix of fury and mock outrage. He is 100% winning the psychological game right now. The Hound is clearly getting rattled, muttering "you lunatic" as he grinds his teeth. He's never met a prey that talks this much trash. Action time. The Hound lunges forward, his chains rattling. He's done talking and ready to start the execution. The Hound unleashes a devastating chain strike. The speed and power are insane, tearing through the air like a literal monster's claw. Aster zips away with a sharp sound. He's moving so fast, he's basically just a blur of blue and white energy. Aster is literally running up the walls in chains. He's navigating the Hound's attacks with the grace of a professional acrobat. The Hound is fuming, shouting Weimar's Hound. Why? He's confused as to why his perfect hunting instincts are failing against a kid. Friesen is cowering in the corner, screaming to "Stop it, you crazy bastard," as Aster counters with a massive blue magic circle. Friesen is having a total panic attack, screaming, "Do you know me? And why are you obsessed with this?" Because Aster is zeroing in on him like a guided missile. 2 glowing blue sickles, or blades, manifest in the air. Aster is pulling out some high-level technical magic to keep the hound busy while he hunts Friesen. The blades whistle through the air. The precision of Aster's magic is just on another level compared to these guys. Aster is a blur of motion, moving across the room to cut off Friesen's escape. He's playing 4D chess while these guys are playing checkers. The hound is lunging again, screaming, "Weimar, hound, rat bastard." He's completely lost his professional cool and is just lashing out in rage. Aster's eyes glow with a menacing red and yellow light. He's officially entered demon mode, and the hound is starting to realize he's the one being hunted. The hound is in a total frenzy now, thinking he's going to tear him to pieces alive, his movements getting wilder and more dangerous. The hound calculates his next move, planning to use his retrieval magic plus rotation and speed enchantments. He thinks Aster has no way to dodge his next strike. A close-up on the hound's eye, he's completely worked up, his pupils shrinking as he locks onto his target. He's gone full mad dog. Aster just smirks as the hound charges. He mocks him, saying he's raised dogs before, you know, which is the ultimate psychological burn. Aster's hand reaches out toward the incoming chains. He's acting like he's playing a game of fetch rather than fighting for his life. Aster catches the chain mid-air and uses it to slam the hound into the floor. The impact is so hard it kicks up a cloud of debris. Aster laughs like a maniac, explaining that dogs get anxious when a sound is emphasized and repeated. He's literally using behavioral psychology to wreck a master assassin. The hound is spitting out blood, shouting, "This bastard, he's treating me like a dog." His pride is hurt way more than his body right now. Aster zips behind him. He's so fast the hound can't even track his position anymore. Aster delivers a massive impact right to the hound's back. He calls him Declan's dog, which is the final insult to the Weimar family's honor. Friesen is having a breakdown, screaming, "What are you doing, hound?" He can't believe his elite bodyguard is getting schooled by a brat. Aster clenches his fist, wreathed in blue lightning. He's finished playing around and is ready to deliver the final blow. The text screams collision as Aster unleashes his signature move. A massive explosion of blue mana fills the entire corridor. Through the smoke, we see the hound's unconscious, bloody face. Aster has officially put the dog to sleep. Aster turns his attention back to Friesen, mocking him, saying, "You're still hiding behind someone else, I see." Friesen looks like he's about to faint from terror. Aster stands wreathed in lightning, looking absolutely lethal. He says with a chilling smile that now it's just the two of them. Friesen is panicking, shouting about Aster acting tough when he's just a blood-soaked brat. He reaches for a purple glowing orb, his last-ditch effort at a weapon. Before Friesen can even move his arm, a blade whistles through the air. Aster isn't giving him a second to breathe. Friesen looks down in horror as a heavy iron chain or blade slams into the ground right next to him. He's trapped, and he knows it. Friesen screams in agony. Aster has literally cut his arm clean off. Blood is spraying everywhere in a gruesome vertical panel. Friesen stumbles back, clutching his bloody stump. He screeches, asking what the hell he is, begging Aster not to come any closer. Aster looks down at the severed arm and the demonic orb with a bored expression. He's completely unfazed by the gore he just created. Friesen tries one last desperate gamble, shouting that if he dies, no one can stop the demonic realm. He thinks his research is his life insurance. Aster's face goes stone cold. He asks, "And?" That single word just told Friesen that Aster doesn't care about the consequences at all. Aster walks toward Friesen with a predatory stride. He tells him to enjoy the show until the demonic realm devours everyone. He is a total savage. A close-up on Aster's face. He looks like a literal demon under those lights, his expression devoid of any human empathy. "You're next, Friesen." Friesen is sweating bullets, his pupils dilated with terror. The text warns him to laugh all he wants while he still can. The tables have officially turned, and it's time for the villain to pay. Friesen is clutching his bloody stump, looking at Aster in absolute horror. His realization is finally setting in. He didn't just pick a fight with a student, he picked a fight with a monster. Friesen is hyperventilating, realizing that they aren't just in a corrupted zone. It's a full-blown demonic realm. He can't believe Aster isn't even flinching while the darkness is literally swallowing his friends. A close-up on Aster's glowing red eyes. The text asks the million-dollar question, is he even human? Because at this point, he's looking way more demonic than the actual demons. Friesen tries to bargain one last time, claiming only he can stop the demonic realm. He's counting down the seconds, saying everyone will be dead in 5 minutes if Aster doesn't let him go. Aster just leans in close with a look that would freeze lava. He whispers, "Why, you ask?" He's not interested in the deal, he's interested in the payback. Aster grabs Friesen's other hand, and the sound of crushing bone is almost audible. He says the answer is simple, as Friesen screams in pure agony. Friesen looks down at his hand and panics. His artifact is gone. He doesn't know when he took it. He's completely defenseless now. Aster casually slides on the demonic gauntlet. He hits him with the ultimate flex, asking if he thinks he's the only one who can use it. A vertical shot showing Aster standing before the control orb. He's looking at the magical circuits and realizing this technology is older and darker than anyone suspected. Aster touches the control sphere, a wave of blue mana rippling through the room. He mutters that this brings back memories. He's tapping into knowledge from a life he shouldn't remember. A close-up on Aster's hand on the orb. He's not just resetting the system, he's claiming it as his own. Friesen is trembling, wondering who the hell this young master is. He recognizes the forbidden magic and realizes he's dealing with someone who was taught by the best or the worst. Flashback time. We see a vision of blood-soaked battlefields. The narrator says blood runs thicker than water, explaining that while the young master lived, Friesen definitely won't. A silhouette of a man in a coat looms over a cowering Friesen. In the original timeline, House Dequlan would have pinned every crime on Friesen before executing him. Aster remembers hunting Friesen down personally in his past life. He knew the corrupt nobility would never let him have a fair trial, so he decided to be the judge and executioner himself. Flashback Aster. In a cloak is a total badass. He says he couldn't let Declan have him, proving his obsession with Friesen started long ago. Past Aster was a legend, priding himself on catching anyone he pursued across the continent. But Friesen was the only one he couldn't catch, the one that got away. Friesen looks at the kid in front of him, sweating bullets. He remembers being called quick and sly, but he realized too late that Aster has caught up with him after all. More bloody flashbacks of Aster's previous life. He spent years with his hands drenched in blood, searching the underworld for this exact man. Aster stands at the edge of a swirling vortex of purple and pink energy. This is the place Friesen finally chose to hide, the demonic realm. Aster laughs, admitting he almost went insane in that hellscape. He couldn't see anything, beasts were rushing him, and his sanity was slipping by the second. A close-up on the gauntlet as Aster manipulates the orb. He remembers emerging from the realm only to find a troubleshooter waiting for him with some news. Aster has this terrifying, wide-eyed grin. He tells Friesen that he said he was dead. Imagine spending years hunting a ghost only to find out he's been alive and working in an academy. Aster mocks him, saying Friesen was caught by Declan and forced to spill everything about his research and the artifact. All his secrets were laid bare. Aster stands over Friesen, casting a purple magic seal. Friesen is babbling, saying he doesn't understand what Aster is talking about. He has no idea this kid is a time traveler. Aster pulls out a small potion vial. He notes that Friesen has lost too much blood, acting like he actually cares for a split second. Aster looms over him with a psycho smile, declaring he can't die yet. He's going to keep him alive, just so Friesen has to listen to the end of the story. Aster pours the potion down Friesen's throat. Friesen thinks he's being saved, and sees this as his chance to escape. Big mistake, buddy. Aster looks off to the side, getting all philosophical. He remembers staring at the sky and seeing a wyvern fly by. A shot of the wyvern soaring through the clouds. To Aster, it looked endlessly free, which is the exact opposite of how he felt back then. Aster reflects on his past self, calling his actions pathetic. He realized his revenge had stopped being about his fallen comrades and just became a way to vent his own emotions. Aster says he erased revenge from his mind until today. Friesen tries a desperate sneak attack, shouting now. Psych. Aster catches Friesen's face in a vice grip. He says, but then, he ran into him today, and you know Friesen's about to have a very bad time. Aster slams Friesen into the ground with a massive shockwave. He's wreathed in blue lightning, looking like an absolute demon. Aster screams, yes. All that time was for this moment. He spent his entire second life rereading Friesen's secret research just to know exactly how to dismantle him. Aster is literally choking the life out of him, calling the demonic magic disgusting. Friesen can only let out a wheezing grunt. Aster starts describing in gruesome detail how his comrades died in the first timeline. He wants Friesen to feel every ounce of that pain. A close-up on the iron chains around Aster's arm. He says luckily he has plenty of time. He's not going to finish this quickly. Aster delivers a heavy strike that cracks the floor. He's methodically taking Friesen apart, one hit for every comrade he lost. Aster is silhouetted against a red background, looking like a total reaper. He promises it'll be fun. Friesen's life has officially become a horror movie. Aster pulls back his fist, ready for another round. Friesen's eye is wide with terror through the gaps in Aster's fingers. Friesen's scream echoes down the long, empty corridor. It's a sound of pure despair that probably woke up the entire campus. A quiet shot of the maze ceiling. The demonic energy is starting to flicker and fade as Aster takes control. A golem sparks and twitches. The control system is clearly resetting or breaking down. The maze is a complete mess of rubble and broken golems. The aftermath of Aster's cleanup is seriously impressive. A bright light shines through a hole in the ceiling. The rescue team is finally here, but they're way too late for the show. The staff and professors break through, shouting to hurry and find the students. They're telling everyone not to hold back, even if they have to die to save the kids. A pair of boots hit the ground with a heavy thud. The real authority has finally arrived on the scene. It's Professor Felina. She looks absolutely livid, letting out a sharp curse when she sees the state of the maze. Felina is gritting her teeth, realizing that damn magic ate up 2 whole hours. She's determined that no one will die here today. Felina moves out with speed, reporting that all the spells have been successfully dispelled. The immediate danger is over. She places her hand on a magic eye crystal, reporting that the internal magic eyes have been restored. Time to see what actually happened in there. Felina takes charge, ordering everyone to prioritize finding survivors over capturing the intruders. She's being a total pro in a crisis. Assistant Professor starts scouring the area, finding students who are dazed and confused. The cleanup has officially begun. 2 students are lying on the ground, safe but exhausted. They've survived the trial, but they're definitely going to have nightmares. Damien and his vine-covered Cerberus golems are standing by. The rescue team is probably wondering how a freshman managed to tame the local hardware. A wide shot of the maze hallway as the murmurs of the students echo through the stone walls. Felina looks confused, muttering a stunned, "What?" She's seeing something on the monitor that doesn't make any sense. She realizes the intruders had full control of the gates for 2 hours, yet there isn't a single student death. It's an impossible statistic. Professor Perun calls her over the orb, asking if she can hear him. He's got some news that's going to shock her even more. Perun tells her to take a look at his crystal screen, saying it's better if she sees it herself, and sounding unusually serious. Felina gasps as she looks at the monitor. She's speechless at the level of violence she's witnessing. On the screen, we see the 2 intruders. They're mangled, broken, and wreathed in dark smoke. They're basically human-shaped piles of meat at this point. Even Felina, who has seen plenty of gruesome things, finds this hard to look at. She asks the obvious question: who the hell turned them into that state? She's scanning through the student data when she stops on a familiar face, whispering, "Wait." She pulls up Aster's student profile. You can see the photo of him looking all innocent and the text highlighting his entry. She notes that he's a vagabond from the black and white zone who entered via Blandor family admission. He's officially on the radar of the high-ups now. The report says his magic power exceeds standard values and is far beyond a student's level. They're finally realizing he's an anomaly. Zira, the red-haired professor, agrees that he needs to be closely watched. She's got that predator look in her eye again. We see Aster and Damien walking through the hallway looking totally unbothered. Aster has his hands in his pockets, probably thinking about what's for dinner. Felina turns around, startled by a new arrival. A voice says it looks like they're too late. It's the headmaster. He's this tiny old man with a huge beard, looking way too adorable for a school principal. He just wants to be called headmaster. The headmaster sighs, saying he came as fast as he could, but everything seems to be over. He's apologizing for coming all the way from the Outer East continent just to miss the fun. The atmosphere gets real serious as Felina looks at him. The headmaster begins to ask her to tell him something. The headmaster stares at Aster's profile on the screen and asks the big question. Does she think that the boy is the one who did all of this? Oh man, the secret is definitely out now. A heavy downpour is pelting the stone ground. The atmosphere is gloomy and heavy, setting a serious tone for whatever's coming next. A wide shot shows the academy courtyard getting drenched in the rain. The narrator drops some deep knowledge, stating that every mage possesses a single heart demon. The rain is relentless, soaking the entire courtyard. We're warned that when these heart demons take over, the end result is usually never pretty. Aster is standing alone in the middle of the rain, glowing with a mix of blue and green mana. He reflects that in his previous life as a professional troubleshooter, he never had a heart demon to worry about. A close-up of Aster's face as he breathes out a mist of mana. He realizes that if he hadn't been killed by that forbidden magic, he wouldn't have any reason to be this angry in his new life. He looks down at his hands, realizing that the intense explosion of emotion inside the coffin of trials was the actual seed of his heart demon. The trauma from his past life is finally catching up. A dramatic close-up of his icy blue eye. He describes the feeling like he's hugging something heavy and dark, a burden he can't just shake off. He reminds himself of his identity, a former troubleshooter. For a guy like him, there's no such thing as an unfamiliar or uncertain situation. He's always ready for a fight. Aster is walking through the academy halls, looking calm but determined. He actually admits that this level of internal tension is a good thing for his growth as a mage. It's been a week since the incident in the Coffin of Trials, and the chaotic atmosphere has finally settled down. Aster pulls out a legendary-looking grimoire, deciding now is his chance to make a move. Meet the secret art of the red flower, Jokwa. Aster gives a confident smirk, declaring that it's finally time to conquer this bastard of a spell. His hands hover over the ancient pages as he begins his study. This is officially his first time learning an elemental secret art like the red flower, so the stakes are high. Aster is reading the text with absolute focus, checking every single detail until the very end. He knows better than anyone that skipping steps with high-level magic is a great way to explode. The book sits on the stone floor as Aster analyzes the circuits. He realizes the mana circuits for this art aren't much different from the Heaven's source art he already mastered. He closes his eyes and starts to circulate his mana through the red flower's pathways. He knows that if he just mindlessly pushes mana through, he'll only end up with basic fire magic. He starts visualizing the core concept of the spell. He needs to perfectly map out the fire in his mind before he can manifest it in reality. The visualization shows a flame burning alone in the void. It doesn't need oxygen or fuel. It's a self-sustaining fire born purely from concentrated mana. The concept is a flame that doesn't even crave oxygen. It's a purely magical fire that exists independent of the physical laws of the world. Suddenly, Aster's hands erupt into massive, roaring orange flames. The imagery worked, and the heat is clearly intense. The text entering fire marks his successful first step. This is the fire harbored in the heart, and it looks absolutely lethal. Aster stares at the flames, impressed by their destructive power. He notes that this elemental magic is about twice as powerful as the non-elemental mana he usually carries. He tries to compress the fire mana, his hands trembling slightly. He realizes that for his current level, a single layer of compression is his absolute limit. The fire mana is repulsive, fighting against his control much harder than normal mana. He realizes he can't even dream of applying his collision formula using this fire mana yet. Aster looks a bit disappointed, calling the lack of collision a shame, but he's not stressed, simply noting that time will solve that as he gets stronger. He thinks about the unlucky but brilliant mage who created this art. He's proud to have added the fire attribute to his basic repertoire, moving one step closer to his ultimate goal. Aster walks down some stone stairs, ready to find some usable magic to test out. He knows fire-type magic doesn't rely too much on personal compatibility, so it should be effective right away. A close-up on Aster's face as he stops walking. He's looking satisfied, but his expression quickly shifts as he senses something odd. He feels a strange pressure pressing down on him. Whoever is approaching him is being blatantly obvious about revealing themselves. Aster grabs the door handle firmly. He's ready to see who is bold enough to try and ambush him at the academy. He pushes the door open and steps out into the rain. A lone figure is standing in the middle of the courtyard, waiting for him in the storm. It's the headmaster. He's standing there soaking wet, noting that Professor Felina had every reason to be cautious. He's impressed that Aster can already handle such tricky fire mana. The headmaster, the tiny old man with the massive beard, looks way more menacing now. He says you're quite something, his eyes half hidden by his glasses. Aster is confused, asking President. The old man just gives him a direct order to call him principal. A close-up of the headmaster's intense eye and monocle. He lets out a cold, however, and you just know a heavy question is coming. Lightning flashes as the two stand off in the rain. The headmaster is creating a massive pressure that is physically cracking the pavement around Aster. Aster is starting to sweat, wondering why everyone from Henzi to the principal feels the need to interfere with him. He's really getting tired of being the main character. Aster puts his hand in his pocket, steadying his nerves. He reminds himself that he's a veteran who won't be easily intimidated. Aster stands tall despite the pressure. He may break, but he does not bend. He's got that unbreaking conviction that made him a legendary troubleshooter. The headmaster mocks his attitude, asking if Aster isn't even going to greet the highest-ranking elder in the entire academy. He's pulling rank, big time. Aster's eyes go wide as he realizes he's probably pushing his luck a bit too far. He lets out a sharp, surprised gasp. Suddenly, Aster bows as low as he possibly can, exclaiming, "No, he means Mr. Principal." He jokingly tells us that waists exist to be bent, playing the humble student to save his hide. The old man is getting ambitious, talking about crushing his enemies underfoot and gathering his old war buddies. He's confident the Emperor will give him the green light to go full scorched earth on anyone who messes with his academy. Aster is listening closely, realizing these old comrades are probably high-tier war mages or legendary knights. He knows these aren't just regular soldiers, they're the kind of elite forces that can change the map of the continent. The rain continues to pour as Aster focuses on the main target. He thinks it's about Declan, knowing that everything eventually leads back to his primary enemies from his past life. The headmaster looks down, his face hidden in shadows. The tension is building as they move from talking about the past to the secrets Aster is still holding on to. The headmaster hits him with another hyper-specific question, if he happens to know a mage who ended up as a wyvern's meal. Aster just hits him with a deadpan no. Aster's internal monologue is a panicked, damn it, sharp as ever. He realized the principal is basically reading his mind, and it would have been a lot cleaner if he hadn't left so many loose ends. Aster decides to drop some names to satisfy the old man, mentioning Weimar. The headmaster is surprised, asking if he actually knows both of the intruders. We get a quick flashback of the masked assassin. Aster identifies them clearly. One is a Weimar hound, and the other is that slimy Magitech engineer, Frizen. Aster's getting a bit cocky now, asking if the headmaster needs him to chew it up and spoon-feed it to him. The old man calls him insolent, but is genuinely curious about how a student knows so much. Aster just shakes his head, probably done with the guessing games. He's trying to steer the conversation away from his own origins. The headmaster watches him with a knowing look. He's realized there's a lot more to this kid than just a high mana score and a bad attitude. The reign is endless as the headmaster moves to the next point of their secret meeting. The mystery is only getting deeper. He clenches his fist on his knee, mana starting to swirl and glow with a blue light. Even his casual gestures are full of overwhelming power. Aster is relieved, thinking he said everything he needs to for now. He's managed to answer the tough questions without revealing the truth about his regression or the legendary grimoire he's carrying. The headmaster looks up, and the vibe turns absolutely terrifying. He is genuinely furious, and you can practically feel the heat coming off his mana. This is the anger of a war mage. Suddenly, the principal is back to being a cute old man, asking if Aster knows a mage who became a goblin's meal. He's really obsessed with people getting eaten by monsters, isn't he? Aster gives this hilarious, strained grin while the headmaster tells him to stop smiling with those rotten goblin eyes. The banter between these two is legendary. Aster is sweating bullets, internally calling the principal a boomer. It's hard to keep your cool when you're being bullied by the strongest guy in the school. The headmaster pivots to Aster's real goal, building a library as tall as a tower. He's actually taking Aster's ambitions seriously. The old man calls it a meaningful plan and offers to help. He promises that if Aster leaves the top floor empty, he'll fill an entire wall of shelves with his own collection. Aster bows in gratitude, but his inner monologue is as cynical as ever. He knows the world runs on connections and academic ties, and he's more than happy to use them. The deal is on the table. The headmaster will grant him an admission ticket to the library in exchange for a favor. Aster's already thinking, damn it, knowing favors from people like this are never easy. The headmaster leans in with a creepy grin, telling Aster he only needs one eye to see the world. Aster is legitimately terrified, thinking the old man is actually going to poke his eye out. We see an image of the demonic artifact gauntlet. The headmaster is interested in its function, creating a demonic realm through something called spatial severance. Aster is listening intently. The principal explains that this spatial severance would be a massive asset for defending the tower Aster wants to build. A vision of the academy hallways shows just how powerful the artifact was. It was strong enough to block all teleportation magic circles in the trial corridor. That's top-tier security. Aster realizes this is exactly what he needs for his library tower. He's already imagining the defenses he can build using this stolen Magitech. Aster admits he's not exactly an expert on Magitech. He's a combat pro, but the technical side of artifacts is a bit out of his wheelhouse. The headmaster tells him to go see Professor Felina. He promises to put in a good word for him, calling her someone Aster can actually trust. The principal gets serious, warning that even with his recommendation, it'll be hard to get the intense Professor Felina to accept him. She's not the type to play along with school politics. The headmaster says so, let's do this, finalizing their secret pact. The deal is sealed in the middle of the storm. Aster looks determined as the rain continues to fall. He's got a plan, a sponsor, and a very dangerous new contact to meet. The next day, the birds are chirping and the academy looks beautiful. It's a fresh start after all that demonic mayhem. The students are back to their daily lives, gossiping in the hallways. The murmur of the academy is finally back to normal. Aster is chilling at a table, reading a book like a model student. People are whispering about him, probably because he's the guy who wrecked the midterm. Someone shouts, "Hey, my friend," across the room. Aster looks up, already knowing who's about to ruin his quiet study time. Aster is absolutely floored. Damien and Chenbi are looking different. He asks what's with them and why they gained so much weight, seeing their chubby faces. Aster is laughing his head off while Chenbi scratches her head. Looks like they've been stress eating since the trial ended. Other students approach Chenbi, asking if she wants to train magic together. She's become a total celebrity overnight. Damien is also getting mobbed by fans thanking him for saving them in the corridor. He's loving the attention, waving his arms and cheering along. Chenbi is beaming, telling Aster that people have been giving them gifts and even elixirs. It seems their parents are grateful too. Talk about a PR win. Chenbi looks at Aster with a soft smile and says, "Thank you, Aster." She knows who the real mastermind behind their survival was. Aster slams his hand on his book, telling her there's no need to thank him. He's playing the uninterested loner role perfectly. He insists that he didn't make her do anything. He tells Chenbi she was the one who persuaded everyone to survive. What a humble guy. Chenbi is blushing and dazed, thinking about how Aster is the one who truly changed her life. She's seeing him in a whole new light now. The student gossip continues, with people wondering what exactly Damien did during the chaos. He's a mystery to everyone except his close friends. A flashback shows Damien with his vine-covered golems. Apparently, he's famous now for taming a Cerberus and putting it to work. Aster's just standing there, completely baffled by the sudden mood swing in the room. He came in ready for a throwdown, but this was definitely not the reaction he was expecting from his teacher. Felina is still bright red, hiding her face while muttering something about their age difference. It looks like the fearsome blood witch has officially left the building, and in her place is a very flustered professor. And just like that, the vibe shifts again. We get a close-up of a pair of glowing red eyes filled with pure malice. Someone's thinking about how screwed they are, which pretty much sums up how chaotic this meeting has become. The mana in the room starts spiraling out of control, lashing out in sharp white streaks of energy. Felina is desperately trying to pull herself together, but her internal monologue is a complete train wreck. Felina finally settles back into her stoic profile, her long blonde hair framing a face that's no longer glowing red. She's trying to act like she didn't just have a minor meltdown in front of her student. A top-down view shows them sitting across from each other again. Felina admits that trying to do something that doesn't suit her nature just makes the words get stuck in her throat. At least, she's self-aware. Felina goes back to scratching her head, giving a small, embarrassed thank you. She credits Aster for helping to preserve not only the students, but the trial corridor itself. Aster looks genuinely surprised by the praise. He's so used to being treated like a threat or a nuisance that getting a sincere thanks from a professor is a totally new experience for him. We get a close-up on Aster's icy blue eye as he takes a moment to process everything, muttering thoughtfully. He's already calculating how to use this new bridge he's just built with Felina. Aster leans back, telling the professor to go on and spit it out. He can tell she has more on her mind than just gratitude. He reminds her of his goal to establish a library that's open to everyone. Then he asks if it would be too much trouble to get some support in the form of her own publications. He's basically collecting professor signatures like trading cards. Felina agrees without much fuss, saying it's not a bad idea. Aster is thrilled, realizing he's just secured his third major academic connection after Perun and the headmaster. Felina stands up and walks toward the window, deciding it's time to get to the main point. The social hour is over, it's time for the heavy lore. She brings up the ancient artifact that constructed the demonic realm. This thing is the root of all their problems, and she is not taking it lightly, and this is just the beginning. Felina turns back with an intense look, explaining that research into the artifact's application could take a very long time. This isn't some weekend project, it's high-level magitech. We get a close-up on the demonic gauntlet as Felina warns that if it becomes too much of a problem, they can always just destroy it. Better to lose a treasure than to lose the school. Aster listens with a side-eye, knowing that destruction is always the last resort for a researcher. He's just waiting for her to mention the real catch. And then Felina drops the hammer, warning him about the ones that will latch onto that gauntlet. She's telling him that the artifact is a magnet for some very dangerous people. We see an ominous vision of hooded figures standing before a massive red magic seal. These guys look like they're part of a heavy-duty cult or a secret society. Aster is confused, asking about Silvertown. Felina immediately snaps at him, correcting him to Salvatium and threatening to tear his ears off if he says something stupid again. Classic Felina. Felina explains that Salvatium is a union of mages who have mastered forbidden magic. They might operate separately, but their goal is always the same: chaos. A close-up on Felina's glowing eye reveals their true objective: to recreate the demonic realm. These guys are basically trying to bring hell to Earth. We see a memory of Frizen, the magitech engineer Aster already dealt with. Felina explains that Frizen was almost certainly connected to this forbidden group. Her warning that they'll come after him hangs heavy in the air, but Aster just stares back, completely unfazed. He's already taken down one of them. He's ready for the rest. Aster's hands are resting on his knees as he processes the mission. He needs to recover the artifact. He realizes he's now the primary target for a cabal of forbidden mages. Felina admits she doesn't know how strong Aster really is, but she warns him that Salvatium is persistent enough to rival even House Declan. That is a massive update to the power scale. Aster thinks it over, realizing he could die. He's looking pretty relaxed for someone who just got a death threat from an international terrorist group. A sneaky smirk creeps onto Aster's face. He realized this means he'll inevitably clash with them. He's not scared, he's excited for the loot. Little did she know what was coming next. Aster gives a confident, yeah, well, he'll keep that in mind, all with a wide, cheeky grin. This guy is the definition of built different. Felina just laughs, wondering what is up with the look on this punk's face. She's starting to realize that Aster might actually be crazier than the people coming for him. Aster hands over the gauntlet, asking Felina to research it for him. He's basically giving the Blood Witch a new toy to keep her busy. Felina catches it and says fine, she'll look into it, noting that Aster has some lofty ambitions. They'd just officially formed a very dangerous partnership. Suddenly, a student bursts through the double doors, gasping for air. The peace and quiet of the office is officially over. The news is a total game changer. The head of House Declan is here. Just hearing that name is enough to make the air in the room turn cold. Aster is in full alert mode, his internal monologue screaming. The man who killed him in his first life has just arrived at his new home. The news spreads through the academy like wildfire. Students are buzzing with a mix of fear and awe, asking if the head of House Declan is really here. We get a wide shot of the academy walls as an order is given to strengthen the defenses. They aren't treating this as a friendly visit, they're treating it as an invasion. The commands continue, ordering staff to control the parents of the injured students and send everyone else back to their dorms. The academy is going into a total lockdown. A luxury carriage pulled by a dark horse speeds through the academy gates. The arrival of the greatest mage in the East is every bit as dramatic as you'd expect. The headmaster and Felina are already outside, standing tall as they prepare to meet the VIP. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a magic circle, but things are about to get worse. The carriage wheel comes to a slow, creaking stop. It's the calm before the ultimate power-staring contest. But wait, check out the coachman. He's wearing a blindfold or a mask of some kind. This guy looks way too elite to just be driving a carriage. The headmaster stares at the carriage, thinking that this brat is the current head of House Declan. He's clearly not impressed by the youth of his rival. We get a quick lore drop. This guy became an archmage and a house head at just 30 years old. He's a once-in-a-generation monster, and his atrocities only grew worse after he took power. The headmaster lets out a puff of smoke or a sigh. He knows rumors can be exaggerated, but one thing is certain. This visit is going to be a massive headache. The head of Declan arrogantly refuses to touch the ground. He's treating the academy like it's his own personal driveway. He's called a cunning bastard for trampling on academy tradition while pretending to be humble. He's literally acting as his own coachman just to mock them. Declan strokes his chin, looking totally bored with all the formalities. He lets out a hum, probably wondering why everyone is so tense. He looks up and asks if it's not time yet. He's got that smug, punchable face that says he's the main character of this world. Declan mentions he heard the trial corridor was seized by some random vermin. He's calling out the academy's security failure right to the headmaster's face. Declan cracks a sinister smirk. He's enjoying the reaction, or lack thereof, that he's getting from the academy staff, and that's when everything changed. The headmaster is fuming internally, thinking that now the man is even probing him. Declan didn't come all this way just to talk nonsense. He's testing their strength. Felina and the other staff members are watching with a cold sweat. They know that only a few people are aware. House Declan was actually behind the attack, and the culprit is standing right in front of them. Declan looks down at the academy staff with pure disdain. He's parading around like a king visiting his subjects. He says, "That can't be right," with a look in his red predator eyes that says he's about to do something terrible. Declan manifests a series of glowing red magic circles. He claims he personally captured those vermin from the main house. He's handing over his own men as scapegoats. A portal opens with a heavy thud, dropping something onto the pavement. He's delivering his own brand of justice in the most theatrical way possible. The headmaster is left speechless, his face shadowed. He realizes Declan has played them perfectly by offering up the culprits himself. Declan explains that Weimar was the head of the operation, and he brought along both direct and collateral lines. He's literally wiped out his own vassal house just to cover his tracks. A wide shot shows the academy towers under a clear sky. The political storm that Declan just brought with him is far from over. Aster reflects on his previous life, remembering Declan as the kind of man who would kill his own blood just for the sake of his house's reputation. Absolute monster behavior. He notes that the timing is far too perfect. He only mentioned Declan and Weimar to the principal last night, and here the man is today. But fate had other plans. Aster wonders if it's just luck, or if Declan is pathologically meticulous. Either way, the man is a nightmare to deal with. In his previous life, Declan was an incomprehensible existence that Aster couldn't even perceive. The power gap between them was just that wide. But now Aster cracks a small, confident smile. He's no longer the low-level troubleshooter from the first timeline. He's starting to see a path to the top. Aster reaches his hand out toward the sky, whispering that, for now, at least, he has a goal. He's setting a benchmark for his own growth. An image shows Aster's hand reaching up toward the silhouette of the head of Declan. He vows that in this life, maybe he can climb up to his neck. Aster clenches his fist with a terrifying, wide-eyed grin, his eyes sparking with blue lightning. He's coming for him. This revenge story just got a massive power-up. Several days have passed since the attack, and life at Xenion Academy is finally getting back to its busy, normal schedule. The students are out and about, but the political fallout is just starting to get spicy, and we see a grim display. House Declan actually put the heads of the Weimar bloodline on exhibition. It's a brutal way for Farron, the Declan head, to prove he's cleaning house and punishing the traitors. But Farron didn't just stop at executions. He's standing there looking all noble and composed, but he's already planning his next power move to tighten his grip on the academy. He makes a massive announcement. He's sending a direct descendant of the Declan bloodline to enroll at the academy as an undergraduate. This is basically a middle finger to everyone who suspected him, acting like he's doing the school a favor. Aster sees right through it though. This isn't a student, it's a hostage card that only a family with that much clout could play to keep the school in check. And the hits just keep coming. The Imperial side immediately doubles down by announcing that the third princess herself will be enrolling in the academy. The student roster just became a political minefield. We get a close-up on the official decree. The princess's arrival is going to change the entire social hierarchy of the school, and not everyone is going to be happy about it. The narration tells us that the royal drama is a story for a bit later. Aster's just staring off into the distance, probably wondering how much harder his life is about to get. Aster is looking as moody as ever, realizing the high-profile enrollments won't happen until next semester or even next year. He's got some time to prepare before the true monsters arrive. But more importantly than that, the text leads us away from the heavy politics and towards something much, much louder. Little did he know what was coming next. Chenbi and Damien are absolutely losing their minds with excitement, practically vibrating with joy. Meanwhile, Aster just stands in the background looking like he's being forced to attend a party he hates. Welcome to the Pistonike Festival. It's a massive victory celebration for Academy students who were once mobilized during a historic age of war. Talk about an edgy backstory for a school carnival. The text explains, it's a celebration of survival and triumph. The Academy grounds are decorated and packed with students ready to let loose. A few teachers are laughing and chatting, treating the recent Coffin of Trials incident as a good enough excuse to liven up the sluggish atmosphere. If you can't beat the trauma, party it away. And since it's a victory festival, the academy has actually permitted alcohol. You've got tough-looking mercenaries and students already raising their mugs and getting rowdy. Only the off-duty mercenaries are probably not drinking so openly. Okay, never mind. This guy is literally holding a keg and cheering. Professionalism is dead today. The tavern area is absolutely packed. You can see people dancing and shouting in the background. It's a total 180 from the demonic maze we were just in. This huge mercenary is having a blast, shouting about how this other guy's nothing special. He's challenging everyone to a drinking contest, and he looks like he's winning. A hand slams the table with a heavy thud. Someone is stepping up to the challenge, and they're not being gentle about it. This decision would change everything. It's Damien, shouting that he wants to try too, with stars in his eyes. Chenbi is in the background looking absolutely horrified that the young master is about to get wasted. Suddenly, a magical announcement booms across the entire academy. Shortly, the Pistonike award ceremony will begin, saved by the bell, or in this case, the PA system. Aster isn't taking any chances, grabbing Damien by the back of his collar like a naughty puppy. He tells him, "Let's go," effectively ending Damien's career as a drinking champion before it even started. Aster is literally dragging a complaining Damien away, while Chenbi follows along, laughing. Damien mutters, clearly bummed about missing the contest. Aster gets this devious, wicked smirk on his face. He thinks now then, time to collect. He's not interested in the party, he's here for the loot. The headmaster is back on stage, giving some remarks with a friendly wave. He looks like a sweet old grandpa again, which we all know is a total lie. The announcer calls the award recipients up to the podium. This is where we see who the Academy considers its top stars this year. First up is Dahlia de Denai. She looks as elegant and composed as ever as she walks across the stage. She's a top-tier noble, so no surprise here. Next is Damien von Blandor. He looks a bit more serious for once, adjusting his sleeves as he takes his place among the elites. The crowd goes quiet for Eveline de Plancher. She's got this intense, fiery red hair and a very confident stride. Definitely someone to watch out for. And of course, our girl Chenbi makes the list. She looks a bit nervous but determined, standing tall after her heroics in the tunnels. And finally, Aster. He walks up looking completely bored by the whole thing, though we know his brain is already calculating the market value of his reward. We get a quick lore drop on Eveline. She's the daughter of the Goldran Trading Company. In this world, money is power, and her family basically controls the purse strings of the continent. Aster is side-eyeing her, thinking he doesn't remember her standing out anywhere in his previous life either. Something about her smells fishy to his veteran senses. The headmaster is shaking hands and handing out rewards. Damien is practically vibrating with excitement as he reaches for his prize. Close up on the goods. It's a top-grade elixir sitting in a fancy box, glowing with a bright sparkle. This thing is worth a fortune. The headmaster hands a box to Aster, offering his deepest thanks for his contribution. The old man is being very polite in front of the cameras. Aster smirks, thinking to himself if he has to return the box. He's really leaning into the greedy student persona to keep everyone off his trail. He calls Aster's attitude trash that isn't even pretty. Then he hits him with a real threat, saying if he finds the box in the incinerator, he'll incinerate Aster along with it. Savage. Aster just laughs it off. He thinks to himself that he'll just burn it secretly. This dude has zero respect for authority, and I love it. The group walks through the courtyard, enjoying the festive lights. Damien and Chenbi are having a blast while Aster trails behind, still looking for his next objective. But fate had other plans. The narrator says they spent the rest of the day wandering around, actually enjoying the festival for once. Even a time-traveling assassin needs a day off. Damien is in full foodie mode, stuffing his face with meat skewers. He looks like a tiny, happy hamster while Aster watches on, probably judging his cholesterol. They've been running non-stop since the school year started. This breather is well-deserved, so he figures it should be fine to take it easy for today. Famous last words in a story like this. The sun sets over the academy, painting the buildings in a beautiful orange glow. The calm before the night's main event. Wait, check out that streak of light in the sky. A sound whistles through the air. The fireworks are finally starting. A massive explosion of color fills the night sky with a loud bang. The festival is reaching its peak. More fireworks burst in gold and red. The visuals are just stunning, making the academy look like a dreamland. The group looks up in awe, though Aster is still being a buzzkill, muttering that money is exploding. He's literally calculating the cost of the gunpowder. Damien and Chenbi are mesmerized by the show. Even the waste of money doesn't ruin the magic of the moment for them. Aster admits to himself that he can't deny it's impressive. He's finally letting himself feel a bit of the festival spirit. We get a close-up on Aster's eyes as the sound of the wind or fireworks echoes. He's getting all philosophical on us. He thinks that on the day he builds his tower, he'll get to splurge like this too, right? He's imagining his own grand celebration for his future library, and that's when everything changed. He sees a vision of his future tower, so tall it pierces the clouds. He wants to watch the festival from the highest floor where you can't even see the ground. Behold the future. An image of the great sage Aster riding a massive wyvern across the skies. This is the era he plans to usher in. Talk about having big goals. Suddenly, reality calls. Aster wakes up, or is interrupted, by a weird white owl hitting his window. He's totally confused. He realizes it's not just any white owl. It's actually a magical familiar, and it's being very persistent about getting his attention with a series of cooing sounds. Aster unties a letter from the owl's leg with a rustle. He's already got a bad feeling about who sent this. He opens the letter, and it's short and sweet. The usual place, from his senior. The headmaster is calling him for another secret meeting. Aster is crouching on a high stone ledge, muttering about how diligent the principal is for calling him this early after a party. He even notes that the owl familiar looks just like the old man, grumpy and persistent. He leaps into the air with a powerful jump. Move over, Spider-Man. We've got a parkour mage on the loose. Aster stands before the weathered entrance, looking up at the ancient architecture. He knows this place has a lot of history, some of it probably bloody. The text says, this place was once used by troubleshooters long ago. It's deserted and forgotten by the academy now, which makes it the perfect spot for secret talks. Aster pushes the door open with a loud creak and announces that he's here. He's acting all polite now that they have a secret deal. The owl familiar flies in past him with a flap of its wings. It's like the principal's personal welcoming committee. Aster is stunned as he walks inside. The interior is absolutely opulent, glowing with gold and expensive decorations. He thinks this is basically an office now. The headmaster is sitting at a desk, looking very official while drinking tea. He gives a casual greeting and asks if Aster cares for a drink. Total class act. The old man pours the tea with a soft gurgle. He's being way too hospitable, which usually means he's about to ask for something impossible. Aster remembers the favor he traded for the library pass. He realized it's finally time to pay the bill. The headmaster reaches into his robe with a rustle of fabric. He says it's a simple enough request, which we all know is a giant lie. He pulls out a sealed envelope and tells Aster to deliver a letter to his friend for him. Sounds like a basic delivery quest, right? Wrong. Aster stares at the letter with a deadpan expression. He can smell trouble, a very troublesome smell, and this is just the beginning. Aster asks where he needs to go, resigned to his fate. The principal explains he asked around his old war buddies and finally pinpointed where the bastard is hiding. The target location is the Hammer'n Great Forest. Aster looks legitimately stressed, muttering a quiet curse. We get a lore drop. The Hammer'n Great Forest has been preserved since ancient times. It's a vast, dangerous territory that most people avoid like the plague. The forest is home to all kinds of terrifying monsters, like a massive red-eyed wolf. It's also filled with priceless magical materials, the classic risk versus reward scenario. The headmaster tries to reassure him, saying it won't be that hard. He notes that people live there too, and if Aster checks a few base camps, he'll find the friend in no time. Sure thing, Gramps. Aster is still looking skeptical while the headmaster reaches back into his pockets for more bribes. Check out the bribe list. 2 top-grade elixirs, 5 high-grade, and 10 mid-grade elixirs. The principal is literally throwing a fortune at Aster to get this letter delivered. Aster is physically trembling from the struggle between his protests and his internal greed. The headmaster is just watching him with a smug, "I got you" face. Aster breaks out in an absolutely unhinged, wide-eyed grin. The price was far too great to refuse. He's officially retired from common sense and is heading straight for the monster forest. Good luck, Aster. You're going to need it. Birds are chirping over the academy towers as a new day begins. After all that chaos, the weather is finally looking up, but we know better than to think things will stay peaceful for long. Check out the loot. Aster is looking over some high-grade documents he secured. He's meticulously checking every detail, making sure he got exactly what he was promised for his troubleshooting services. Aster is practically glowing with satisfaction, a rare smirk on his face. He thinks that just looking at them puts his mind at ease. When you've spent your first life broke and bleeding, seeing a stack of valuable rewards is the ultimate therapy. We flash back to the meeting with the headmaster. Aster recalls getting 3 top-grade elixirs, including the prize from the Pistonike ceremony. He admits to himself that this regression life is actually turning out to be pretty awesome. He keeps flipping through the rewards with a soft rustle. But wait, there's one more item in the pile that catches his eye, and it looks even more prestigious than the elixirs. Boom. It's an Iracane Workshop artifact crafting voucher. This isn't just a coupon, it's a golden ticket to one of the most exclusive workshops in the world. The text spells out just how big of a deal this is. It's a voucher for a luxury workshop where even the most powerful noble families have to wait in a long line. Aster just bypassed the entire continental elite with one delivery quest. Back in the secret office, Aster is sitting with the headmaster. He realizes that behind a reward this massive, there's always a hidden agenda. You don't get skip-the-line passes for free. The headmaster takes a slow sip of tea, acting all casual while dropping lore. He mentions he originally wanted to call him back to the academy because the demonic realm and House Declan were causing such a mess. The white owl familiar sits on the desk, looking just as grumpy as its master. The principal explains that his contact said, "It's a bit awkward to return right now because of some unfinished business." The headmaster gives a sly grin, looking like a mastermind. He tells Aster the mission is simple. Go find this contact and help him tie up some loose ends. Yeah, loose ends usually means dead bodies in this line of work. Aster just gives a polite, closed-eye smile. He's playing along for now, but he's definitely keeping his guard up. Little did he know what was coming next. Aster walks away from the academy towers, his internal monologue getting snarky. He wonders if the professor even has a conscience, considering he basically blackmailed him into this mission, though he admits he was almost beaten to death for being right earlier. Aster looks off to the side, his profile sharp and determined. He mutters, "All right then, let's see." He's officially accepting the challenge, but on his own terms. He stands on a balcony overlooking the school, thinking about his next move. He planned to use the top-grade elixirs to boost his mana capacity, but since he scored 3 of them, he can afford to be a bit more creative. Behold the magic body. This is a high-level visualization of a technique created by referencing a knight's reinforced body, but powered by magical ether instead of raw physical training. Aster cracks a wicked grin, remembering his past life. This was the technique that allowed him to surpass the limits of a normal troubleshooter. It's finally time to overhaul his frail, stick-figure body and get some real muscle. He checks his current physique with a quick flex. He knows that once he combines his collision formulas and interference formulas with the magic body, he'll have access to techniques he hasn't even touched yet in this life. Aster stands tall in the sunlight, looking more confident than ever. He declares that he can aim even higher than his peak in his past life. The ceiling just got a lot higher for our boy. The academy courtyard is quiet as the sun hits the stone walls. It's the perfect time for some illegal level-up sessions. Aster is sitting cross-legged in a meditative state in the middle of a ruined stone hall. He's got one of the golden elixirs sitting in a box right in front of him. We get a close-up on those glowing blue eyes as he says, "Good, let's get started." He's completely locked in and ready for the pain. Aster picks up the golden pill with a click. He stares at it for a second before tossing it back with a confident gulp, bottoms up. Gold mana explodes from Aster's body in a massive shockwave. He's being wreathed in a swirling vortex of energy as the elixir kicks in. Aster focuses on his breathing, trying to stay steady. This time, instead of his usual technique, he's ramming all of the elixir's mana directly into his body. That sounds incredibly dangerous and painful. The gold energy starts to condense, crackling with electricity. He's infusing the mana into every joint, muscle fiber, and nerve cell. Talk about a total system reboot. The energy starts to drill into his very core. He thinks this is the final goal. He's not just getting stronger, he's rewriting his biology. Aster lets out a pained grunt. He's in absolute agony, his face twisted in a grimace as red and gold energy thrashes around him like a wild animal. He's gritting his teeth, his eyes wide with shock. He screams internally, "Damn it, you again?" It looks like his heart demon or some lingering trauma is trying to sabotage the process. A terrifying image of an evil smirk appears in the energy, with the text roaring about a firebrand. Looks like his past life is literally trying to burn him from the inside out. Aster is on one knee, clutching his chest where a glowing red heart is visible through his shirt. It nearly broke his concentration, but he's not giving up. If the firebrand is going to trigger, he's going to use it. Aster cracks a terrifying, wide-eyed grin. He's deciding to embrace the pain and the fire to reach a new level of power. This kid is officially a madman. A massive pillar of white-hot mana shoots into the sky, dwarfing Aster's silhouette. He wonders what kind of boost it will give him this time. The scale of this upgrade is just off the charts. Aster tells himself to stick to the plan and stay steady. He starts forcing the mana to circulate through his entire body, not just the usual circuits. He's going for the high-risk, high-reward play. Aster lets out a primal scream as his body begins to glow with a menacing red and black energy. The physical strain is making his skin look like it's about to crack. He thinks this is insane. The red mana is lashing out everywhere with a sickening crackle. Aster describes it as absolute torture, like his bones are being ground into dust. Aster is convulsing on the ground, his eyes glowing a fierce red. He complains to himself that unlike his past life, he's rich now, so why the hell does he still have to suffer this much? The word persevere hangs over the inferno as Aster is swallowed by a massive golden explosion. He's screaming at the bastard inside him to stay down while he completes the transformation. His scream echoes through the entire academy district. Aster is having a total meltdown in the training room, shouting about how he hasn't even finished the muscles yet. He staggers to his feet, still glowing with a faint blue light. He mutters that the magic body was a success. Actually, he thinks it might be even better than he originally hoped for. Aster clenches and unclenches his hand with a soft sound. He knows he won't lose to a knight in terms of raw durability anymore, and once his body fully matures, he can add proper physical training to the mix. He gives a confident, main character smile. A mage who beats knights with his fists, that won't just be a dream anymore. He's officially become a battle mage monster. He decides to test the regeneration first. Always a scientist at heart, he's ready to test his new features. He brings his thumb to his mouth with a sharp sound. But wait, what? He just bit a chunk out of his own arm. Blood sprays everywhere with a wet splat. Aster looks shocked himself, wondering what the hell happened. He barely touched it. Aster watches his arm as blue sparks start to fizz around the wound. It's healing way faster than he expected. He thinks it should be fully closed in about 15 minutes. Aster stares at his hand with wide eyes and a drop of sweat. That's troll-level regeneration, he realizes. He's basically become Wolverine with magic powers. He starts walking through the stone corridors, thinking about the unexpected bonus he's gained. He realizes that if he adds the healing light manual he got from Henzi, he'll be on par with Damien, the monster of Blandor. He stops and looks down with a serious expression, muttering by the way, sensing something strange. Aster kneels down, noticing a faint trace of mana lingering in the air. He looks at the drops of blood on the floor and wonders if it's coming from his blood. A shadow stretches across the floor near the blood. Aster notes that the properties feel familiar, almost like the mana he currently holds. He thinks he might actually be able to control it. Aster reaches out a hand, deciding to test a theory. He wonders if he should test it with a light spell. This decision would change everything. He's blown back as a massive pillar of blue mana erupts from the floorboards. The reaction is way more violent than a simple light spell should be. Aster is sweating buckets, staring at the energy in total shock. He realizes this defies common sense. He willed the magic to manifest, but the anchor for the spell wasn't him, it was the blood. His brain is already firing. Wait, if he increases the volume of blood and casts the collision formula, this is going to be wild in its own right. He's already coming up with new ways to commit magical war crimes. He gets this sinister, fanged smirk that is just pure evil. He realized it would be useful to apply the Blandor family's multiplication formula to this new discovery. We see an image of an ancient grimoire wreathed in green flames. The multiplication formula is apparently effective for regenerating flesh and blood, which makes it the perfect fuel for his blood magic theory. Aster walks away from the training hall, looking like a total villain in the shadows. He decides to call this black magic. Yeah, that sounds about right for a guy planning to use his own blood as an explosive anchor. The scene shifts to a bustling academy courtyard. A familiar voice calls out, relieved to see young Master Damien and Aster are safe. It's Lancy. She's looking as professional and intense as ever, sitting at a table with a cup of tea. She asks with a sharp, analytical gaze if there are any issues. Damien is all sparkles and smiles, shouting, "Nope, none, he's healthy, just go away, hurry up." He is clearly trying to hide something and is doing a terrible job of it. Lancy isn't buying the act, but she moves on. She says the madam had a message she wished for her to convey. The group waits with bated breath. Messages from the Blandor head are usually trouble. Lancy stirs her coffee with a soft clink. She brings up the proposal for lake creation and statue construction that Damien submitted last time. Uh-oh, the homeowners association is here. Lancy notes that the formatting was quite professional, regardless of who helped Damien with it. She admits the proposal itself was decent. Aster sits there looking all cool and detached, thinking about blood, sweat, and tears. Number 1 and number 2. Damien's naming sense is still catching up to him. Lancy takes a sip of her tea, her eyes glowing behind her glasses. She begins to deliver the madam's message, the suspense killing everyone at the table. Damien is leaning in with stars in his eyes, practically vibrating and asking what the message is. He's so sure he's getting his private dragon statue. A massive, red rejected stamp appears over Damien's face. The poor kid looks like his whole world just shattered into a million pieces. Lancy gives this wicked, knowing smirk. However, she adds, "It is not without a solution, playing with them like a cat with a mouse." Here's the deal. Damien must place within the top 16 in the upcoming Academy midterm evaluations. If he does, Lancy will have grounds to make the request to the madam on his behalf. Talk about a high-pressure academic incentive. Aster watches from the side, thinking it's the madam's ploy. He knows Damien's mom is just using the statues as bait to make him study. Lancy tells them not to worry too much. After all, he has good friends right here, and she's sure they will help him. Chenbi and Aster look at each other, clearly thinking the opposite. Lancy gives a final, ominous smile, telling Damien the Blandor family will reward Aster and Chenbi generously for their tutoring. She's basically just hired them as academic bodyguards. Aster is sweating bullets, looking over at a sparkling, expectant Damien. He realizes the time of patience and suffering has finally come. He's gone from troubleshooter to private tutor. We get a close-up on Aster gritting his teeth. He's thinking that if it weren't for that damn multiplication formula, he'd be out of there already. He's trapped by his own greed for power. Here is Damien with this absolutely terrifying, wide-eyed grin. He says he understands. Oh man, look at those odd eyes. The monster of Blandor is motivated to study now, and that's a scary thought for everyone.